for the women to watch. And then they would tell the women, this is your fault. You need to raise the next generation to be loyal to your new masters. And so the majority of court men were being raised up in the society from then on, were being controlled by women to be subservient to the state. So yeah, the whole sexual dimorphic energy system killed her. And it's by design to destroy the family, to destroy the individual, specifically men and fathers, to the benefit of the state or the powers that be. And in my opinion, it's so obvious if you can't see it, there's something wrong with you mentally.
How does that benefit the state, though?
Wow. Oh, man.
It's like a divide and conquer. I do think that the father has been kind of destroyed. My anecdotes are maybe a little one-sided, but yeah, it does seem like the family. I mean, immigrant families, some other like groups seem to like hold together. They're more extended family groups, but in general, like fathers' rights with kids are a big part of it. Women are seeking divorces so easily, and then they get rights to the kids in a way that doesn't seem like the fathers are getting.
Tennessee changed their divorce rules that rather than having the assumption of custody be female to the mother first, they just made it 50-50 assumption, and you had to rebut that presumption in court. And immediately divorce rates dropped.
Wait, can I get something other than a snicker to my question? How does what you just described, how does that benefit the state? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just trying to clarify that. Like, obviously something nefarious is about. I'm just trying to figure out how that benefits the state. Like, it seems to me like it counterintuitive, because the less people you have in a country, the smaller your tax base you have. How does that benefit the state?
It's not about tax base per se.
Yeah, I didn't say it was. I'm just saying that would be an argument against it. What's your argument for the state to be doing that to benefit it, is my question.
Lesser tax base isn't an argument against it.
Okay, so what was the reasoning behind the statement you just made? You just said all this stuff about the family being destroyed and men being destroyed for the benefit of the state. Okay.
Well, yeah, like
How
for example,
state?
I'll give you a definitive example. So, for example, this is in Britain, but this is a good example. In Britain, they wanted to teach certain things to kids in a certain community, and the men of that community called the school board and said, "You are not teaching this to our children, period." And guess what? They backed down. And the reason they backed down is because they knew that these men had a reputation, right, of taking action on behalf of their families and not waiting for the state to intervene. So, in other words, the father is acting on his own, not begging the state for permission. So that right there is just one example.
Yeah, I don't quite get how you're talking about some kind of a benefit to the state. I'm just trying to remember right now.
I'll give you another example.
It seems
The
like
assumption that tender years doctrine was shifted to 13, right? And so how that benefits the state is they get money for children that don't have fathers. They get money. There's a benefit, monetary, directly. I could give you 500 more examples.
you got to think of it's not so much the state is, the state could be a lot of things, right? You could say, oh, it's for us, by us, for our benefit. But if the state is corrupt and, then whatever the interests of that corrupt controlling group are, then it might benefit them more so than just considering it as the state. So you have to think of like what are the nefarious, interests of those that control the state.
Well, some of them are as simple as being in power during their lifetime. To no more bigger than that. And they don't care. They don't care if the country burns at the end of their career, as long as they satisfy. There's this creation of this underclass which serves the people who are at the pinnacle of the system. They get all kind of benefits extracted. They get to enjoy a great life while people who are suffering under the they impose. They have to suffer through it. They don't care.
Yeah, like I can see how you're describing problems, but I don't see the logical connection between the state benefiting from it.
Dude, I already gave you two concrete examples.
Yeah, they didn't. Neither of them logically followed to me. Neither of them made
Well, yeah,
sense to
to
me.
you. Yeah, I agree they don't make sense to you. That's fine.
Well, keep going. Maybe one of them will. Said you have 500 of them or something.
Dude, I honestly can't be. If you couldn't put those two together, okay, the example of the fathers telling the school they're not going to teach their kids something is an example of parental control versus state control. And a lot of what they've done in the system is to take away parental control in favor of state control, so that the state has the rights to teach your kids what they want to, and you don't have a say in it. Even to force you that your kids have to go to school, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, you didn't emphasize that part when you said it before. I
Well,
can
that's
see
the
how that.
contrapositive. Yeah, they're isolated. They're isolating power and control into a group that's not the family tribal structure. And all of those decisions benefit the state in that balance of power. Even things as simple as change legal language, like, so for example, in Massachusetts, I think it was the first state to change birth certificates from having the words mother and father written on them to having the words parent one and parent two written on them. A lot of people, they thought it had to do with, let's just say LGBT rights or whatever, because you could be a parent but not a mother, whatever. But the actual real legal implications are that a parent, in the sense of the law, is a legally constructed fictional entity that represents an individual, not the natural rights of the individual itself. So they usurp the natural rights of the mother when the father and the mother engage with the state. So that balance of power shifts to the state. And part of the reason why they needed this done to the birth certificates is because there were so many illegitimate children, which means they were born to parents who weren't married and weren't intending to raise the child together because of the system that forced them into this idea. And, to be fair, it's not necessarily brute force, but they were kind of pigeonholed into this idea that, oh, we're going to have kids, but we're not going to raise them together because that's just the way our society is now. And so they had to create this whole legal system to maintain power you create. And to be fair, it's all paper tigers. It's just language on paper that they use to trick you into giving up your rights. And part of that is because parents don't teach their children, hey, your kids belong to you. They're your states. The state doesn't get to tell you what to do with your children. The state doesn't get to tell you that you have to raise your children in a certain religion or a certain way of thinking about the world. And yes, that
Preach.
transition of the parental tribal control of progeny has shifted in the public, let's just call it the public zeitgeist, for lack of a better term, to thinking that the state has some like natural authority over kids that parents don't. And the only reason that's allowed to happen is because men have been demasculated.
Or another way of saying that is politics is downstream from culture, and that's the way the culture is going. I think would be a more accurate
I
way
mean,
to say
that's a great way. But the problem is that the powers that be have been doing this on purpose. It didn't just naturally evolve in the culture. They've been manipulating the culture on the front end to get the downstream result on the back end.
it. Only
Yeah,
because
it's
most
an
of it's
ins.
better.
I
For
was just going to
example,
say it.
women's suffrage was a CIA operation, and all other kinds of nefarious intents. It never was a grassroots women-led organization. Women were forced to get into all that. In fact, they gave women a vote to vote on whether they wanted the right to vote, and it was overwhelmingly they said no.
Wait, what year was
But
that? That doesn't even
then
make
they did it
sense.
to them anyway. It does make sense. It's called the anti-suffragettes. Women were given a vote. Do you want the right to vote in elections? And they said, no, we fucking don't.
What was that? The 1920s?
Hey, dude, I got a book for you. It's called Occult Feminism. You should read it. And maybe you could understand women. Finally get a grip.
I thought the joke was, who's crazy enough to give women the right to vote? Men, because I thought historically that's what happened in the 1920s. Men voted to give women the right to
What?
vote in the 1920s in America. Am I wrong about that?
No,
Not exactly.
to a degree, but it was basically by fiat, right? It was a contrary to what women said they wanted. It was a very small group of women who were basically all agents and had a bunch of subversives that they trained to try to trick women into accepting the right to vote. And when the women voted on whether they wanted the right to vote, they overwhelmingly said, no, we don't, because it's going to destroy our family. And so you know what the powers that be said? They said, well, fuck you, women.
So
Fuck your family,
vote.
bitch.
I
So
think more likely to destroy the country. It damn near has.
We should be taking away the women's right to vote. I think they'd be upset about it at this point.
No, dude, we should repeal universal suffrage. That's much saying repeal women being allowed to vote. It's a big difference, brother.
What does that entail? I don't even know what you're talking about. What does that would entail?
Here's what it
Repealing
entails.
universal
Here's what it entails, dude. Here's what it entails. Here's what it entails. Simply not dying until you reach the age of 18 doesn't mean you're qualified to vote. Take that assumption right off the table, and then put an assumption in that there must be some metric that you meet of qualified involvement in your community or country at large to where you earn the privilege to vote.
Oh, we could go the direction of Switzerland. In that country, over the last few years, you forfeit your right to vote if you're on the public dole, and if you pay back the money you took from the government, from the taxpayers, in the form of
I would
welfare, if
agree
you
with
pay all
that.
that money back, then you get your right to vote back. How about that?
Well, no, see, I agree with that. I agree with that, except for the assumption that possess a right to. You don't. Their universal assumption that you have a right to vote should be thrown in the garbage where it belongs. If you haven't ever done anything for your community, if you haven't ever done anything for your nation, demonstrated, why should you get to vote when other people who have done are being their vote being counteracted by your freeloader vote? Doesn't make any sense.
You're right, but what
What about
metric do you do that by?
or like some sort of diploma, like if you graduate from with an education or you get an equivalency? But I do think that
Not good enough.
that point of
No,
like,
that's a bad idea. That's a really bad idea.
You got to have skin in the game, brother. You got to have demonstrated skin in the game.
I like the idea of taking the voting away from people that are on the dole, because it seems like what's going to happen there is that people are just going to keep voting themselves
Yeah,
more social services and more social services, and I feel like civilizations have collapsed from that.
I got a good
Where
quote about that, dude, and it was from Ben Franklin. This is what he said. He said, "When people realize that they can vote themselves money, public coffer, this democracy is over."
that's my point exactly.
I don't think that's a real
That would be a huge. Maybe it's not. Like all quotes, they're only as good as the quote, not the person who said it.
He got a lot of them,
He
and
just,
that was
he
definitely
just
one
never
of them.
used the word democracy to refer to America. So
Yeah, he referred to it as a republic. That's the one part he got wrong. He said
Yeah, he might have
republic.
used that word. That's true. That's true.
He
But the
also
point
said that
stands that
Bitcoin
if
was
people can vote themselves money, they're just going to keep voting themselves money.
Right, exactly. Which we have seen. We've seen evidence of that.
That's what happens in Australia. Exactly
right.
the situation we're in. Half the population's on government payments. They're in government houses. They get free medical, free everything. And I'm getting fucking taxed out the asshole for them pricks.
It does seem like we can afford more services as our society gets to be like more advanced, but there needs to be like you should never have a situation where working, like the option to get a job means that you get less money. Like there were so many
No,
people
but
during COVID.
services should only be directed to helping you produce, not to be giving you money absence production. That is the problem. You cannot pay people to not work. That doesn't work.
I think that with automation though, you have to start to consider like the robots are going to do all the jobs. Like automation, there used to be
Yeah.
like it used to be like 60% of people in agriculture. Now it's 2%.
Dylan.
The same thing is
Well,
going to
great,
happen with
dude.
other
Great. So
industries.
then we can listen, Dylan, we could free up everybody to be on the streets picking up all the litter so that I can walk down a clean street. Problem solved.
In
Yes,
2800
government
Yeah.
jobs.
BC,
It should
100%
be.
of the population was employed in hunter-gathering, and about less than 1% was employed in managerial positions. We go forward to 600 BC, about 83% of the population is employed in agriculture. We have experienced massive shifts in employment many, many times, and everyone was fine. Automation is not going to be a new thing. Don't be a Luddite. We've done it before many times.
Yeah, guess
Yeah, I
what?
think
You guys are
I'm
gonna
not
have to
saying
learn.
that I'm a
Hey,
Luddite.
guess
I
what?
do.
You guys are gonna have to learn how to work an electronic device in order to work with robots. It'll be so difficult you might have to press a button.
Well, that's literally what
Yeah,
being
dude, and
Luddite is, Dylan.
I know. To be fair, though, the new systems are going to have buttons in the form of shapes. So they're going to triangle, square, circle. And since
Well,
most Globers don't know how to press the triangle button, I guess we're all
not
doomed.
fair to do that to people.
We don't want to all have to work. Like in a.
I like working.
Well,
Dude, hey, Dylan, let me help you out, Dylan. I'm going to tell you this, and I know this is hard to imagine, but if humanity had robots do everything and they no longer had to work, we would implode very quickly.
it seems like there's already been a class of people that
Work
don't
and
work.
struggle,
Like,
dude. Work and struggle and all that kind of stuff. It's part of being a system, dude.
I'm just saying, wealthy people don't seem upset about being wealthy. Like, if you don't have to work, like
Wealthy
those
people
people
work,
can.
Dylan.
Dude, wealthy people.
Everyone who's wealthy works. The only people who are wealthy and not working are rapidly becoming not wealthy.
Hey, generic. Let me tell you this and see if you agree with me, because I've heard many times from the testimony of rich people that they work 18 hours a day. They're always doing something, even though it may not be physical labor. They're planning. They're always checking their accounts. They're always making sure they're managing. It's like they don't just get to sit down and do nothing all day.
I don't know about
Yeah, the company I work for, at the moment, the boss is worth in the vicinity of maybe 80 million, yeah, and he starts work at 3 a.m. every morning. I start getting emails at 3 a.m. off him.
I don't think that's the type of people that I'm talking about.
I start at 5
That's
a.m.
the
every
people that
day,
have
and
all the
I'm
money.
allowed to start at 9 a.m., but I go in at 5 a.m. That's how much I like doing my job.
Bad dude.
If you're talking about
Dylan,
like
you gotta read
random
that
boomer
Mouse
who has
Utopia
like
experiment, brother.
$200,000 and they are like 95 years old, yes, the extremely elderly do not work. That is true, and the extremely elderly tend to have more money than the extremely young. But the people that are extremely elderly do not have all the money. They in fact have less money than your extremely wealthy people. Their fortunes perpetually decrease because they are no longer growing them; they are shrinking them because they are sitting around, getting hospital care and whatnot.
The question does arise though, like even though obviously not 90% of the jobs are done by robots now, but say 20 years from now, 70%,
90% of the jobs are done by
80%.
robots.
Like let's just go off. Let's just pretend for a second, like we're 20 years in the future, and let's say 75% of all the jobs are automated. The thing I'm wondering is if a man needs to get a job, decent paying job, to impress a woman and get her to give a damn about him or whatever, be with him. And I'm wondering, what would the world look like if that job doesn't exist? Like the men of the next generation,
Utopia.
are they going to be at Shit Creek or what?
The
No,
price
it
of
would look
labor
like
is
Mouse
going
Utopia,
down.
dude. It would
We've
look
done
like
this
Mouse
many
Utopia.
times. So again, like I said, back before the invention of agriculture, everyone was employed in hunter-gathering. We have developed tools that have massively put everyone out of work immediately. Whenever we
Told you
developed
that
metalworking,
hunter-gatherer crap.
whenever we developed metalworking and developed the iron hoe, we made it much easier because whenever
Yeah,
you're trying
brother.
to farm with wooden tools, it took a very long time. We decreased the number of people working in the agricultural field by doing that. We have survived massive shifts in unemployment. Basically, nobody works in any field that people working with historically.
Right,
Chamber pot
generic.
engineers were all put out of work and they found new jobs. It's not.
Right, generic. And now we're in an era where rather than the iron hoe, we're on the precipice of the cybertronic hoe, which is going to replace the relationships with women altogether. It's going to be crazy.
Oh yes. I don't know whenever men stop fucking women what will occur, but
Any of you guys
we don't
interested in me building you a female? I can probably do that now.
I don't know if I'd
What's
trust yours.
$10,000?
I think that the younger groups are gonna be a lot more. They're gonna have robot girlfriends, robot wives. I think the older groups are gonna be more against it just because of the way they've been raised. But
Then we have to put them in insane asylums.
it
Don't
seems
worry,
like
people
Dude,
who have
have-
robot wives and don't reproduce aren't a problem for society because they die.
this is these are serious issues. I think we want to have a society where we don't have to work as much, but there
Why
could be
are
other
you
ways.
trying to just sit around and do nothing all day, Dylan? What's out there that you got to sit around and do nothing all day?
No, we could do art and go exploring and stuff.
Yeah, I don't
right?
want to go. I don't want to go throwing rocks at people. I don't want to climb mountains. I don't want to paint anything. That's for sure.
Hey, Triangle.
You could play
Notice how he didn't
sports.
say. Notice how he didn't say, progenate and raise my kids with my lovely wife.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Dylan
want to
might
have
be like
a
a
happy
communist because that's like the
family and
commie
be able
answer.
to travel. If you could live some sort of retire early.
But
Even
you can
if they
only
just
do that for so long,
work.
Dylan. You can only
It
do that
almost
so long,
sounds
dude.
like
I had 3 years off, from work. I didn't have to work. I don't have to work now, and I'm choosing to, because the less you work, the less productive you are. The less productive you are overall. eventually you just don't want to leave your fucking house because you can't be bothered doing anything, yeah? It just gets worse and worse.
It's a downward
I don't know.
spiral, brother.
Like when I was in college, like I used to do a lot of different extracurricular stuff, like go surfing and play soccer and do clubs and stuff. Like it seems like there's things that people could do, you know, that are enjoyable and still stimulating for the intellect and
But
yeah.
they get old. Yeah, whatever you do every day, it just gets old, yeah? I spent 6 years snowboarding, season to season, and now I couldn't be bothered strapping a snowboard on. Yeah? Like, too much of a good thing is still too much of a good thing.
Work gets old too, man. I don't know. Sitting on a screen all the time like I am, like it does not
What?
seem
Hey, dude, do
like
something with your hands, bro. Go build a house.
Well, don't worry, Dylan. You know what computers are really good at? Working with computers. In fact, that's like one of the only things they can do right now. So you should be really happy about the robots.
I'm happy that the
Look,
I
I
think
personally
that
think the retirement age in Australia is like way 65 is pushing it, bro. Like when you're 65, there's no way you can like maintain a factory job. You know, because we have like
Why?
superannuation and stuff like that.
I
Well, the
see people
retirement
working
age,
till like 75 years old, working
that's
in
crazy work, bro.
factories and
Obviously you work in an
smiling
office.
about it. Oh, I see them smiling because they're like, I'm just making bank, la-di-da-di.
What?
People tend to not like sitting around doing nothing.
Look,
That's not really.
what?
Yeah, that's right, brother.
I was just
I know,
saying,
rich
like,
man.
like
Go ahead.
there's a time to stop working, right? Like there's a time where it's like, all right, I've had enough of this. Time to put it down. You'll be bored as fuck,
No.
but you got to find whatever.
So most people that I know that retired, they retire. They go, thank fuck, I've finished work, I've retired. They sit down, they put their feet up, they read the newspaper, and they fucking drop dead, yeah, because they have no goals, they have no ambitions, they're not exercising. It's not, you're not feeding your brain, yeah, and they go downhill after work. I mean, I don't think you have to work 1 million hours a week like you do when you're young, but you should always have something there to keep you active, keep your mind going, keep you busy. Otherwise, you just deteriorate, from my experience.
Would you
Atrophy.
say so? What do you mind me asking? Like, what do you do for a living? Like, is it office or is it like are you heavy lifting? Or like, what are you doing?
Oh, I've done many things. I've owned a number of my own businesses where it's a combination of, out on the ground doing physical work and office work. And
Yeah.
right now it's about the same. I'm a facilities manager, look after about 30 different businesses and commercial real estate. I've spent the whole morning running around this morning, and now I'm going back to the office to do some office work.
Okay. Well, I was just curious because, like, you say all this stuff, like you need to have a job, or if you don't have a job, you'll die, right? Like that's what you're saying, right? Like you're saying, like I disagree.
I'm saying that when people retire, like, and I know a few old blokes that have retired that were very healthy, very good at work, decided they've retired, they're going to relax, and they go quickly, yeah. We're built to work, yeah. We go back in the day, you'd be fucking still hunting and gathering for your food every day, or you'd die. You got to do something.
Yeah, 100%, AJ. I'm in construction and I see it all the time. People retire and a year later they're fucking carking it of a heart attack. You got to keep moving. If you've been doing a trade your whole life, got to keep moving or you're done.
So I started 4 bathrooms. That should keep me going for a while.
Excellent
I
punt.
don't know this work ethic, bro. I don't know about this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we know the modern generation doesn't understand work ethic.
I like doing my own remodeling too, Dylan. I don't even want to pay people to do that shit. Not because I can't afford it, because I don't want them fucking it up.
Heard, brother.
That's why I can
We
barely
might end up like
hire people
Japan, bro.
nowadays.
I think people can find ways to still be productive and still have enriching lives without having to work as much. Most of the jobs, like this whole economy is retarded. It's like there's all this bullshit that we don't even need. It just seems ridiculous.
Like
Like,
what, Dylan? 5 kinds of deodorant?
yes, you get the point.
How
Well,
about
hold on, Dylan.
24-hour childcare?
Do you actually think that we shouldn't have multiple kinds of deodorant? Do you actually want the world to stink?
It's
No, we
not
should only
just
have one kind that works. One kind.
No, not one kind that works. Plenty of kinds, so you can choose the one with the least bullshit in it.
Wow, it's competition in a market for deodorant. Oh my god, I don't know, man. That's so inefficient, though. Dylan's one people's deodorant will be so much better.
Yeah, but generic. Listen, I heard a study. I heard this biological study about men and women and their deodorant, not deodorant, odor. And they said that biologically your odor is a demarcation of if somebody else stinks to you, then you shouldn't mate with them. So the better their natural odor smells to you, the more appropriate you are to mate with each other to your, what is it, like internal system, whatever it was, I can't remember. So basically, if you're masking your natural odor, you might actually marry someone who you shouldn't be marrying because normally they should stink to you and she'd be like, hell no.
Dylan, listen, man. There may
Retweet.
be something to that, but people
We got a
have
guy
been
live
using
streaming so he can
deodorants
keep
for
our
literally
room
thousands
down
of
to
years.
24 people. That's why he's in here with his camera on.
Bro, calm down, bro. It's not everything's like a personal attack on you guys, bro. Whatever the fuck that meant. You know what I mean?
Wait, who?
I think sometime before the wedding ceremony, you would smell them the way they really smell, don't you think?
My goodness.
Oh, hey,
That should be
Dandelion.
mandatory. Like
There
that should
are
be
people that
mandatory
I
right
interact.
after the biological test of whether it's actually the opposite sex or not.
If you live together,
People you interact
Camping,
with
yeah.
you are
All
not
you have to
attempting to mate
do,
with.
just go backpacking. You know, week-long trip. Yeah.
or
Yeah,
live
Even
together
3
for 3
days,
months.
Dandelion. Even 3 days will work.
Yeah, long weekend backpacking trip. I think that would be good. Yeah.
I never wear deodorant. I don't even own deodorant.
But the cavemen.
You stink, and I don't like you.
I juice. I am fruitarian basically, so I don't stink.
You do stink.
Cave
I
women.
mean, I
like
have my own stink, but it's not like appalling and smell like onions.
No, it probably does.
All right. Well, this sounded good.
Do cave women like the stench? I'm not sure. It sounds like it's subjective.
What the heck, dude?
It's not subjective. Basically, everyone does not like, body odor.
All days. The guys probably didn't smell very good back then, right?
They did not.
But it was attractive nonetheless because we probably wouldn't be here today.
Well, not so. Deer don't really have this
My
whole
goodness.
consensual sex thing. They chase down the doe, and rape is the norm.
Oh my
throughout
goodness,
the
dude.
animal kingdom.
Yeah, they smell the urine, right?
Well,
Listen, if you guys wanna go to switch our channel from Flat Earth to religion talk.
I wish the Earth were flat. I really do. I'm waiting for you guys to show that. I'm pulling for you.
Francis is.
Did you guys hear that NASA just successfully completed that X-59 flight, the supersonic or quiet supersonic plane? I'm sure you guys saw that though.
I didn't. What is that? What is it about?
Well, for a long time they've been trying to make planes that don't disturb human beings on the ground when it breaks the sound barrier, because the sonic boom is it's annoying to human beings. So
It's quite loud.
yeah, so they just completed a flight the other day, I think on June 5th.
Earth is a globe. I knew it.
No, not therefore the Earth is a globe, but it was high enough to see the shape of the Earth.
I was just saying because NASA did something, therefore Earth is a globe. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Do you think a plane flying in aerodynamic space can see the curve of the Earth or the shape of the Earth? Are you
If it's
kidding me,
high
dude?
enough, if it's high enough, yeah.
No, it wasn't, dude. Not even close.
Okay, you must have been up there, I
Oh,
guess.
do you
Hey, listen,
have
just
a
because some
uniform?
moron thought they saw a curve doesn't mean they saw the Earth's shape.
You think these people are morons who make these planes at Lockheed Martin?
It's called
Okay,
a
so
plane.
making a plane that can fly high in aerodynamic space is not the same thing as seeing the shape of the Earth. Two different things, brother.
That's NASA you said. I thought you said Lockheed Martin. Who was it?
Well, NASA contracted Lockheed Martin to make the plane, so.
Oh, so it
Can we
wasn't
just
NASA.
NASA
They
question
never.
what
contracted
does
to
the
make
word
the
never does
plane
any.
mean?
That's like me contracting Lockheed Martin to make the plane. I made the plane, right?
You paid for the plane.
NASA pilots flew the experimental plane, but they contracted Lockheed Martin to build the plane. I don't you
I don't think
understand?
NASA has pilots.
They cut the check, thus they built it.
Yeah, they did cut the check, and they had their own people fly the plane, but Martin built the plane.
Can
Okay,
I
so
go fly
we
the
got
plane?
do we got some evidence to talk about, or we just got claims?
Yeah, can I go fly the plane? That's what I wanted to talk about.
Can you fly any planes?
Yes. Now, can I go fly that plane?
See, hold on. You actually have a pilot's license?
What does having a pilot's license have to do with can I fly a plane,
Don't
dude?
worry, it's fine. I don't need to have
You
flown a
act
plane
like
before. I'm
you
gonna
act
get
like
this experimental
you act
plane
like
and
people
be
can't
alright.
drive a
License,
car.
dude.
You act like people can't drive a car without a driver's license.
Yeah. Yeah. I do act like that. That is true. You got me.
Most people who think they have driver's license don't. They have passenger's licenses.
So I guess the takeaway is that we're going to be seeing supersonic flights more often now.
No,
Probably
they
not.
made
It's
it so
very
you can't
expensive.
see them or hear them. They're invisible now. It's a magic plane.
Well, it's
No,
We
that
are
Well,
they
turning
have
into
it really
UFOs
high up.
now.
They have it really high up, and it's an extremely
Replace
long
planes with
plane.
UFOs.
So the sound from breaking the sound barrier goes up the top of the plane, so it's not nearly as loud on the ground.
yeah, the whole idea is to eventually commercial airlines will be able to travel at this speed without disturbing the public. That's the goal. I don't know how many years away that is, but they're
Yeah,
making
cool
progress.
story. So when does that prove that they saw or didn't see the?
Wow, I didn't say anything about
That's
that.
intriguing to me too. I'm so curious about where this is going to prove the globe.
Oh, well, the globe's already been proven. Nobody's
Okay,
proven
yeah.
the Earth
So
is
by
flat.
who did that?
I did last week.
Satellite images, but we already knew that.
So you have to have a globe first before you can create something to say I want to go around a ball.
Like
Yeah,
I
we
said
invented the
earlier,
wheel
pictures.
first. That is true.
I want you guys
Guys.
to win because I haven't seen anyone show that the Earth is flat. I haven't seen that yet, so I want you guys to win.
Brother, you've been in this chat so long.
I'm not in the chat.
Have you never
Dude,
looked at a
Raiden, you
single
used
laser
to,
test?
dude, you used to spiral out so bad you would get banned.
He's waiting for one of us to get a Nobel Prize. It won't be true for Raiden until one of us receive a Nobel Prize.
I
always say, that it'll make
How
you
do you
feel
guys
better.
think
Like
crow's nests work?
just establish 3 points of equal elevation in reality, and then you'll feel better, knowing that you did that in reality.
I want you guys to win. I'm a proponent. I'm not an opponent. I want you guys' idea to succeed. I want that
Now,
to
what's
be
the idea? What's the idea? Is the idea that we can establish points of equal elevation, or is it some other idea?
No. Well, that's pretty
Like,
big.
Okay. Flat Earth
I,
cheerleader.
I want it to be shown that the Earth is flat. If you guys could show that, I would get behind it.
Yeah, what is that? Flat. What is that? How do you like? If I were to establish 3 points coplanar equal elevation, would that be flat? Would that be proof?
I don't know what scale you're talking about.
Infinite, because they're in a plane.
Well, you don't know what infinity is, so that's a malformed.
No, it's not malformed. What do you mean? What's malformed? You ask at what scale is a plane? It's infinite.
Yeah, well, you can't show me infinity, so that's why I said it's malformed.
That's the definition.
What's the definition of infinity?
What's the definition of a plane, of like a line?
I got this, dude. Not finite.
Oh, okay.
All right, so you
that
think
helps.
that points? You think that points of equal elevation are scalar? What is that? Do you think that's coherent?
I think it's as coherent as someone saying that the Earth is measured flat. I think that's.
I don't know who said. I don't know who said
that.
that, but I'm asking you. Can you establish 3 points of equal elevation in reality? Establishing a plane in reality.
I don't know what that means. You have to be more specific. That's in other words what I'm saying to you.
Which I don't know. You got to be more specific on what you don't understand.
My table. There you go. It's a 3 point. My table's flat. It's got 3 points of equal elevation.
Yeah, your table. Your table. Well, that would just be 2 dimensional. You'd have to get outside of it to prove
No,
that.
it's 3 dimensional. I checked it out. See.
Yeah, well, you're saying the surface
of your table.
I can take
a picture if you want.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
that would be.
If the Earth was the size of a table, then you might have a point, but it's probably a little bigger than that. So.
What is?
The Earth. Unless you think the Earth is the size of a table.
I don't know. You guys brought up the table. You guys think the Earth is a table? What's going on?
Well, no, you were saying, can I find 3 points of equal elevation? So I referenced the 3 points of equal.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know that they're equal?
I observed it.
How do you know that what you observed is equal?
I just did.
Okay, so there you go. That's how you know you're on a globe, because your eyes just did it. How about you, reality boy?
Well, that's how I knew my table was flat, not the other thing.
That's you rated. This guy's just like
that's like a different, bigger thing. I can't see the whole Earth, so I wouldn't be able to establish that.
I don't know what you're fucking talking about, dude. You sound like a schizo.
Well, you asked for 3 points of equal elevation, so I gave them to you.
Yeah, and you said I could tell because my eyes can tell me, and my eyes tell me they're equal because my eyes tell me. You sound like a nut job.
Yeah, well, because I just see them. They're right in
Yeah,
front of me.
you just see them. What are they?
On my table. I can see my entire table right now.
Are they with you right now? What are they saying to you?
My table's right here.
What's their favorite color? What's their favorite color?
My table doesn't have a favorite color. It's an inanimate object.
All right. You sound like a nut job.
No,
how did sailors actually triangulate and navigate the seas on a globe, especially with the stars constantly being cyclical?
Well, how did this? Yeah, good.
In relevation.
How did the sailors navigate the seas and as a flat Earth, especially with the cyclical nature of the sky? I'm just saying the same thing. Like, what do you think you have meaning to what you're saying? There's some kind of conclusion there. What's the conclusion?
They looked up and they found the really notable ones, like the Big Dipper, and they found those in relation to the other ones, and were able to.
Yeah, right. So the corner of your table in relation to the other corner of your table, and the guys who navigated the Earth is flat, they looked up at the sky and saw the stars in relation to other stars. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
My table doesn't move. So if my table never moved and I were trying to navigate my room, I would be able to do so via my table.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Are you saying the Earth moves and you can't navigate?
Yes, but I can't.
Well, there you go. That's how you know it's a globe, because
they aren't moving very much relevant to how much I'm measuring.
I don't know, relative, dude. You're schizo. Why don't you just
like if I shook my table a tiny amount, then I could still navigate by it pretty effectively.
Then it would be a ball. Then it would be a ball.
No, my table's still flat, but I can shake it and it still retains its shape. And I would still be able to navigate.
Eventually, it has to turn into a ball if you keep shaking it, right? Because of gravity.
Yeah.
No. I suppose if I shook it violently enough, it would turn into a clump. But
do you guys do you globe zealots? You three, I would guess, beer, generic, and reality guy. Do you guys not agree that on a globe with gravity, as we're told, orientation over distance can never be the same? Do you guys not agree? Do you guys not agree with the globe?
Now my compass works pretty well.
I don't know what that fucking means, weirdo. But do
I
you
have a
agree,
compass.
right?
It's this tool that points towards magnetic north. It's really useful for navigation.
Awesome. Do you agree that on the globe with gravity, as we're told, that that equal sameness in regards to orientation is not possible,
Nah,
or not? You don't agree to that.
I'm able to orient myself all the time. I think you are too.
Okay, so then you disagree with the globe. You think the Earth is flat?
Nah.
No. Okay, so do you agree that on a globe, right, verticals would diverge, vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, so over distance, vertical and horizontal orientation, over
My
distance,
table's flat. Again, I
orientation would
told
be
you this.
impossible to maintain orientation over distance on a globe.
No, it
Do you
is.
agree or disagree?
Well, I mean, if I was going like across the globe, yeah, I would end up in the same place. But my table's not that big, so I'm.
I don't know what that means, Schizo. All right, but do you
Yeah, so
agree or
if I
disagree with
kept going in a
orientation?
completely straight line for long enough, I would end up back where I started. But it's still possible to do it. I'm just moving along the surface of it.
All right, so you are saying that orientation changes over the distance, and you'll get back to the same point, and then at the same point, that orientation will go back to where you
I'm moving
started.
over the surface of the globe.
Right.
I'm able to maintain my orientation. I'm just going in a circle.
No, you're not. You're saying you're not. You're saying I'm
So
going in a curved path. I'm going in a circle. My orientation is
I
changing in
know my
relation.
orientation. I know I'm going in a circle, but my orientation changes in the sense that I end up, I'm not going in a flat plane.
You're not
don't
saying
expect me
anything,
to
though.
end up infinitely in one direction.
I don't know. All your non sequitur weirdo shit is just like going
It's not
in one
weirdo
ear and
shit.
out the
I'm
other.
explaining. So do you have a spear on hand?
Yeah, I got one. All right, go ahead. Do it again.
Make your
Let
fist,
everybody
right?
listen to it.
Make your fist with your left hand, and take your right hand and
Consider it
draw it along your knuckles, right? And then go in a circle around the top of them, right? And you'll end up back in the same position.
Yeah, and
You're
that
able
means
to maintain that orientation even though you're not going in a straight line.
I don't think you know what words mean, kid. I don't think you know what I don't think you know what words mean at this point.
Or straight lines. No tanks. He doesn't know what a straight line is either.
Well, I told you, you're not going in a straight line when you're going in a circle around your finger, but you're able to maintain your orientation.
Like, check this out, generic. Watch. Grab a toy, throw it up in the air, flip it around. Orientation remain the same. Therefore, you're on a globe. That's what you're saying. You're losing your mind.
I'm explaining to you how, like, so what do you think orientation means? Because whenever
I don't
think of
think it's your left hand making a
awareness
fist
of
and
your
then you.
environment and the direction you're going.
Okay. Then go ahead.
If I remain oriented north, I am still oriented north. That would be an example of me.
Can you just prove that water sticks to a ball and prove gravity?
He did it. He did it. Yeah, he doesn't know what words mean. What about the other guys who do? It seems like maybe Reality Man and maybe Bearded Dora. They know what words mean. Do you guys know what they mean?
You're saying I don't know what it means. So tell me what definition of orientation you're using.
Listen, what I know it doesn't. Like verticals and orientation. Your fist, your left hand in a fist, and your other hand drawing a circle around your fist is not orientation. That's just words you're making up about fists.
Okay, yeah. So that going in a circle on the surface of something is not an orientation. So what is orientation?
That's right. That's not it. That's not it.
What's orientation then in your definition? And then
not that. Don't worry about it. It's not that. It's not for you.
But you could help us all. You could tell us what orientation is.
I can give you an example. I can give you an example.
Well, can you define it? That would be probably easier. Because I heard you using it in a sentence earlier.
I can't do it for you. But maybe
you don't have a definition.
Dora or
maybe you shouldn't use words you can't define. That would make it a lot easier.
It's off the table. It's off the table. It's off the table. It's gone. It's like I'm going to take it.
You shouldn't use words that you can't define. That's not a good way to use words at all. If you don't know what the words mean, you shouldn't use them in a conversation because someone will ask you, "What do you mean?" and you won't know.
Gotcha. So orientation. Like,
how am I supposed to know what you mean if you don't know what you mean?
You're not going to know. I guess you're never going to know.
Oh my God! Can you move forward, please? Move forward.
Well, I can't move forward because he doesn't know what he means, and he's like, "Dude, you don't know what I mean. How are you not understanding this?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "I don't know what I mean. I can't define it." It's very difficult.
You're projecting.
How would you use a compass?
You're the one that said you can't define it. I try to use words I can define. That's my rule.
I can't. I don't think I can have a conversation with you, dude. You got your fist.
Well, yeah, because you don't know what you're saying. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't think you can do it. I don't think you're the one, kid. I just don't think you're the one.
No one can have a conversation with you because you can't define the words you're using. Maybe Dora or Reality Man can do it.
can you guys step up, or are you going to let this guy just embarrass himself further?
Thanks. You're frustrating me because you're using words that you can't define.
Yeah,
If
don't worry
you
about
can't
that. Just
define
out
your
the
words,
window.
how am I supposed to define them? I gave you a definition of orientation. You were like, no, it's wrong. But what's right? I don't know.
It's not a fist.
How do you know it's wrong?
Not a left fist. That's just not it.
How do you know it's wrong?
I'm going to appeal to the consensus. If you can get reality,
So 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Or,
now I know the answer to that question, but how would you, if you didn't know that it equaled 4, how would you be able to determine that it wasn't 3?
I'm not worried about it at the moment. What I'm worried about is
you
if we
should
can
be
get
worried about it. This is a fundamental problem in your language.
Raiden, I'm not going to keep on. I'm not going to keep on halting for you to keep speaking through me. But if we can get like Dora or Raiden, like a consensus here on the fist, circle thing, then maybe we can move forward. But you, I think, are just a schizo. But we need some kind of like a group effort here.
How many people will come to you and be able to read your mind and know a thing that you don't know
maybe
yourself?
I don't know. Maybe anybody but you, Dylan. Like, dude, I can't deal with a guy who thinks a fist in a circle and drawing, like using his right hand. I
explained to you the definition of orientation. You were like, "Nah, man, didn't. That's not what orientation means," and you couldn't tell me what orientation means.
Let's like back up a little bit. Let's back up again. What are we talking about here? What do you
doesn't know.
What is your point? Instead of going in that direction, like.
He's saying my table's not flat. I can't navigate on a plane. I can't navigate on a sphere. I can't orient myself at all. But he doesn't know what orienting means.
I'm gonna let that song finish up. All right, Dylan, are you up? Are you gonna knock out generic here? You're gonna push him up? You're up.
I can talk for a little bit.
All right, so like can you imagine that your table has an orientation in relation to something else?
What does that word you're using mean? Orientation.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry, dude. I can't.
But you don't know what orientation means. How are you using that word? What do you mean by orientation?
I'm gonna let Dylan know why you just shut the fuck up.
What is orientation?
I think I know.
Dylan, give it a definition of orientation because he doesn't have one when he's using this word.
To me, orientation has to do with like the angles and positions. You might call it attitude if you're talking about a plane. Like you have 6 degrees of freedom, for example. Things can move up and down, side to side, and have different relative angles to some reference. So my table may be upright, and so it's oriented in a vertical way, and maybe one edge of it is pointed towards north, right? And so I could sort of define its orientation based on certain references.
That's pretty good, yeah. So a reference frame could give you like a relative orientation of an object. So like a line is straight. You agree with like premise 1? A line is straight, no curve to a line. A line can occupy a space, like coplanar space. It can lie on the surface of a table, for instance, and that table can be in a specific orientation, which would be in relation to other things. Do you agree with these constituent parts, Dylan? Not this user guy.
You're just trolling me, dude. I literally used the word north. You're fucking with me.
I never use north. Dylan wanted to use it.
I did. Okay. You said that's not what it. We said the same thing, and you said I was wrong and he was right. You're fucking with me.
I never said he was right.
Okay, hold on. So he's not right. That's not what orientation means.
I just never said he was right.
My goodness.
Globe model proposes a lot of stuff that they can't prove. One of them being Earth core. They say that we're on a wall and there's a core and they know the depth and the mantle and all that. How would you know?
Weird claim.
What device?
They use seismometers to study that stuff. Like if an earthquake goes off on one side of the planet, we can detect it on other sides of the planet and that kind of thing. And then there's like P waves and S waves. So like we know that the core is solid, but it's surrounded by essentially a liquid or some medium that doesn't propagate transverse waves.
How can you have a molten magnet? Since there's a North Pole and it's a molten, it's like nickel, and nickel has a certain temperature, it melts. So the temperature that they give you on the globe it says one thing, but the nickel that makes
Think
the
before
North
you
Pole.
speak. Thanks.
No, it makes sense. You know what I'm talking about.
As I understand it, it's not just like permanent magnet that creates the magnetosphere. That it's more of a dynamo, like a solenoid. You have this swirling charges that are inducing a magnetic field.
There's no
Yeah,
point in
whoever said
arguing with
that, that does
dumbasses.
sound correct according to what I know. Yeah, that sounds right.
That's why, for example, they say like Mars doesn't have a magnetic field because the core cooled, and so it doesn't have that dynamo effect.
You believe in space? It's fake, dude.
I do believe in space.
I'm just kidding. That's what flat earthers say. I'm not a flat earther. I have common sense and rational thinking abilities.
There's
Really?
all the rockets going
hear this
on a
rationale
curve.
that holds. I want to hear the rationale that makes air stick to a rock inside a vacuum chamber.
Can we prove that I saw the Atmos is spherical? That
It's a very weak
air.
vacuum. That's why it sticks, because of gravity.
Oh yeah, can you prove gravity?
Oh, so you just added gravity to it. Now you got to prove that too.
No.
I've heard
Everyone
these
knows gravity
arguments so
exists.
many
Everything falls
times,
to the
but
ground, stupid.
Yeah, and things rise too, stupid.
What rises?
Less dense things.
Like what?
So like helium. So like
Yeah, if you put
bubbles
a
in
bunch
water.
of
Apples rise.
helium in a balloon, it
Apples
rises, dude.
rise,
Congratulations.
dude. Apples rise in
No,
water.
they don't. Yeah,
Yes,
why?
they do.
Yeah, why?
Never
No, they
bob for
don't. They
apples.
float.
'Cause they're less
Floating is
dense
not
than
rising,
water.
retard.
well, density is not a
If
force
you
in of itself.
if you let go of the apple at the bottom of like a pool, it would float up. So stop
Yeah.
trying to act all
Yeah, float
smart
up.
ass. You're just
Float
sounding
up.
more dumb.
No,
Are you guys?
you sound like you need to eat some meat, dude, because your brain's not working from those veggies.
No, you're just you're a transhumanist. That's what you are. You're a tranny.
Sure, whatever you
New
say,
World
buddy.
Order,
If that makes you
snake
sleep at
diet
night.
eating transhumanist, and you're trying to come at me for my diet because I have it in my profile.
I'm a tranny? What are you talking about? You should be banned for
You
using
guys
a
are
slur,
both
dude. You're
Glovers,
disgusting.
right? Dora, you're bearded Dora. You're a Glover, right?
No, I'm flat Earth.
Prove it.
Yeah, you're. Who's the other guy talking?
I'm a Glober.
All right, Dylan. What's the number one reason why you believe the Earth is a globe?
The celestial sphere.
These guys don't even know what words mean, Ryan. He literally just heard us rebutting their proof as interpretation of the celestial sphere, and he's just saying a word.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
What is the celestial sphere, Dylan? Answer his question.
It's the sphere of the sky.
What is it?
It's just kind of a convention that we use to simplify celestial navigation as well as
These guys aren't even fucking trying, dude. These guys are so stupid.
the celestial sphere, as far as I
Guys, say
understand,
my
like, came
name.
up as a
Did somebody
thing,
say
like,
my name? Hello? Somebody mentioned triangles.
this whole thing of like define this, define that. It's like
Can you
Dylan, it was your
triangle?
he
everybody's
asked you
trying
what
to
your best
define
proof
that
was, and you said you said this thing, and I asked you, okay, what's this definition of this thing that is your best proof? And now you're fumbling. That's terrible.
I'm not fumbling. I know what the celestial sphere is.
Okay.
Do you agree that there is a celestial sphere?
The celestial sphere is an abstract I'm, you're going to have to think about what is concrete that you're deriving. What is concrete that you're deriving and abstracting to then lead us to this conclusion of this celestial sphere? You're going to have to reference what is concrete.
Well, we have a
Do you think?
spherical
Do you
coordinate
think the
system that
celestial?
we map out all of these stars in the visible sky onto a spherical coordinate system that appears to be rotating around us. In the globe model, we're the ones that are rotating, and that explains that. And then the star moves, the sun moves along the ecliptic, and the planets are also moving against this backdrop of stars that have essentially the same relative positions, so that you have basically a latitude and longitude on the celestial sphere. So there's two poles, just like on the globe. Those geographic north and south poles are the axes, or those
You're
points.
telling me that they're not. You're telling me
axes
that
of
they're not
rotation.
on the. Okay, continue. Yeah.
The north and south pole are on the axis of rotation of the celestial sphere.
Okay, so they're not on the globe. Is that true?
The celestial sphere is not on the globe, but there's a point on the Earth. There's 2 points on the Earth that we call the north and south poles that are directly below that point in the sky that seems to rotate the axis of that celestial sphere.
Okay, so they're not. So the sphere is in the sky. There's rotation in the sky, and you believe that translates to the ground, and that makes the Earth. What's happening in the sky is not happening. It's actually the Earth giving you the illusion that it's the sky moving.
Right, the
How,
Earth
is that
is
how? Yeah.
rotating. I mean, you understand. I'm not trying to bring. I have some strange theories that differ from the mainstream, but this is pretty much mainstream stuff. So
Right.
you
How's
should
that?
be
I
on
mean,
the same.
and what is it that is like the rule of inference that makes it that it's exclusive to a globe? This observation in the sky.
The easiest one to consider is the two celestial poles. I don't see how you can have well, there's the whole celestial navigation that's built on like the latitude and longitude positions that we have on the Earth, that we can determine from the position of the sky. If you have a
They're in the
clock
sky
and
again. They're in the
tools.
sky again, though. So you're doing a thing that's it does bother me a little bit, but I don't want to keep picking on
No,
it.
this whole idea that the
Saying that
sky is irrelevant to the ground, it seems to not. I don't agree with that position. Like when you say the sky has nothing to do with the ground, not that you said that specifically, but
I
it
didn't
seems
say
like that's
that. You're just saying that the sky is on the ground. You're literally saying the sky is on the ground.
I'm not saying the sky is on the ground. No. You
Okay,
understand celestial navigation uses the sky to find positions on the ground.
But you're saying the sky dictates the ground, though. You are saying that, and you do realize that, right?
I'm saying that, yeah, what we can observe in the sky, this celestial sphere, I don't know how to reconcile that with a flat Earth. It does not make sense to me that we can have two celestial poles. Like, not that you guys stick to a model, but it seems like if the Earth is flat, you're going to have some
I don't
sort of model that's
understand
similar to
how
a
gravity
lunar.
pulls air to a ground, but at the same time, it lets air go in all directions. Can you explain it?
It seems like we're jumping around here, but yeah, gravity does pull everything towards the Earth, and so you have
Except for gas, which goes in all directions, right?
it's still affected by gravity.
So it's going down, not going in all directions.
Gas is a compressible medium, so you have layers
What's that
of
got to do with the
pressure.
price of rice at Chipotle today?
Yeah, so you're being an absurdist. I can't even get anywhere because you're
No, dude,
jumping.
you're just saying something that for no reason.
Good Dylan. What if we had 3?
Dylan, do you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
The definition of gas pressure. I think you're going to tell me something about how it's in a container, but you have forces that affect the flow of fluids, right? Pressure
Yeah,
is just
yes.
like force equals mass
What
times.
affects fluids is its
You,
container. That's why
do you,
water flows through a pipe. It follows the inside of the container.
do you agree force equals mass times acceleration?
No.
You don't agree with force equals mass times acceleration? Well, then we don't have a basic understanding of physics. Then it's hard to get anywhere.
You have to define mass.
Yeah, you need to define mass first, and then maybe your little equation there would work.
You guys don't believe there's such a thing as mass?
Can you? No, that's not what we said. Isn't this weird? We asked you to define it, and you all of a sudden just jumped to the conclusion that we don't believe in it. I'm asking you to define it. So what is it?
Mass is the resistance to acceleration, and it's also the property of matter that is proportional to weight when you have a gravitational field. So there's two equations.
now?
Whoa. Now it's two
Define
things.
W equals
So
mg
which one is it?
and F equals
So
ma.
which one is it in S? Yeah. So which one is it in those?
Both of them are valid equations. They're independent of each
Tell me
other.
about. I don't need your baseless assertion. I want you to give me which definition goes with which equation.
Resistance to acceleration comes from F equals ma.
So force equals resistance to acceleration.
Force equals mass times acceleration. So when I say mass is the resistance to acceleration, it's like there's Ohm's law, voltage equals current times resistance. It takes the same proportional relationship as that. So that's why we
force
call it
equals mass times acceleration times acceleration? You're fucking retarded.
Force equals mass times acceleration. Weight
yeah,
equals
so in
mass
the definition, what's weight?
Weight is the force a mass experiences under the acceleration of gravity.
Okay, so is it consistent always?
Weight is not always consistent because you can have a varying you can have a varying acceleration field from gravity. That's why I brought
Acceleration
up.
field. Can you point out one of these fields for me? Can I detect this field? How do I find it?
Yeah, I showed a reference a while back about from a precision scale manufacturer, and you calibrate the scale based on latitude and altitude because
every single time you move it, any time you move it across the aisle or anything, you should recalibrate it.
Right, but that's different from calibrating it for latitude and altitude.
No, I want you to show me the field.
It every single time you move it. Yeah.
It's a separate issue.
I don't want to know about the scales working differently in different places. I want you to show me the field. You can't just assume it's a field just because you move the scale.
You can experience the field if you are on the earth right now. There's objects that are attracted to the ground.
What's it look like? Can I put it in a box and paint it red?
The field? No.
Yeah. Okay, well, how do you know there's a field if you've never seen it, touched it, experienced it, whatever?
There's things that we could not understand about gravity, but there's layers to understanding it, and accepting that it is a thing it's just the name for what causes weight. Like you agree that
So you
objects
like
are
that better
attracted
than our
downward.
stars? I get it.
What causes the weight of the gas since it's moving randomly and freely in all directions?
It's mass.
So you're telling me that the weight is the mass?
No. W equals mg. Mass is what causes weight in a gravitational field. So the gas has a mass. it's in a gravitational field, therefore it has a weight, and that's what causes the
Okay.
pressure of the atmosphere.
How much does the gas weigh?
Depends on the gas molecule, but you familiar with the periodic table? Like we
Yeah,
know the
that's
atomic
counting.
masses of.
Dude, go ahead and Google what atomic weights are based on. What the hell?
You're the one asking me all these questions. Like
I know, and you're
you
basically making it up on the
have a
spot. That's
problem
why
with
I'm
like
asking you to
basic
go
physics.
ahead and Google it because you don't even know what atomic weight is based on. You think it has to do with what it weighs on a fucking scale?
Yeah, yeah. We
Okay,
we
look
we
it up.
measure
Look
we
up,
measure weight
look
on
up
a
what
scale.
atomic. Dylan,
We measure weight
Dylan,
on a scale.
look up what atomic weight is. What is it based on? They're not putting shit on a scale. You dumb fuck.
They do. You do put things on scales.
Look it up. Don't make a baseless assertion. Look up what atomic weight is based on.
What do you think it's based on? Let's skip ahead.
I'm asking you to look it up so you can learn something on your own. You're not going to take my word for it anyway. So look it the fuck up.
You guys are bouncing around with all sorts of things here in order to just try to find something that I don't know
No,
very
you
well.
made
And
a claim. We're
if I
trying
don't
to drill
know,
down on what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
arguing
I'm
that I
trying to
know
help
everything.
you out, dumb fuck.
We're just talking about basic physics here.
Are you not going to look it up? You're just going to go ahead and make your own baseless assertion and your own definitions, and you're going to say that people are weighing gas on scales, and that's what atomic weight is?
I'm going to go based on my current knowledge and give you my current knowledge.
Yeah, your current knowledge is fucked up, and I'm trying to show you that. I'm trying to get you to look something up and learn so you can correct yourself, but you're too dense to do it, or you're too obstinate to do it. Either way, it's creating a real problem because you making baseless claims on what your current understanding is not going to help the conversation move along. So either look it up or stop making baseless claims.
Yo, Dylan, you want me to post it up in the side chat for you, bro? You need help?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm already multitasking here, so if you have some specific definition you wanna give me, that's fine. But yeah, I'm familiar with weighing things in order to calculate the mass.
Sasu, are you there? Haven't talked to you in a while. It's like your profile picture changed. Is that correct? In any event, I hope you're well. Still haven't had a chance to go out to the ocean yet. I know you've been asking me that for years. You know how it is. Work gets in the way. Oh, Dandelion left? Guess you did.
Ah, damn it, Dylan. I posted it for you, dude. Atomic number, the way they number elements on the periodic table, is a number of protons found in the nucleus within an atom.
That doesn't negate what I was saying. If you
Of
want to
course
do
it
like,
does.
Brother.
no, we still. How do you think they found those weights?
It just told you. Look at the gosh damn diagram, dude.
I understand the diagram.
Is there a scale, or are they just counting things?
Where do you think they got the weights from?
It shows you on the diagram. You're going to ask the question again. Are you not paying attention to the diagram?
I'm familiar with the whole idea of what you're saying here. That we have atomic number. There's the number of protons, the number of neutrons. Like this is not the atomic weight of
Mass
things. Like, you're
is
familiar with Avogadro's
number of protons
Do you know
plus
how to do atomic
neutrons.
numbers?
There you go. No scale involved. You knuckle dragging moron.
I've I've done chemistry. I've done experiments. Like I used to work
Yeah,
in
I
labs.
know.
Like we
That's
use
great.
weight.
Nobody gives a shit. I don't care about what you've done because I think you're a liar if you don't know this basic scientific fact. Everybody knows this except for you, apparently the chemist who has done experiments. You're the only one that doesn't know here. You're the only one that won't actually look at the diagram. It's kind of dumb.
That's so I guess I still hear you still have that same passion.
Shut the fuck up, Raiden. Is this sea lion night? Dylan's a sea lion. You're a sea lion.
No, it's just I haven't talked to you in a while. I was just saying hi. That's all.
Did you do that experiment we talked about more than a year ago? Not experiment. That visual
You talking about off the ocean?
observation? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying about 5 minutes ago. I don't know if you heard me. You know how life gets in the way. I did not forget about it. That's why I brought it up.
So you did it.
Well, I did not do it.
Oh, you didn't do it. Okay.
I did not forget about it. No, I'm not going to lie to you. You know.
That's great that you didn't forget about it. The next step, in fact, one of those days where you're like deciding to come in here, you should just go out to the ocean and do that thing.
See, you changed your profile picture.
All right, you're going on mute.
Okay.
Dylan, let's see if you learned anything. Where does atomic mass come from? No, he's on mute too.
Wait, why did Mushkin get muted?
Well, he's got some feedback. Hey, Mushkane, could you go on mute, and then I'll unmute you. Thank you.
Oh, that was him. Sorry. Yeah, Mushkin, you did have some feedback on your side. I was wondering. I thought that was from Raiden or Dylan or something. My bad. Anyway, I'll post up atomic number in the side chat for you, Dylan, if you want to read that at your leisure.
He'll ignore it. He's done, he's a chemist and he's done experiments and stuff.
I mean, I'll
Apparently, they
post
didn't
up.
cover that in chemistry, which I highly doubt.
Hopefully, he accepts Iowa State University for this citation here. I guess we'll see. Now I gave you a picture and some words. You double the help. And I said it. Triple.
Mushkane, if you want to say something, go ahead. You were just open mic'd and there was some kind of feedback.
Yeah, I think my mic's messed up or something like that. I don't know. I forgot what I was gonna say now.
You know what? The sound is
Well,
similar to like when you're in the deep sea and you get like this bassy, like drumming, high pitched squealing. Bro, no way Dylan just left after I posted that.
oh, I believe it. It's devastating to his position.
You know, yeah, over fences is right. I shouldn't have even got that.
Does anyone want to do an experiment?
Yeah, what's the
What's
experiment?
the naturally occurring observation?
So we want to look at your given or stated GPS coordinates versus the angle of a either the moon or a star. We can pick one. Oh, I guess you can't see stars everywhere right now.
So this isn't an experiment. It's just a comparison. We call these comparisons.
Yeah, Draco, I think you're bugged out, dude. Your green light's flashing, but we can't hear anything.
If you cannot be heard, Draco.
You know, try again, bro. Oh, yep, still nothing. Yeah, what was his experiment again? What did he want to do?
He wants to compare a GPS essentially locating or a location with
Okay.
angular relationships to the stars or the moon.
What the hell for what?
I don't know.
You know, Draco, try rejoining, bro, so you can explain this to us while you're doing this. Or type it out or something, because yeah, we can't hear you, dude. I guess he's not coming back. Oh, Dylan's typing saying atomic mass and atomic number not the same thing. Okay. Set just the method in which they were derived. You said they were. I was trying to say a little bit nicer over fences so we can get them back in. It's so funny. It's pretty funny. Yeah, Dylan, let's get into it, dude. Why is the atmosphere held by gravity? Go ahead, dude.
Because the atmosphere has mass, it has a weight.
So why is it that we place the gas adjacent to a vacuum, gravity doesn't hold it down?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, like this GIF I posted up in the side chat. Why doesn't gravity hold that gas down?
I see two vials with a valve in between them when there's a
Okay.
vacuum in one. Oh, I see. Because the gas is going upwards into the second vial. You're saying why isn't gravity holding that down?
Yeah, it's moving away. It's moving up or outwards away from the center of the ball. Yeah.
Well, this is what I was getting into earlier. Like if you agree that force equals mass times acceleration, there's an equivalent fluid dynamics
We don't
formula.
observe this with gas.
Pressure determines where the gas flows. So because the pressure is greater in the bottom vial, it's forcing the fluid into the top vial.
Well, it's demonstrating gravity's incapability of pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure, moving away from down. It's actually going up.
Right. The weight of gravity is negligible in this. I mean, maybe not negligible, but it's less than the pressure. The the pressure caused by the weight of the gas is less than the pressure in the other vial. It's simply
Well, yeah,
like
you have to forget that Earth is surrounded by a vacuum. So all the gas
right.
would
So,
vacate and we would all be dead because there's no gas to breathe. In
no,
the
there's
globe paradigm, there's
uh,
no container to hold the gas down. There's no valve between the Earth's atmosphere and the space, that Kármán line. There's no valve there.
that's why you get a very low pressure at higher altitudes. Like the pressure goes down exponentially as you go up.
It's actually really cool. We can actually create a gas pressure gradient within a container and repeat the same experiment to show that the gas, even though it's gradated, or there's a gradient of the gas, it will still vacate into the vacuum upwards and away from gravity.
It's still a matter of pressure causing which way the fluid flows.
Okay, so that would be away from Earth. So yeah, we would be dead.
No.
I mean, do you have a counter experiment or something that could demonstrate gravity can pressurize a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure? Invoke the scientific method for this. Your independent variable would be gravity can cause this phenomena. Because we only have one independent variable that's been verified through the scientific method that can actually, stop gas from going into areas of lower pressure. Solid state of matter as a container or barrier. Unless you have another one, like gravity, as you can,
The
put
gravity
through
is
experimentation.
causing a certain amount of pressure with the gas. And
Yeah,
this
that's
explains why the
the
atmosphere
hypothesis.
is
Correct. That's your independent variable in the hypothesis. So we're looking for an experiment to verify that.
an experiment to verify that pressure, that gravity
That
causes.
that gravity can pressurize gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. Or gas pressure gradient, whatever. Either or would be fine.
I don't have something. I would have to
I mean,
go
I
look
don't
some.
want you. Yeah, I don't want you to do it. Obviously, if you could find a citation for us, that would be great.
I'll go look something up.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Take your time.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up, dude? Oh, wait, is that who's this? D? Is that you?
What's up?
Were you Draco earlier?
What?
Never mind. I thought you just connected on a new account or something. No, go ahead. There was somebody in here having mic issues earlier. I thought that was you. But no, go ahead. What's up, dude?
Oh, nothing. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Okay, is this flat Earth or globe Earth, or what do you guys believe?
Wasn't it based on belief? You just check the surface to see if it's flat or not, like the surface of water.
I mean, if I have like a pool of water and it's flat, does that mean what I am living on is flat?
Well, the surface of that pool would be flat, yeah.
Just the pool?
Well, you
Would
can
it
extend
be
this out.
would it be extended? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Would it be extended anywhere?
Yeah, like a lake.
What
You
about
can
like
also check that surface.
an ocean or anything?
Yeah, also the ocean, yeah.
Cool. Man, I was hoping for some more interaction here.
Well, that's pretty much it. The water's flat, and everywhere that we've explored and measured, mostly
That
water, right?
everyone that who's explored and measured.
Everybody. If the surface of water measures flat everywhere that we've checked,
But who?
anybody that's measured over water.
Okay. I mean, and what was your conclusion on that?
If the water's flat and water covers most of the earth of where we've explored, then it's flat.
But so
I
scientists
was
and everything else. I mean, you,
Go
you
ahead.
don't take you just
Yeah,
dismiss the word of everybody else and just,
their words. Yes, I will dismiss their words. Yeah, because for example, if I measured you to be 5'9", and then a scientist says no, he's actually 4'2", am I going to go with the measurement or somebody's words?
right. You go
Yeah.
from your measurement, right?
Well, we have other people measuring too. If everybody in the world measures you to be 5'9", but every scientist says with their words that you're 4'5", then what?
No, I was
Or
just
you know
about
what?
to.
You could even change this. Like, even if you were the only one that knew your actual height, right? You were the only one that's ever measured your height. Everybody else just says things with their mouths. Like, no, he's 4'2", no, he's 7'5", he's 6'7".
No, I was just gonna ask how can I invite my friend here
he said I sent him an invite, and he said that it was like he couldn't join for some reason. Didn't have
Are you on
permission to.
mobile?
I don't know if he is. I am, but he s-
Oh yeah, there's like a
he
little
sent me.
plus. Oh, there's like a little invite a friend link in the top right next to the little speaker. It has like the two little people with the plus button in the top right underneath your battery.
I already tried that, but he said it sent him something where he couldn't talk in voice or something.
Was that Draco that you invited?
Who?
Draco?
No, I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I'm just bringing up the same dude again. He was in here like a few minutes ago trying to talk, but couldn't.
Just says he sent me a picture. It says you don't have permission to join this voice channel. This channel is only for scheduled members and roles.
The hell? Yo, try just invite him to politics. He might not even be in the server.
Oh shit! Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, have him join politics first and then give him the link after. So just give him the politics link first and then I send him this room specifically. And if that doesn't work, then have him try looking for this room. And if that doesn't work, then you're probably gonna have to drive to his house or something. You guys can like share a microphone.
Hmm.
I mean, in the meantime, did you have any other questions while you wait for your friend to join with you?
Hold on. I'm still trying to find this shit.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're good, brother.
Sorry,
You're
man.
good. No, you're good. You're good. No worries. All right, Dylan. So I don't know if you remember what I said earlier, right? That there's an observed, like for the observation, there's an observed pressure gradient. That pressure gradient is supposedly adjacent to an area of lower pressure known as outer space. So the independent variable in your hypothesis would be gravity. So to prove that independent variable, we would need an experiment demonstrating gravity's capability of pressurizing this gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
It seems sort of self-evident with the fact that we know the barometric pressure drops with altitude. Like,
Yeah, there's no contention with that. It's just that's part of the observation. We're trying to validate the cause for that is that gas is adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what kind of an experiment we could do, or has been done. It's
I mean, if there's
gases
no
have mass.
experiment done, then that means it's never been validated scientifically.
What is the exact? I want you to rephrase the question here.
Yeah, so well, not we, but I went through the steps of the scientific method: observation, gas pressure gradient adjacent to outer space, hypothesis, gravity can cause a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. So now in the experiment, we need to use gravity to pressurize a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. And that way we know that the independent variable is the cause for the effect from the initial observation. And in the conclusion, either gravity will or will not cause the observation.
Oh, man, it seems so obvious.
Yeah, sure, it could seem obvious, but if there's no experiment to prove the independent variable, then it just sits in hypothesis land. It's never verified. It would be equal to me saying the gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure is caused by my telekinetic abilities pressurizing the gas down. Because I've never taken it through the scientific method, it's just going to sit in hypothesis land forever. So gravity would be as valid as my telekinetic abilities pressurizing the gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
Are we still? Are we on the same page that gravity exists? Or are you still not sure that gravity exists?
Well, sure, yeah, if you want to call things falling down gravity, yeah, there's no contention with things falling down. That's also
Right.
observed. Yeah.
I have proof the
And
world is a globe. I have proof. I have
Oh, this is PD.
unprecedented proof.
Okay, go ahead.
so, does it make sense that the lower atmosphere is held in with pressure from the upper atmosphere?
Well, can you demonstrate that?
Oh,
That
some kind
gas
of
can pressurize gas?
dome or something. What is this you're talking?
I
I'm
mean, sure,
saying like
you can say that
just
gas
like
is the
just
cause
like
for
if
the
you
effect.
do you agree that going if you go down if you go underwater and you as you increase in depth the pressure increases because of the mass of the water on top.
Sure. Yeah, we can
In the
observe that
same
as you
way,
go
you have
deeper, the pressure increases. Yeah, no
right.
contention with that.
So
That's
the
observed.
atmosphere is like an ocean of air. You have every layer of that pressure
Okay.
gradient
Yeah,
is held
yeah, I
in
already
by
said that was in the observation. Yeah,
atmosphere that's on top of it. And
there's no
so,
contention with the gas pressure gradient. Zero.
right. So it
However,
does,
you have to remember
there's
that the
no,
gas pressure gradient is adjacent to
Why are you
an area of lower pressure.
derailing this man's observation?
I'm not. I'm agreeing with him that there is a gas pressure gradient.
Yeah, and not only that, you also have to remember on all this millions of pounds of air, right? Because
Hmm.
you can weigh a cloud, right? You could measure all the water in the cloud and weigh it. So
You can
you
weigh a
also have to
cloud.
remember
Okay.
this is also acted upon by gravity as well. Okay,
Okay,
so
awesome. Yeah, so we have the independent variable. That's cool. We just need an experiment demonstrating your independent variable can cause the observed phenomena. Take this through the scientific method. I don't want you to be a science denier, right? I need an actual experiment for this independent variable to prove
Dude,
its causation for the effect. That's all.
you can see it all around you, dude.
Okay, awesome. That's the claim we're looking for, verification through the scientific method.
What kind of experiment
Is the
would you?
atmosphere a tangible object? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the gas
Do
adjacent to a
tangible
vacuum?
objects have borders in between them? Meaning, like, you can't phase through shit. Okay, you can't throw a rock at a
Well,
window
the gas,
and
we
the
can go
rock
through the gas.
passes through the window. You understand?
Well, yeah, when
As
we're
a
talking about the
scientist,
gas,
Okay,
we can go
so
through the gas, right?
mass attracts mass. All right,
Awesome. Okay,
you
so
understand?
demonstrate that when the gas
So
is adjacent to a vacuum.
wait. If the world was flat, so you
Okay.
say,
We're
then
not even talking
the
about shape right now. We're not talking about
okay, wait,
flatness
dude,
or sphericalness.
wait.
We're just talking about the gas being adjacent to a
The
vacuum. That's all.
gravity that would be produced would not be as strong as effect as the gravity on Earth. Because
Hang on.
Earth has a certain mass to it, which has a certain gravitational pull to that mass. So
Hang
Okay.
on.
you're trying to tell
What?
me that a flat Earth has this
Hang
much
on.
gravity pull? There's no way. The math doesn't.
Hang on a second. Let me get in here. Hey, lots. Forgive me if I'm mistaken here, but do we hear PD interrupting you and Dylan? I just
I
got
think
back.
so. No,
Did I
yeah.
catch that right? And
Yeah.
did I also catch right that he came in bitching that something about you interrupting Dylan or some shit?
I think so.
Thought I heard.
I don't
Yeah.
have an experiment, so we can move on for now.
Well, yeah, I just want to point out that there is no verification for that independent variable. That's it. We do have one for ours, though, the one that we claim, which is the only
What
one
is
that's ever
what
been
is your
verified through the scientific
what is
method.
your what is your experiment?
The GIF in the side chat that I posted, that's the only independent variable that's been capable of pressurizing gas or a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. That would be a solid state of matter as a container or barrier. Now, we can have multiple causes for effects, right? There's no contention with that either. But if you found another one, then I would like to know whatever it is. In this case, you're saying that it's gravity. So yeah, just conduct this same thing, but just use gravity. Verify that for us so we can also use that as another independent variable that's been verified through the scientific method. Only got a few more minutes left in me. Let me see. Israel, did you ever get? Wait, that was you. Yeah, D. Did you ever get your friend in? Is he coming in?
Let me let me check. I don't think he's in here. I tried to get him in, but
Fair
What is
yeah,
it that's
for
ultimate?
some,
What is it that's ultimate, non-contingent, non-derivative that's securing the entire causal nexus to allow us to have gas pressure? Simple.
so I have a question. I mean, I know we all know the Earth is flat, right? So how do we get this out to the public? How do we spread the word? I mean, without them thinking
You just
that we're idiots, you know. I mean, how do we do
you
this?
just say, you just say I would say you just say it to them because I went I don't know decades without ever hearing that the Earth is flat. Never even heard. I was like, Earth is flat. What does that even? What does that mean?
Yeah,
And
me
that was all
too.
it took. Yeah. So as soon as you hear it, that's all. Just say it. That's it.
You just say it and expect people to believe you, or
If you want to go
No,
stand in a
no, it's not
parking
about
lot,
belief. It's just that you just say, "Hey, did you know that the Earth is not a globe? The Earth is flat." And then they're going to say to themselves or to you, "That's fucking retarded," right? And then they're going to say, "What does that mean?" And then they're going to have to figure it out on their own. And that's all. That's all it takes.
wow. Okay. I'm gonna start saying that to everybody I see now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you guys are gonna get ridicule from people, right? Like, what is the experience? That is a good question. Like, what do you get when you tell people that the Earth is flat in like normal conversation? Like, how do you slip
They
that
can.
in?
They immediately concede.
I'll tell you what I
Only-
get from it after I do it. I don't know what I'm gonna get from it yet, but I mean, once I say it a few times, I'll let you guys know how. I mean, what I get from it. You know.
No, it's not about you. You already know the Earth is. All you got, you asked the question. How do you spread it to other people? How do you get them to understand or know? And all you have to do is tell them the truth, right? And then they have never heard it before in their lives.
Right.
Amazing as that seems, right? It's like I went 30, however many years, never heard it, never even. I was like, that's crazy. What does that even mean? And then when I went to go understand the definition of the meaning of words, I found out that if the definition and what is what we're referencing in regards to words is true, then yeah, the Earth is flat. That's it.
Did they make fun of you or anything?
No, I make fun of them. It's really easy to make fun of them.
Because you know better than they do.
No, it's just like, dude, on his face, right? Like you say the Earth is flat, right? What is that? And they say, well, what does that mean? That just means that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, that motion is relative to and so on and so forth, right? And that's just like, yeah, of course, obviously, I'm sitting still. If I throw a ball, the ball is moving. And then if something is higher or lower than something else, it's in relation to a reference from horizontal. And then they say shit like, yeah, but what if we're spinning, falling backwards, hurtling? And then you laugh at them, and they are fools. And then and then they're like, I don't want to be an idiot, so I'm going to say the Earth is flat because I don't want to be a retard. And it's easy.
But do they ever know that you're right eventually in the end?
Of course they do. It's not that I'm right; it's that reality dictates to them that the Earth is flat, and they're like, yeah. In order for the Earth to be a globe,
All right,
I'd have
enough.
to measure.
That guy
You know what I
is
mean? I'd have to measure
obviously
the drop
trolling.
horizontal, and in order to, can you shut this guy up? This fake ass flat earther. Can you shut him? Can somebody mute this guy? His name's Peter. Mute this
Who is it?
troll. Anyways, this guy Peter, he's a fake troll. He just comes in and pretends to play nonsense about like I don't know Mach's principle in the sky and some other bullshit. But yeah, so when you go to explain to these people in reality, right, like what they already know is true, that if they're higher or lower than something else, that would just mean that they're higher or lower than a reference. That reference of horizontal that's established by the water level is true in all reference frames, and then they just concede. It's like obviously when I dive down into the water, I'm diving down. And if the Earth was a globe, I'd be diving down and up, and that's retarded. So they just concede to what they already know.
Yeah.
Wait, is
Man,
the Earth flat?
we've got to get this shit out there though. We've got to spread this word though.
That's the word. That's it. It's only
Wait,
like
it
2
is
sentences.
flat? It is flat?
Yes, dude. And we have to tell everybody.
Israel?
How am I? Where do I
Oh,
learn?
hold up. Israel?
Hey.
It seems like you're having a hard time grasping the concept that if something measures flat, it's flat.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
What?
are, because you're just going off on your weird tangent. Sounds like you can't cope with reality.
No, I totally. I'm
No, you
agreeing with you there.
don't. No, you don't.
Okay.
Is it hard for you to understand that things can't be spheres if they measure flat?
That's the opposite of what I was saying.
No, it's not. All right. Is there somebody else with something intelligent to say?
I never said anything
Did that
about
other guy leave?
globes or anything.
All right.
Oh.
Oh, the other guy left. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I never said anything
Okay,
about
Israel, if you
that.
want to claim that you're
you believe the Earth is flat? Tell me about those beliefs. How did you come to that belief?
Well, I've just wondered myself, and I've listened to some people, and the best the best way I can learn is from people on here.
That's not an answer. You said you think the Earth is flat. Actually, you said you believe it is. So I'm asking you why, and you're not answering me.
Well, because it just makes sense, right?
That's not an answer either.
Well, it is
Try
an answer.
again.
It's an answer, but I mean,
No, okay, so you don't have
it's not a
so
good
I'm
enough
just pointing out that
answer.
you're just trolling and it's obvious and it's tedious. So, like, if you wanna actually engage with the
What?
subject, that's cool, we can do that. But other than
No,
that, like this LARP thing, it can end. It's boring.
no, I don't know what you were saying. I'm trying to just tell you
Are
guys what
you
I
high
think.
right now?
No.
No? Okay. Alright, so you don't have any evidence that the Earth is flat, right? You don't have any contentions for
Well,
that claim, right?
what the evidence I have is that I can see like a straight, just like a flat plane.
But that's what everybody sees. So what?
I mean, what evidence do you expect me to have? I mean,
Well
I don't, I don't know.
well, if you actually knew that the Earth was flat, you should be able to talk about that intelligently.
Yeah, no, it's just my perspective on it. I don't know.
Okay, so it's just a belief system you hold.
I'm not a scientist. I don't
So
know
it's
a lot
just a
of.
belief system you hold, and you don't actually have any evidence for your beliefs. That's what you're saying?
No, I do have evidence.
Okay, what is it then?
It's that every time I look outside, it looks flat, and
Yeah, but the Earth is so big.
I know,
Why do you
but I live. Okay, so I live in an area where it's like just flat plains, right? There are no trees, no mountains, nothing, and there's nothing but flat plains. And so I see this shit forever, and there is no curve
But the
whatsoever.
Earth is so big. Why should you see curve?
Because I mean, it could fuck with your eyes, like you
You can't see
could.
curve at Earth's Yeah, why should you see curve? How much curve should you see if the Earth
I
was
don't.
curving?
I don't see any.
No, how much should you see if the Earth was curving? Because, even from an airplane, you shouldn't be able to see curve if the Earth is a sphere. So why should you see it standing on the ground?
Right? Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
So you just have beliefs. Wouldn't you prefer to
Yeah.
have like knowledge?
Both. I mean, you guys could teach me some stuff too.
Well, you've been here. You've been here before, and I don't think. Yeah, I mean, you could have been listening. But the fact that you can't steelman a single flat Earth argument is not very compelling. Plus, when you just jump into how do
But
you tell people without sounding like a complete moron,
but
like we
but
haven't heard
that's
this
not.
before,
But
you
no,
know?
that's not. The only thing I'm here to do is learn.
Okay, but you said you already think that you already quote unquote believe that the Earth is flat, but you don't have any
Right?
reason to believe that, right? You don't have
And
any
that's
evidence for
why.
that claim.
Right. I I I mean, my
So
only evidence is
why would you
my
believe
my.
that with no evidence? Why would you think
The,
that?
well, you
That's
don't
not
have to
what you
have
were taught in
evidence.
school.
Right. Yeah. You don't have to have evidence to believe something.
Right. So we're not interested in beliefs. Why would you trade one belief for another belief?
Well, I know. First of all, I don't ever remember being taught that it was a globe.
Did you not go to school? Did you grow up in a cave?
I grew up in. I went to homeschool.
Yeah,
So
most
I
homes,
don't.
99% of homeschoolers are teaching their kids that Earth is a sphere. They're teaching their kids the heliocentric model.
But I
So
don't
that's not a
remember
good.
any
Uh-huh.
of that. I don't
Were you
remember any.
just left like feral? Nobody taught you anything? You never watched TV? You never watched a movie?
You're right. Yeah, for the
Never went
first.
to a bookstore?
Yeah,
Never went
yeah,
to a toy store?
pretty much. Yeah, for the first. I think the first time I ever did anything normal, I was like in third grade, maybe.
Okay, so that's plenty young enough to see all that stuff, right? And what do you mean by normal?
Like, so you're saying that what normal schools would teach you.
No, I said homeschoolers. The vast majority of homeschoolers are teaching their kids a heliocentric model. Oh, he's gone. That's what I thought. Okay. Did Lats leave? Oh no, he's back.
And
Sorry,
Yeah, I
go
don't.
ahead.
volume.
Sorry, I think I'm back.
Okay, Israel. So your claim is that you never heard anything about the heliocentric model, and that's why you're a flat earther because the ground looks flat. Is that correct?
Okay, so I never heard. Um, yeah, you're right.
But you're an adult, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not being sheltered from the world, right? You have access to the internet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so how did you come about these current beliefs that you say you hold?
Well, I mean, I just don't trust that most things that I've heard before are true.
Why not?
Like, why would I?
Why wouldn't you? How do you decide what's true and what's not?
I just think, I don't know, I just have this belief, I guess.
Okay.
And no, I mean, you're right. I went to homeschool and I don't remember the globe being taught before. But I just don't think it could be a globe.
Okay, well, maybe you should have a reason to back up your beliefs rather than maybe you could transition that into some knowledge.
Right.
That would be cool.
Well, that's why I'm
And that's
here.
how
I
you don't
mean,
sound like an idiot, Israel. You were asking how you talk about this without sounding like an idiot. You actually know something about it, right? If your whole point is Earth is flat because the ground around me doesn't have any trees and it looks pretty flat to me, you're going to sound like an idiot.
well, you have to first of all, like in order to know what I'm talking about, you have to know where I live and how freaking flat it is.
Yeah,
There
but
is
I already
no.
explained Earth curve visible standing on the ground, right? You don't even know how much Earth curvature there should be on a sphere, right?
Yeah, but
So
it
how would
makes
you know if you should see it or not if you don't have any idea?
no. All I'm saying is you have a better view of it where I live. That's all I'm saying because there's nothing.
But
There's
how
just
do you know how much to expect or not expect if you don't know the first thing about the geometry?
I don't know. I'd have to have somebody else with me. I mean, I guess you could come in here and show me. I guess.
Okay, yeah, this has gotten boring, dude. It's kind of boring.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't mean for it to
Yeah,
be.
if you wanna learn something, you're
Taking away.
perfectly capable of going out and learning something on your own. You know, you can research this yourself like the rest of us did. But this is kinda tedious. Sorry,
Yeah,
Dylan, you wanna say
I'm
anything?
fucking with you guys. You're all fucking retarded flat earth.
Yep.
Whoa, where'd that come from?
That came from somebody who has a lot of stereotypes that he can't,
Damn, he put on a mask. I thought he was
dumb
actually
dumb
humble.
homeschoolers don't learn the heliocentric model, yada, yada. Yeah.
Wait,
Never went
that
to
was
a
this
store,
dude
never
just
went to
said that,
school,
Dylan?
never saw a movie.
Wait, so he
Yeah.
was LARPing the
Anyway,
whole
sorry.
time?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
He's acting like a nice
Damn.
guy, man. And then the truth itself came out.
I thought you were
Yeah.
kind of bullying him there. I was like, I
No,
thought
no, it's
he sounded
obvious.
like he wanted to just learn and everything.
No,
And
Dylan. Yeah, we.
oh my
You
gosh,
No.
I'm
couldn't tell he
so
was LARPing.
Yeah,
you
it's
guys told me he
obvious.
was like, I didn't believe
No,
it.
when they come with all the stereotypes, I'm just really, really stupid and it looks flat. And how do we tell people about this without seeming like total morons? Come on, Dylan.
I've seen actual stupid people. Like he was very convincing that he just was kind of dumb and
Well, you
like
must be newer here than we are. He was really obvious to me.
maybe he just got mad and he just said that stuff because you were bullying him. I don't know.
Oh, no, no, Dylan. No, that's not what happened. Goran, do you have something to contribute?
Oh,
Somewhere innocent,
I
Dylan.
debated you guys a lot last night. I'll let
Okay,
someone else take
cool.
over.
Alrighty.
Actually, I have a question.
What do you want?
So, I was trying to understand the whole refraction thing yesterday, but I still don't fully grasp what it means. Because obviously you guys say the globers use it as they misrepresent it, and then you guys say you use it in an honest sense. But what is it like? What's the honest sense? What is refraction? Like, how does the refraction cause what they're claiming as a glober? Like, where's refraction fall into
Well,
that?
they're very confused most of the time because they conflate a couple of different types of refraction for a start. So there's the law of refraction, which is Snell's law, which the atmosphere doesn't exactly meet, because Snell's law requires two independent media that have their own refractive index. So water has a refractive index, air has a refractive index, etc. And there needs to be a boundary between it. So the easiest way to explain this to somebody is when you put a pen or a straw into a glass of water, you'll see that at the boundary, the surface of the water, the pen or the object appears to kink. Another example is if you were, say, spearfishing from outside the water, the fish isn't in the position that you believe it's in, yeah? Does that make
Right.
sense?
It does make sense, yeah, because it's just there's a distortion going on from the.
Okay, so yeah, that's right. And it's at that boundary layer. So there is no horizontal boundaries in the atmosphere. Okay, so then we have something that you would call, say, terrestrial refraction. So the problem there is that the definition relies on the sphere itself. It relies on the radius value. So we don't have a measured radius value. However, light does take the easiest path, I suppose you would say. So it's not always in a straight line. And there are refractive indexes we're given in the atmosphere that will allow you to see maybe a little bit further than what you should. And it's usually tied in with other visual effects such as looming and stooping, etc. Yeah. The problem is that even if we account for refraction correctly, we still shouldn't be seeing what we're seeing
What should
as
we see
per,
then? That's my
as per
question.
the geometric limitations of the globe. We're seeing beyond what we should be seeing, even if you did account for that refraction.
Right, and I understand that point, but so I guess to help me understand it better, so I can have a frame of reference as to how bad they're distorting or perverting refraction. What should we be? So, for example, last night we were talking about how there's technically the what we were looking at on the image they showed me of the shoreline with the city on the other side should be even a 20-story building would not be able to be seen, given the curvature of Earth, but we could see it in full view. So how much what should we be seeing if there is a true refraction? Like how low can it go?
Oh, look, I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head here, as to what refractive index would give you what extra distance, etc. I don't have that, but I can tell you that they claim to be seeing a lot more than what they should be. And like I said, they're usually mixing it all up and claiming Snell's law, etc.
Yeah.
And not only that, AJ, but the way that refraction is even calculated to begin with has problems. Right? It inherently assumes that we're on a ball in the first place.
Correct. That's right. That's what I was saying.
Right. So
So,
I guess my question is, do you
So,
guys believe refraction at all? Because what if it's just another thing that's formed around the globe? It upholds and strengthens the globe narrative, but it's not necessarily like a law.
their
well, I don't
modeling is,
agree.
but the phenomena. Oh, sorry, AJ. I was just going to say, yeah, we witness the phenomena of you look out, and depending on the conditions, right, it might appear like what you're seeing out in the distance is kind of being displaced a little bit in your field of view, right? You might have to look up a little bit or down a little bit depending on the condition. That phenomena is real, but the way that they're modeling it, right, to be able to forecast and all this shit, right, it inherently assumes the globe and the way it's calculated. So there's problems.
Gotcha.
Well, there's other problems as well. There's the horizontal ray paradox as well. That's an issue.
I just don't. It's because I'm not too well aware of all the technical stuff, and they like to go on that refraction. That's like a big one they use as if it's a slam dunk. And I'm just, but you guys
Yeah.
are also, you guys say it's a slam dunk against themselves, right? But I'm just like, why are they so convinced that
Well,
they seem so adamant that this is
I'll
something
give
that?
you a couple of reasons, yeah. Why do they?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. My phone went off. No, I've lost it.
Well, I was basically just asking why are they so adamant that refraction's the slam dunk on you guys? Like, why do they? That's their
Because it's
go-to.
the only explanation that they can try and offer up to explain why we're seeing what we're seeing. And then they die on the hill for it, yeah. They don't understand it themselves, but they do understand. They believe that it's going to allow them to see further. And then because we're seeing what we're seeing, it has to be refracted. It can't be we're seeing it in reality. That's refraction.
And you know what their evidence is? They go get a calculator and they slide a little slider, right, to the left or right that has different values, and they find the value that fits the observation that they see. And then they
Oh,
claim
yeah.
that the atmosphere must be under such conditions whereby this is the refractive index or value or whatever, the K value, right? Whatever it is, it must be that because we see what we see in the little calculator simulation as we do outside. Never mind the necessary conditions that would actually that would actually generate that sort of value. They don't test for that, right? They
Well,
just fill in
I
the blank.
saw the
They back
calculator.
engineer it.
I saw it in real time last night, which was hilarious because this guy, like, there's different levels to this shit, and I've seen Scott Mackey invoke refraction, and he has a way of going about it, and hand waving, of course, when you guys. But I couldn't follow along with Scott Mackey because he says too many things that I'm just not in the technical or the scientific know to know who's right and who's wrong. But this guy, it was so obvious last night where he was like, you know, there's a refraction calculator, and you guys pulled it up. And you're like, here, we'll even use the one that's created by this anti-flat Earth website. And you guys slid it the scale, you put in the values, and you slid it all the way to the maximum refraction. And the guy goes, well, you must have put something in wrong or this and that, and I'm
Let
not
me
gonna.
show you. Let me show you
That's right.
something.
They actually claim more refraction than there is. Yeah. That's
Yeah, exactly. Go on, check this out. Right? You see this? You see the text chat?
Yep.
Yeah. You see the two screenshots that I posted at 18 minutes past the hour?
Yes.
Okay. So what I did here is model an observation that has been going around for a long time. Okay. If you've been here enough, you've probably heard people talk about quote unquote the black swan, right? You know, the image with the two oil rigs and shit.
Yeah, it's your guys' little logo too on the side. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fine. Right. So in that observation, well, at least in one of them, right? The one where the guy sets up a little tripod, 1 foot off the surface of the water. He zooms in. You see two oil rigs. One's 9.41 miles out. The other one's 6 point something. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They argue, it's refraction that's allowing us to see that, even though we shouldn't, according to the geometry. Okay. So I plugged it in. Okay. Now, according to this calculator, in an ideal context where there's no refraction, okay, whatever, like the way that they're modeling here, okay. You see the first image? See that little red rectangle in the middle of the screen?
Yep.
Right? Okay. That's the oil rig, let's say, right? Okay. According to this calculator, just under half of the height would be cut off from the horizon. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
98 feet tall, 9.41 miles out, observer height 1 foot. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in observation, we actually see it in full. And worse yet, we actually see a horizon beyond it. But never mind that. Okay. So in the second image, you'll see the rectangle higher, right? In order to get that, okay, I had to slide that refraction calculator all the way to the right. Okay, you see at the bottom, refraction 0.989182.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I had to slide that all the way that way. Now this slider is bounded between -1 and 1. Okay, when the refraction is 1, it basically implies an infinite plane. Okay, the way the math is done, shit like that, whatever. Okay, so we're that close to a quote unquote infinite plane to be able to see what we see.
You should be
Now,
able, like,
standard.
so they say, like, I've heard somebody last night, one of your guys say that he heard a glober say that, you could see with, all the way across the world if or something like that with it, like.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
According to those guys, with enough refraction, you can see your own ass.
Yeah.
Well, there you
But
go,
the other,
right? So, like,
Well,
exactly.
the other
So,
issue they have,
what happens when you
I
put
got,
something like this into ChatGPT? Like, obviously, if if what you guys are saying is, like, accurate and scientific, right? Then what would chat or like an AI say to this? Like,
well, we don't really need to
some of them
put
have
that in because
conceded.
we've got citations for it, yeah? And AI is always going to follow the narrative. However, you can mess it up by further asking it more precise questions. But
right.
the globe, I'll ask you the question, yeah? The globe would rely on a geometric location for a horizon. That would be the curve of the Earth, the physical Earth. That would be blocking these buildings, boats, etc. in these observations, correct?
Yeah.
And then they would base their radius value, their circumference, etc. on this.
Mm-hmm.
So if the horizon, according to them, is always refracted, where's the actual measurement to the real horizon? You're never going to see it.
Because
It's
there's
a
always.
self-defeating argument because it's never in the place it's supposed to be.
Yeah, this is. I really want to understand this refraction thing better because.
I'm going to drop some citations for you. Give me a second. I think Timbo wants to get in too.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say something simple, right? It's I'm not into all these technical terms, but essentially it is, right. The Earth is a globe of a radius of 3,959 miles. We shouldn't see this, therefore refraction makes us see it because the Earth is a globe of 3,959 miles in radius. That's it.
Can you say that one more time? I want to process that again.
Yeah. So the Earth, this is what they say, right? The Earth
Right.
is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Mm-hmm.
We see something that we shouldn't. Therefore, it's refracting because the Earth is a ball with the radius of 3,959 miles.
It's like a circular argument.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's completely circular, dude. This is the problem, but they don't see it. Right.
So in
Now,
the chat for you, this is definition of refraction. That's Snell's law, and this is what is always brought up as refraction. Yeah. However, we ran through that earlier. We can see that the angle of incident occurs at the boundary layer in the image at the bottom, and I'll give you terrestrial or atmospheric.
and in addition to that, Goran, if you're interested, at 24 minutes past the hour, above AJ's post there, I put the actual calculation for the refraction that you saw in the little simulation that I posted earlier. It's on the same website.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you can see baked into the math is the assumption of the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, so
Right?
how can you so refraction's real, but then the calculator is fake.
The way that the way they well, it's a real calculator. It's got real math. It's just got an assumption in it, right?
Well,
So the big question,
that's the
so the
problem,
big question, of course, right? And that's what we highlight. So the big issue is, one of the big questions is, how do we actually model the behavior of light through these turbulent and highly variable medium, or through this highly variable medium, without any assumption? Big fucking question, right?
Mm-hmm.
How would anybody do that?
You'd have to know the full extent of the Earth.
Right. So, or even over a subsection, right? Let's say from point A to point B, 10 miles, 20 miles, whatever. I mean, an interesting approach, right? That would be heading in the right direction, perhaps, would be to, okay, along this path, okay, over a body of water or something like that, right? Where the surface is the most smooth, right? I don't know. If we think that temperature, humidity, and air pressure have an influence on this, well, let's sample the temperature, air pressure, and humidity at various heights or various altitudes along the line of sight, so we can actually build a gradient.
But
right?
that's only hold on.
Yeah.
That's only relevant for the that because weather, all that a lot of those things can change with with the weather, right? So it's
Exactly.
it's
So
not
that's why I
it's
say
not a constant.
no, it's not constant. Or what someone could do if they were to venture down this path, right, would be to iteratively, right, sample these things, get an observation, right? Let's say a constant plate, like the same spot, right? They're looking at the same thing from the same height at the same distance several times, right? And each time they sample, all these variables, I don't know, at certain discrete, intervals between, point A and point B, and they can compare, right, the variation to the observation that they see. I don't know. One day they see a thing at a certain elevation. I don't know, 10 degrees above their line of sight, or 2 degrees, or 5 degrees, whatever, and it's 10 miles away. And then the next day it's half a degree or 3 degrees, and then they compare that to the actual the variables, and then they can model it that way.
Yeah, you'd have
You see
to.
what I mean?
Yeah,
Something like that.
Yeah.
You would think, right? You would think somebody has done something like that, to rigorous enough like that. But I don't know anyone who has.
They
I
don't
can't
want
find
to
anything.
do. They don't want to do
No one's
that.
presented that. They just come out with shit like this because it's simple enough.
Well, they
Problem
they
is,
don't they
there's
don't want further. It's the same reason we were talking about this last night. It's the same reason they said they destroyed all of the technology to get to the moon, because they realized that if you it's hard to keep that the facade up, and the facade has to evolve with technology. So they'd rather just say hand wave it and say, no, I don't. Why would I do that? I already got what I need. I already have the tools I need.
Yeah, I mean, not exactly the same, but I hear your point. Like, this is good enough, right? We got what we
Yeah,
want. But the problem is they don't. But they assert that they do,
yeah.
right?
No, it's further scrutiny upon it is gonna hurt them. That's why they don't want to dig deeper.
I mean, think about it, dude. Like the two little screenshots I posted. A refractive index of 0.989182. I don't think I've heard anyone come in here with any sort of evidence to suggest under what conditions create that sort of effect, let alone if those conditions are present in the environment that we make this observation.
What would Scott Mackey say to something like that?
Who cares? He's a dumb fuck.
No, I just want to understand their arguments, right? Like
They
what
hand wave it.
I want to
They,
understand.
they, they, he tap dances around this shit and tries to turn it on us and shift the burden, all sorts of stuff. Scott Mackey's been in here for years,
Yeah, so have I. That's why I know him or know of him.
dude. You sound familiar, man. You changed your name, didn't you?
No, I changed my picture. I'm the
Yeah,
guy
all right.
who's I don't believe in the globe, but I don't also subscribe to the Earth being 100% flat. So
I recognize your voice, not from too long ago,
yeah,
perhaps, but
I
you say
come and
you've been
go.
here for a long time. Then I don't know.
I've been here
But at
since the
any rate,
GF6.
okay, yeah, all right. But anyway, you see my point, right? So
Yeah,
these are the numbers, and herp or derp, they can't answer it, at least not honestly.
right. No, yeah, I've been here a long time. It's just, and you'd think I would know more in depth of your guys' arguments by now, but it's just the same way I was misled. Like, you know how they predicated all these, like, theory, or these things that are truly theories, but they purported as science, and then there's like, foundations built upon that are building upon, sorry, something's building upon a false foundation, right? With all these these
Yep.
formulas and all this stuff, right? So it was so much deception with math and science and all that, where I kind of like tune out a lot of the technical stuff, because for my personal belief, it's like I didn't need that to become anti-glober, nor do I need it now, because you know it's obvious. It's not something you need to prove with all this stuff, because you're kind of indulging them. I feel like it's just they're denying the obvious. It's crazy to me.
What obvious? What do you mean? What are you
Well,
referring
like,
to?
so I came to where I'm at because it was the poking holes in what they claim, right? So it's once you see that there's deception and they were lying, and it's not like there's no curvature where there should be curvature, right? Like things become uh evident. Then at that point, it's like, well, they lied, and so just by that alone, you can't believe them anymore.
I
That's
mean, I hear that, but there's a thing, right? There's a thing with this. To say that they lied, first day, right? And number two, how do we know they're just not wrong? You know what I mean? They're overlooking the assumption. They're not digging into the technicals, so they don't see any of the assumption, right?
mhm,
They just take face value from their teachers or whoever, right? The
right.
textbooks, what have you, that it's been demonstrated, it's been proven. They take it at face value and they run with it. So they just don't know any better. At least, well, I mean, some
Well,
of them,
I'm talking
might
about
be full.
NASA though. I'm talking about NASA though. Not the people who are globers, because we were talking about this last night. We were all at one point we believed the globe. At least I'm pretty positive, 99% at least, that all of us
Most
did,
of us,
right? Right.
most of us.
And so yeah, we held that belief firmly, and we thought flat earthers were crazy. So the indoctrination runs deep, with anybody, and anyone can come to where we're at. Because I thought flat earthers were crazy at one point too, but the thing is, like, I reference NASA, not to indoctrinate people, because NASA, like for example, another thing of my coming to Jesus moment with this was of them lying, because it's not just like they're wrong. It's like there's actual deception, especially with like the moon landing. Like this is like it's facts now. Like there was deception. So if there's deception at play, they're not just wrong. They're hiding something. And at that point, now I'm just like completely skeptical of the whole claim itself. Because why are you lying? It's one thing to be wrong. It's another thing to lie.
Right, but who are we speaking about? Right, NASA is an organization, right? It's a fictitious entity. You got to be talking about individuals, right? Maybe one can speculate that certain heads of NASA back in the day, for example, shit, but they convinced a bunch of people, and it just became like a tradition or something. And everyone adopted their worldviews and their modeling and whatever, and then they just believe it. And all the guys that were lying are dead now. Well, we don't know. I don't know that, right?
Yeah.
Now, there might be a couple guys still going on. It's speculative, right?
But it's like,
But the
but
point
hold
at
on,
this point is that you got like you can call out the bullshit, whether it be intended or not, by looking at some of the claims and the technicalities.
it's speculative. You're right, but it's also like
Okay, but
it's also compartmentalized. You're right, because it's not like everybody in NASA knows and is in on it. Because I know like a lot of Globers like to say that, like, oh, so you think everyone in NASA is like hiding this big secret? It's like no. And if you look into NASA and how they operate, especially with the space program, they purposefully kept all departments compartmentalized. So like people were in the dark on they only knew what the task they were given. They weren't given the big picture, and that was on purpose, obviously. But
sure,
so
sure.
and there's also there's someone in NASA who obviously has skepticism, but they probably want to keep their job, and they leaked the video to that one guy who confronted all the astronauts, right? So it's not to say that like everybody in NASA or the entity as a whole is bad. I think a lot of people are in the dark, but this is the thing: if someone on purpose compartmentalized them and kept up this facade, and they're dead now, well, someone has to be maintaining the facade or upkeeping it, right? It's like a generational thing. So there's
Right.
still some actors in place.
Sure, and again, like to say who they are or how many there are or whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know.
Speculative. Right.
Right.
Now, which is okay. Now, I'm not shitting on you for bringing that up, right? It's just acknowledging that type of discussion is very different than getting into the particulars.
Right. Well, it is, but it's like that's the type of discussion that got someone like me to where I'm at, right? But and everyone's different, but this is the thing. It's
Right.
it's it's so much deeper, because it's like it's also it's a coalition of every government with a space agency. This is the one thing Globers are right about, which I'm not saying all space agencies are corrupt with the people that work within them, because I think they're all set up in a similar way probably. But obviously, if they're going to maintain the facade as well in Russia and China and all that, and they're all going to come together to uphold something, it's like, okay, so there is at least however many countries that's at least how many people are involved, right? So and there's obviously going to be more. So it's just, I don't know, it's very
Fair
interesting.
enough, man. It's a very interesting topic overall. It's a mix of technicalities and shit that you can demonstrate, and other things that are politically oriented and kind of woo woo ish, depending on how deep you want to go, and that's all right. In this room, as you are probably very well aware, right? We try and keep
Very
it technical
well. Yes, very well.
because
You guys don't like my Admiral Byrd rants.
I mean, I'm not familiar with that one, but the point is, right? Because we're trying to spark interest in the topic, and if we get too kind of like speculative, that can throw a lot of people off. Now, not everybody, right?
Right.
I was kind of inclined in that a little bit because I had a sense like, okay, something's weird. People are probably doing some weird shit, right? But not everybody's like that,
Right.
right?
But
A
I think
lot
every
of people
Glober
want the hard evidence.
I want to say this though. I think every Glober comes in here and not every, but a good amount of them. They see the flat Earth title, and then they come in here with their preconceived notions, and they have an agenda, right? But there is always that curiosity because you're like they come in, you're like, these people can't really believe that, right? And the only reason like I know this is because like I remember how I felt before I became a flat earther, so I
Sure.
felt the same way, right? And so I kind of understand where they're like I don't fault them like they're indoctrinated, but I do believe them on one thing they always ask, because I had the same question. That's the only reason I had interest in this is the why. At the end of it, once you guys like slam dunk them on all the technical shit, they do
Yeah.
ask why. And so that
Fair enough.
is something I think a lot of people are interested in. But the why, you're right, it's a theory. But I think as long as you're honest when you're like with those discussions about it's a theory, then they can't hold you accountable to anything. And honestly, it would show that like, listen, we have differing opinions about, but it's not fact. It's not like this is a fact, but when they ask the why, maybe they might engage with that because they're not technically literate like I am, and they might actually indulge like something like, oh, well, you're right, like that's
Oh,
interesting.
well, yeah, you can indulge in a conversation like about opinions and speculations and stuff, but it's just not the common type of discussion we try to
Right.
have in here,
No,
right?
I
But
get
it's
it.
acknowledged.
I get your guys'
It's
format. I
totally
get it.
yeah, and it's totally okay, right? Because indulging in that from time to time can lead to potential insights or ideas, and then someone says, "Oh shit, hold on, maybe I can investigate and discover something,"
Right.
and then
Yeah.
right, like nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and the reason it hurt me because I used to argue with you guys in the past because I was part of this community. I was here during all of it, and I was a flat earther. Then I had a falling out where I just like I don't know, like it was a situation where a guy came in and he was like he didn't believe the globe, but he started talking about the hollow earth, and then and I don't believe hollow earth, or I'm ignorant about it, whatever. But he
Okay,
was met with a bunch of mockery and stuff, and he's like, and I just kind of felt bad. I was like, you guys are smart people, and I just and I respect you guys that you know a lot of shit. And I know there's a lot of fake flat Earth communities or people that are just like loonies, and I can't go to those rooms or those places because they're poisoning the well or doing some weird shit. That's why I just hope one day there will be like some avenue with you guys that you'll indulge
sure.
these because I
Well,
want to hear your
I mean,
guys' theories, but you guys don't
well,
want to talk about them.
well, I mean, there was a thing called Speculation Sunday at some point where we took the liberty on a Sunday to kind of like shoot the shit,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I don't know if you were around for that, but there's that, and then there's also our good boy Neil here, who opens up the door to TikTok, where there's a lot of people who go full balls to the wall in the type of stuff that you're talking about, and
Right.
we kind of like talk to them, kind of indulge or whatever, just more for shits.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we try and keep it well structured. That's all.
Yeah, I get it. No, because I understand why. I've seen it. I understand the why. The why is because, and you guys told me last night, that they will once you start talking about theories, they will attack it, and that now you gave them ammunition, right? I get that because they do hold on the same way you guys hold on to every word they say, as you should. They hold on to every word you guys say.
Well, Goran, it's not really as much that. It's just the fact that we can't prove those things, so why would we claim them?
No, I never
Right?
said
We
claim
didn't
them.
leave heliocentrism with its beliefs with nothing to ground them, with no facts to support them, just to create another set of beliefs, right?
Right, which is why I was
So it's
careful
not
to say it's not a
defensive,
claim.
it's
It's not a
just
claim.
practical. It's not defensive, it's practical. We're not
Okay.
gonna
And
claim things we can't prove.
Right.
and Gordon, if I can ask, who'd you get a chance to speak to yesterday?
Oh, it was not heretic. What am I thinking? Matrix was here.
Okay,
He's involved, and then a couple others I forget. But I've been around.
okay,
There's a
okay.
lot of you guys I've talked to.
Yeah. All right. All
Hey, you guys are well versed, and I applaud you for that. But it's entertaining.
Oh, it's fun, man.
Yeah. No, I love it because you guys are well versed. But like the one thing, and it's not a criticism because that's like I've heard this before. Go create your own room. But it's the one thing I just feels empty because I feel like whenever I talk about things, any belief I have, or thing I was misled on, and I talk to people. It's like I'm not trying to just spout what I believe just so you could scold me or condemn me or whatever. It's like I genuinely want you to know the truth, right? So what I've noticed when the Globers come in here, they always leave, typically most of the time, pouting or screaming and then calling everyone names, and nothing was gained. And I'm like, I want to convince these people. I don't know, and
You
I
can't.
don't know.
Goran, you're never going to convince anybody. People have to want to know the truth. And if
Right.
you think you're going to convince people, you're coming about this the absolute wrong way. It's really not up to you. Like we're just a vehicle, you know?
Yeah.
It's like that scene in Kill Bill with the monk, right? Like you've got to go up to the mountain and and fight for it. You have to show that it's something you deserve to know, that you have to want it, right?
Right.
Most people don't want it, and we can't give it to them
Well, it's
when
just
they don't want it.
you're right, but it's like it's planting the seed. Like for example, like I
No,
always
I
remember.
I think it's even deeper than that. I don't think we plant the seed at all. I think the seed is within them, and then they just come to us looking for more information.
Okay, but a lot of people that become like flat earthers, right? No, I'm not gonna say most or all because I don't know, but I know there's a good amount of people that are flat earthers that they segued from the moon landing to the flat Earth, right? So there's like a stair step. It's
Right.
very hard to get to flat Earth unless you already believe in the moon landing being fake, right? And so what I'm trying to basically elucidate right now is that you're right. It's not going to just be like, oh, I'm a flat earther now, but there's things you could do to set them up to where if they question one thing, then it's like that they can resonate with. Then it's like, well, fuck, and they'll
Well,
reflect on it.
I mean, how long have you been a flat earther, Goran?
Probably since 2017.
Okay.
I'm not a
So,
flat earther, by the way.
okay, well then, all right. So maybe that's why you don't understand this because
Yeah.
it's not a matter of us giving them the information.
Right.
People who want the truth will find the truth. We're not the ones who we may have more depth to provide them. We can give them the answers they want, but they have to want the truth in the first place. And 99.999% of the time, the people who come in here do not want the truth.
Right. But we've all been
And
there
it's
before,
not
right?
something we do for them, right?
We've all
They
been
have to
there.
want it. No, I
Well, yeah,
disagree. I
you can't
think
say
that
no.
most of us understood, but we were looking for truth and we were willing to. I mean, most of us who became flat earthers did it on our own, right? We did our own research. Nobody told us what to think. We
I think
decided one
maybe
day
that's
we
the
had to
issue
take
is
it
that you did your own
seriously.
But
research.
we held true
Yeah,
to
you
that
know what? Because you
dogmatic
can do
belief.
that, Gilbert. Amazing, huh? So anyway, yeah,
My
you don't
point
need
being
to wait
is,
and have other people tell you what to think.
of
Fascinating.
course, we
No, I
all
know. Well,
held.
that's the thing they don't understand, right? So what
Well,
is your position, Goran? If you're not a flat earther and you're talking like this, are you a concave earther? Are you what?
no, no, I'm more of an ignorant earther, but I don't believe the Earth is a globe. That's the one thing I do definitely agree with you guys on. And I
Okay,
won't.
well, if it's not curving, then it's
No, because I don't want to get into this debate again because it's just you guys call it
well, I'm just
pedantic
wondering what the
and
alternative is to
it
it
does.
being.
Sometimes there is or there's always an alternative, right? But to claim the alternative as a fact, when this is the crux of my argument, and why I left flat Earth is to claim that the entire Earth is flat based on our observable knowledge of Earth
Okay, well,
is
we can only claim that the part of the world that we know of is flat, right?
right. But you can't
Okay,
know the
but
full
that's still
structure.
well, sure, we could be like one flat side of an absolutely like enormous sphere, but that still completely tears apart the heliocentric paradigm, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, of course, yeah,
Okay,
there's agreement.
so we can agree that the known world we inhabit is flat, and that's all we're interested in because we can't prove anything beyond that. If that's your contention, I don't disagree with you, just that
Mhm.
there's no evidence for that, right?
No, my question I guess would be I didn't get to ask this last night, but why is it? Because you guys said the same thing last night, where what's the alternative, right? And my question is why do you have to present an alternative? Like why can't it just be I? That's not the like tell them like the Globers, and I tell them this all the time. No, no, no. You're not gonna tell me. You're not gonna force me to give you an alternative that I don't know because the most of the Earth hasn't been discovered, so I can't claim anything. But
That's
I'm
fine.
just you got to stick onto them because they're claiming the Earth is a globe. That is disprovably false. But why do you have to offer them an alternative when they hold
We're
no belief
not.
in
We're
it?
not offering them an alternative. We're
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
that
yeah,
what we measure is flat.
Right.
yeah. Gordon, you're hitting it on the head, dude. That, at least in my opinion, there is one of the biggest things that I've found people have difficulty with. It's this. Okay, we uproot something that some of them thought they knew, and we can't provide a replacement, and they freak out because we can't do that.
Right. Yeah,
Right?
yeah, which is I
There's a
see you guys do
discomfort.
that.
Yeah,
I
there's
see
a
you guys do that with a lot
discomfort
of
with.
things, though. You guys do that with like
Yeah,
weather or the stars or space, right? You claim ignorance. You said I don't know and it's not my problem, right? And that's fair. But I just
and that's the difficulty that a lot of people have, right? And it's not our prerogative to necessarily provide a replacement, right?
yeah,
If we
exactly.
just show something's wrong, but we don't know what the right answer is, right?
Right.
I mean, yeah, it's open for discovery now. Like, is there an issue? Like, do you need another teddy bear until until we figure it out? Like,
No,
Yeah.
I agree with you guys on that. That's
So I
why
don't understand how. Yeah, I just don't understand your where you are, Goran. It
well,
seems really confusing.
it's really
he's on
not
the phone.
confusing. It's really not confusing because it's really simple. Like I feel like the way I look at it, and it's not an attack on you guys, but the way I look at it is I fell into that dogmatic belief and that indoctrination and propaganda that the Earth was a globe, and I had a strong belief, as a lot of people did at one point, and I was so deceived on such a crazy level, and that's the a flat Earth was probably the one conspiracy that really shook me, where I'm like, wow, that's something I really fucking believed. And I was
Whoa,
adamant.
whoa, whoa,
So
wait, wait, wait.
if
You just
I
said
was
the
like
flat Earth was the conspiracy that you really believed.
at the time when I came to that realization.
Wait, wait, wait. You were saying the globe is something you really believed, and then you said the flat Earth is a conspiracy. I'm confused by what you're saying because it sounds
No,
like you transitioned there without
I did.
an.
I was a glober. Then I became, and I was convinced of the globe, and I held that emotional, dogmatic belief that like,
Right.
and
Uh,
then I was a flat earther. I didn't
okay,
fully
why?
understand it
Why were you a flat earther?
because I fell into the if it's not a globe, it must be entirely flat. But then once I
Oh, no, whoa, whoa, whoa. Then it sounds like you weren't very knowledgeable, right?
not I
So
wouldn't say that.
you didn't like actually review measurements and stuff. You just kind of fell from one dogmatic belief to another without any kind of like setting aside your ego
What's
and
my
looking for the
dogma?
evidence.
What's my dogma? Because I don't hold a dogma. I told you I don't know what the Earth is.
Okay. So you do how can you not know what's measurably proven to be true?
It's easy. I don't know the full extent of the Earth, so I won't claim its properties, nor its
Okay,
size,
so
or
you
its
won't claim
shapes.
the properties of the areas that we can test
I will.
because it might be something beyond that. That seems ridiculous. That's like saying I can't determine that this section of my table is flat because there's sections I can't access. So therefore, the whole thing might not be flat.
That's
So
a false
therefore, I can't say
analogy.
that this part is flat. But that's
That's
all
a
we're
bad.
claiming, Goran, is
That's a
that the
false
part that we
analogy.
can measure is flat. That's all there is, right?
That's well. Okay, let me ask you this: Can you say? Let me ask you this. So let's use a table. If you have a table and say there's a sheet on top of the left side, you've never seen this table before, and guess what? 90 or 80% that's not covered is wood, right? And then the sheet is covering 10%. Now, if someone were to ask you, what is under is there any difference between under the sheet versus not the sheet? And you said, no, there can't be. It's a wooden table. Can't you
But
see
we don't
90%?
say that, Goran. We don't say
No,
that.
that's what, no, it's, no, it is what you say, because if we don't
No, it
know,
isn't. Why are you putting words in my mouth? I already explained that it could that I already told you an alternative early on in this conversation, so I don't know why you're saying this.
I'm claiming you have to have the full
We are only
properties.
claiming that the part of the earth, the known earth that we can measure, that we can test, that that we know we can explore is measurably flat and level. We know that water is level at rest, right?
And water is something that I also disagree with you on, because we don't know the full properties of water
Okay, but
because we haven't seen all the water in the world.
Okay, but saying that some alternative could exist is perfectly fine, but that's not what we see. That's not what we observe. That's not what we test. That's not what we measure in the part of the earth we can access. So rejecting what is provably true because there could be something beyond that that is different is silly.
It's not could be.
We're
We
not
know there's
interested.
It's not
You
could
have a
be.
belief in a thing you can't prove, and so you're rejecting the thing you can prove on that basis.
You're invoking a lot of things. And you're straw manning me because I did not say, or sorry, we actually both agreed upon that most of the Earth has not been discovered.
No, 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 I don't agree with that. I don't agree that most
Or,
has not been discovered. I don't know that. How could I say that?
well, by definition, it's not discovered if it hasn't been charted and we haven't been there,
But how
right?
do you
So
know most hasn't been discovered? That's a claim that you can't prove.
okay, there are aspects. If there's even zero point 0.1 mile that hasn't been discovered, we
Okay,
don't
that's not
have the.
most then, is it? That's not
Doesn't
most.
matter. It's not 100%, is it? Is it?
Oh my gosh. You just said most and now you switched it to 0.1
Okay,
mile.
I'm using an extreme example to prove my point. It doesn't matter.
You're
It's the
not
same
proving your
concept.
point. Yeah, you're not
Yeah.
proving your point. I see
Have
why
we
people
been
were frustrated with
right?
you.
So the depths of the ocean, is that something that's been discovered? So we like, do you know what water is resting upon, confidently and for a fact?
What does this have to do with the nature of the surface of the earth?
Well, water is resting in its level, and and that's what you guys
That's the
use.
bottom of the ocean. The bottom of the ocean can be
What's the
any
bottom?
texture. I don't know.
Is it a texture?
I don't Oh my gosh, this is you sound like gosh, you sound like one of these philosophers. Okay, listen, we don't have to know everything that exists in order to state confidently the facts about the things we do know exist.
Yes, and it was in
Okay,
at
I
the end
don't
of the
need
day,
to
it's just a
measure every
theory.
person on Earth and know their dimensions in order to know your height, Goran.
Okay, listen, I don't want to get in
And
this
I don't have to
debate
make
again.
claims about everybody to know your height.
I
I can
fall.
just measure you.
I've said it again. I respect you guys, and I don't want to get in these debates with you guys because I know how you feel about them, and I don't. It doesn't shake me in the slightest. But I find more entertaining the engaging and fruitful the discussions we do have, where you guys talk to me about refraction or things of the nature. Right? You're never going to convince me that I'm going to claim something that I don't know the full nature of. It's just not
So, are you
happening.
interested in refraction? Because you could just say, well, maybe light's doing something totally different beyond where we measure it. And so,
I'm
therefore, I'm
interested
not interested.
I'm interested the same reason I go to like atheist channels and I'm not an atheist is because I like to hear other people's point
So,
of
you
view.
basically you don't want to accept anything as true.
I want to have as much knowledge as I can, and if
How
I'm
can you
still
have any
ignorant,
knowledge without any, like,
okay,
with any
beliefs, fine.
foundation? Like, you just have a whole bunch
Yeah,
of things you're stacking.
exactly. You're right. You caught me. Beliefs. Okay, got it. I just like to talk to people from other points of view and hear what they have to say. That's it.
Okay, fair enough.
I will admit your stance does confuse me a little.
It's like he's on the fence, but not exactly. It's like he's hovering above the fence,
Well, he's saying
not
we
even
can't
on.
say the Earth is flat because we can't possibly know the entire Earth.
Yeah.
And therefore, because there might be a portion of the Earth that isn't flat, we can't say that this portion of the Earth is flat.
Well,
But even if there was some sort
I
of
know.
discrepancy in the water,
On
yeah.
the bottom of the
Let's,
ocean.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
yes.
hang on. Let's just refer it back to the globe, yeah, for a second. So they say that 72, 74%, whatever it is, of the Earth or the globe is water. I think that we can say in reality that's something that we do see and can agree upon, even if the Earth was flat. Yes.
No, we can't because, and this is why I get so hung up on this whole Antarctica and ice wall stuff. Is that this is a region that has been hidden, and I'm not claiming I know what's back there at all. I have zero clue, but that could be either significant portion of land, like a lot more than what we currently know. So the 70-80%, I don't know, because what if we are just an insignificant part on a greater plane, right? But that's my whole argument is there's too many unknown variables as to what's keeping our water up, as to what's beyond that I can't make definitive claims beyond what
Keeping our
I know.
water up? What does that
Yeah.
mean?
So
Okay.
okay, for example,
Well, not never mind, never mind, never mind. I'm
water can
sorry
be
I asked.
propulsed.
No, I don't want to ask.
Just
I
an
shouldn't have
example.
asked.
Okay, well you asked. So water can be. We know that water can
Okay,
be
it's
propelled
okay,
up,
Goran.
right? We can
Hey,
see.
Goran, hold up, hun. So, yeah, I mean, you just sound like somebody who's really uncomfortable with any kind of certainty, and I mean, I can understand how somebody could be that way, right? But we like to deal with what we can prove here, and The other stuff is
Go ahead.
speculation, but we can't. I'm never going to agree with you that we can't say we don't. That we must say we don't know anything because we don't know some things, right? Which seems to be what you're saying over and over again.
Well,
We can't say the Earth is flat because we don't know everything. Right,
yeah.
and
If you
that's
take
just a
it to its
that's an
yeah.
I think that's a mental cop out. I think that's like an
No, it's not a cop
intellectual.
out.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's you're afraid to actually like. The point of having an open mind is to close it on something
Okay,
solid,
so then what
right?
do you
But
close your
you're not
mind upon?
willing to close it on anything solid. You're just continually
Really?
flitting from thing to thing. Yeah, I mean,
Oh, really? So
if
I
you were a
claim the
flat
Earth is not a
earther,
globe. I claim the Earth is not a globe. Is that
if
not a
you
claim?
I've never met anyone who became a flat earther because they actually looked at the solid evidence and then changed their mind about it. Everybody I know who like flip-flopped in that way had a very esoteric beliefs-based
Okay.
system about it and didn't actually really dig in for
Well, you're
evidence.
putting me in a box, and you have your preconceived notions of me. And
I'm
congratulations.
telling you my experience. I'm not saying that's you. I'm saying that's my
Okay,
experience. Yeah.
gotcha. Got it. Thanks. So you never met someone like me. Great. I'm an individual, as we all are. So I have different beliefs, and
Okay, so what
I
do
don't
you
let
know is true,
dogma
Goran?
control me. So I know that the Earth, as we perceive it, is not a globe. That's a claim. Now, my question to you is: you say, "Oh, why don't you close? You open your mind. You have to close it on something." Okay, if that's true, then why don't you explain to me? Why the seasons happen, or why don't you explain the sun? Like
Did
the
you not
things that
understand that? You were a flat earther and you didn't know the answers to
no,
those things?
you claim ignorance as a flat earther. You claim ignorance
No, I
on
don't. I
on
don't
some
claim
topics.
ignorance of those
Really? So
things.
what is the sun?
What is the sun? You asked me about
Yeah.
seasons. I can talk about seasons. I don't
No,
need to tell you what the sun is.
I'm illustrating a point that you will
No,
claim
you're not
ignorance upon.
illustrating a
Yeah.
point. No one can prove that, Goran.
Oh, but you have to have if you're saying the sun isn't a sphere, then it must be something else. So you must
I
make a
didn't say
claim.
anything about the shape of the sun. We all observe the sun the same way.
Okay, great. So there's an example of
We can
something
all
that you
know
don't.
how the sun appears, right?
There is an example of something that people have said the sun is a sphere, and you guys rightfully
No, I
tell
don't
them.
say the sun is a sphere. I don't say,
Not
I say that,
you, the Globers. The Globers come in here and say it's a sphere, right? And then you guys
okay,
say,
so
"How do you know that?" That same way, that's exactly the same yardstick I go by. Right there is that claim
we can't
ignorance.
access the sun,
Great,
Goran.
and I can't
We only
access the
know
rest
how
of
it
the Earth.
appears. We can't measure it. What are you
Great.
talking about? That's not
So,
equivalent.
So why are you
yeah,
faulting me for not
hold
closing my mind upon something when you don't close your mind upon something
Because I
when you
can't
know the
prove
alternative would
that.
be
It's
false?
really simple. I can measure the surface of the earth. I cannot measure the sun. How is that at all equivalent?
Go on. What are you getting at? It sounded earlier. It sounded like you were okay with the notion that hey, there are some things that we can pick apart, and we can't provide an answer for, but a certain claim about a certain thing that gets picked apart, that's sufficient. And now it's like I don't understand
No,
what
you're
you're getting
swapping
at.
our sides. She has a problem with me saying I won't close my mind on the flat Earth, and she's like, "Why don't you
No,
close
that's
your
not.
mind?"
I said the point of having an open mind is to close it on something solid. We have measurements, Goran. I'm not going to claim to know what the sun is when no one can find that out for certain, right?
Great.
But
Yeah,
we can
but
easily measure it and know that that's true, that the earth is flat where we can measure it. Okay? That's just a
Okay.
fact.
All right.
yeah,
And the fact of the
there's
matter is,
something.
there are parts of the Earth
Fine, just
undiscovered, and we don't know how big it is. So you can't claim the
yeah.
properties. You can't use the properties of such as water to claim anything, which is a portion of Earth, to further your argument because you don't know the full extent of water and where it rests and yada yada. It's not that complicated.
Okay,
Wait,
so
hang on.
the surface.
Go on.
Wait one sec. So the surface of water changes if you go somewhere else.
We don't know. We haven't been to the depths of the ocean. We haven't been to the edges of the Earth or whatever. We don't
I'm talking
know.
about the surface. The surface.
Yeah.
Would the surface change somewhere else?
If there's surfaces undiscovered, yes, it could. We don't know, or it could. I don't know.
You're a
Okay. Yeah.
fucking
Go.
retard,
I hear
dude.
you on that. Check this out. Check this out. Right. So the known Earth, right? That we can test and measure and shit like that. We can know stuff about. Everything else, we can't make any knowledge claims about. I don't think there's anything wrong with that type of statement.
Yeah, that's fair. Listen, I
Nothing
don't
wrong with
come in
that.
here wanting to debate you guys. I truly don't. We've been
Yeah.
down this
Yeah.
road
No.
too many
I
times.
hear that.
I
I'm
like
not.
a lot of you
I
guys.
hear that. I'm not too sure why it got the way it did there. It got heated. I mean, I get that, man. I think a lot of people in here would sit right on that. The shit that we don't know, we can't make a claim about.
Yeah, but he's saying we can't make a claim about the things we do know because there are things we don't know. That's what he's saying.
Did he say that? That's kind of
Yes, he
weird,
did.
dude.
Yes, he did.
I'm saying
That's exactly what
That's
he said.
exactly what he's
I'm
saying.
not gonna weasel out. Yeah, of course, that's what I believe.
Oh,
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
that's what he's
denying it.
saying.
no, no,
I'm not
Unless
no.
we
denying
can
it.
know everything, we can't know anything,
That's
basically.
kind of weird, dude. That's
Yeah.
weird.
That's why people are probably arguing with him.
Okay, I missed that detail.
I don't find
What?
Yeah,
allies
then
on either
No,
side
it's
most of the
it's
time,
the
so it doesn't
crux
matter.
of his whole belief system. Yeah.
Yeah,
all or
can you
nothing
run that?
fallacy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird, dude. Can you run that by me again? In your words?
Well, I mean, essentially, yeah. Like if okay, it's like I try
Generically
to go
speaking.
down to something simple like the water, because the water is something you guys reference, and like it's a local like what I think we're not, we don't see eye to eye on. We definitely don't. Is that I think water is localized, and the reference of water as we know it is localized. I get that, but if we haven't seen all of the water and we haven't seen the depths of the
Mhm.
ocean, what even is a depth? We don't know, right? So, but water's down there.
Surface, dude. Surface.
Okay, but
Yeah, we're talking about the surface, bro.
I understand.
Yeah.
But I need to
Right?
understand. I need to know the full extent of Earth to make claims about what it is. I could shoot down.
About the whole
I could shoot down
Earth.
so
It's
many
water.
claims.
It's water.
But check this out.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. If you know a property about something, right? You can extrapolate that out to the known area. I don't see there's anything wrong with that. Now, if there is something wrong with that, can you cite anyone who has actually gone to a specific area and performed a certain measurement that goes against what others would elsewhere?
Well, I mean, but it's the Admiral Byrd in Antarctica. Like it's not what we were told, and that's just a claim. I'm not saying he's right, but that's a person that went out there and claimed it is not what we were told. So,
Why do you
That
believe
doesn't
him?
that
Why do you
that
believe
doesn't
him?
mean that water's going to do something different around the corner.
the purpose of
Yeah, yeah, go on.
this room isn't to discuss Byrd, and I don't want to get into that. But you
You
could
just
look
have
at
more beliefs. All you have
Yeah,
is
but
yeah, I
beliefs.
have beliefs. You're right. I don't. They're
that's
beliefs.
go on, and that's okay. You're allowed to, but I'm just not too sure about your logic chain there. So we're talking about water, right? We can test water in a certain area, and we can extrapolate that out to other areas. And then you jump to Antarctica, like there's natural like connection there, like.
Yeah, I mean,
But
there's UFOs. I'm not saying I know what UFOs are or what they're capable of, or if they're even aliens. I don't
but
know what they
no, but
are.
we're
Just
but we're
electromagnetic levitation. It's not that
but we're
complicated.
but we're not saying we know anything about Antarctica in this conversation. So I don't understand why you're jumping to that.
Because you're
You know
using
lots
water.
about Antarctica.
We've been told that Antarctica is an Arctic wasteland, right? And there's claims against that. So the same when you ask me about the water thing,
Nope,
I'm just
you're
drawing an
wrong. There are
analogy
no
to that.
claims to the
But if we were
Antarctica.
what the fuck? Drawing an analogy, if we were talking about Antarctica, and if anyone was saying, "Oh, we know Antarctica is just ice and that there's no land, there's nothing," right?
But there's
That's
fantastical claims about Antarctica beyond
right,
just what we know.
but we're not, right? We're not talking about a complete analysis of all the topography and whatever living conditions and temperatures and all this shit, right? We're not talking about. We're talking about the water itself has a certain property,
Right. The
right?
water as we know it. You're right.
Yeah. So why can't we extrapolate that out, right?
I
If
will.
it's
No,
not, if
that's where
water
we.
changes, right?
Yeah.
Then can someone demonstrate that?
And I can't, but I'm not claiming anything about water. I'm just not making it definitive. I'm just like that's where like
Okay.
the last point you made, where like the water as we know it, and we both agree, the water as we know it has certain characteristics and
Uh-huh.
how it acts. That's where our agreement ends, and that's
Okay.
where I'd like it to end
Okay.
because it's just
Okay.
I'm not gonna convince you guys. You won't convince me. So
But I don't even know what you're trying to convince us of.
I'm not. She asked me my belief system, and I just told her. That's it. And I knew this was gonna happen.
Well,
I don't.
rather, let me rephrase that, right? I'm not even sure what you're withholding, trying to convince us of if you were to.
No, I'm not
I
trying to
don't even.
convince you of anything. I want to convince
I know
people
you're
that the
not.
Earth isn't a globe, and then from
I,
there they can go whatever
dude,
path they want.
I got the message that you're not going to try and convince us of anything, right? But what that anything would be if you were to try and convince us of it, I don't even know what that is. Like basically, in a nutshell, I don't even know what the hell your point is.
No, because it got
Right?
contentious because I get what you're saying. I'm not, but it got contentious because it's happened before, but she really like was going at me about my worldview and saying it was ludicrous and all this stuff, which is
Wait, I
fine.
didn't say that. I
You said,
said you
I'm
can't claim that we
paraphrasing.
don't know something that is knowable because there are things that aren't knowable.
Well, can I ask you a question?
And then you brought up seasons, which lets me know you didn't really accept flat Earth because you would have known the answer to that question.
Can I ask you? No, it's not. See, it's another preconceived notion because I've been around here long enough where
Okay,
Globers have asked you guys, and not you
I wonder if we
specifically.
can talk to someone else
There's
because
Globers that have asked about seasons, and at one point in here, people were saying, "I'm not even go into that conversation because it's not something we can prove." So if it's evolved, great. But my point was, you said if you have the point of an open mind is to close it on something. Are you going to rescind that? Because that's not always the case with everything.
no, you can close it on the fact that there are things you don't know and accept that. But you also must accept the things you can know, which is something you're not willing to do. And I'm not quite sure if you're just like LARPing as if you're just a Glober with like an elaborate LARP or whatever. But like this is weird, dude. Like it's a little
Francis,
weird to say you
are you
can't know.
reading? Are you reading my mind or something? What are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, saying you can't know anything because you don't know some things is like the most ridiculous claim ever.
It's funny. I've
So,
argued with so many Globers,
okay,
and
well,
so this would be the
I'm gonna talk.
stupidest.
Hey,
This
hey,
would be the
dude, I'm gonna
stupidest
talk.
LARP.
I think you've probably wasted a lot of people's time extensively, which may be what you intended to do. So,
Oh, were you
if
doing
y'all don't
something better
mind, I'm
with
gonna
your
talk
life?
to. There's
He
some
did
people with questions.
the same thing
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna
yesterday.
mute him.
Like,
So, yeah. Anyway, let's
like
talk to Gil. I'm gonna talk to Gilbert if nobody mind. So, Gilbert, you said we can know what the sun is. Could you extrapolate on that a little bit?
We've been to space before, seen the sun.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. You said we can know what the sun is. How do we know that?
What do you mean? I mean, you go to space, and then the people who've been to space seen it.
Okay, how do we know what the sun is, Gilbert? This is a really simple question.
So basically, when they're in space, they like take pictures and shit.
Okay, we
And
can take
then you
pictures
look
of
at
the
the
sun from the
pictures.
Earth. How does a picture tell us what the sun is?
So basically, when you're in different places, you can see like different things. So
Oh,
you see
that's
when you're in
compelling,
space, you
Gilbert.
can
I,
see
I
more of
can
that.
see you're not equipped for this conversation today.
Well, if y'all don't believe in
Yeah.
basic science, there's no point in arguing with
What
people who
basic
don't believe in
science?
basic
Well, you
science
can't
to
even cite
facts.
any basic science, Gilbert. What's the basic science? Look at the sun and know what it is your basic science?
So are you arguing that the sun is not round, or what's your argument? Like
I
what are
didn't
you
say
kind of
anything. You said you know what the sun is, and I asked you how, and you said take a
like what
picture,
it's made up
and then
of, or
told me that
what?
was basic science. Do you hear this? Do you hear the
Like what
things
it's
coming out of
made
your mouth?
of? What like the
Yeah, what the
chemicals
sun
in it,
is.
or what?
Tell me how we know the things that you claim we know about the sun. What do you say we know about the sun? That quote
So the
unquote
sun
basic
is
science tells us.
73% hydrogen and
Okay, how
25%
do we know
helium.
this, Gilbert?
Let me look. I'll just click the first link, and it
Okay, so you
says.
don't actually know. So you just have a set of beliefs without proof because
So
no one can go
basically,
to the
what I'm
sun
about to
to prove
do
it.
is I
No.
googled this, and I'm about to read this
Okay, cool.
article, and the
All right.
article is going to
So
tell me. So
anybody
you can
can
do the same
Google
thing, right?
anything. Yeah, anybody
And
can
read
Google
and read
something.
the
It doesn't
evidence.
make it true. You realize
I'm
that? Are you that credulous, Gilbert, that
So
you just read
basically,
something and you're like, it must be
is
real?
so basically
I'm
there's
curious about
people.
this. Hey, Gilbert, did you
Hey,
actually read that
hey,
before you started
let me
opening your
speak.
mouth?
No, he
So
didn't. He
Chacho,
didn't read it.
Yeah,
Gilbert?
exactly.
hey
Yeah,
Buster,
he did.
Stuff.
Buster,
Yeah,
hey Buster, let
yeah,
me talk.
yeah.
Okay,
Shut your mouth.
he's going back on
Yeah,
mute. Yeah.
yeah, you're done. Right? Go read shit, right? Before you start like opening your fucking mouth hole. Right?
I know. It's
Like what?
basic
You
science.
recall
Let me
something that
find
you're.
out.
Oh yeah, he recalled hearing it in like grade 7, right? And then when passed on it, he's gonna like try and brush up on his grade 7 science, and send us a link on the fly. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, he the mouthier they are in the side text, like the less they tend to know when they get into VC. So that's kind of why I wanted to pull him in. Yeah, but I
yeah,
think that 20 Cups, I think that other guy's just a Glober, with an extensive sea lion thing going on,
yeah, going kind of weird, man. I'll give you that. It's kind of weird.
I mean, when he brought up we don't know what causes seasons, I knew he like didn't know it. The first thing about flat Earth, that's just like
I
a
knew
really
he,
basic thing.
I knew he sounded familiar. Fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what the crazy thing is people come in here thinking we've never used Google before.
Oh yeah, we should just believe everything we're told too. Just Google it, bro.
I'll
Like,
just Google it. Like,
oh,
oh,
what's
like I
that?
didn't Google it 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
I know. What's Google? Right. If only we had known about Google, we could have saved all this time.
They didn't have Google on my BlackBerry phone.
Have you guys racked up a counter on how many have said, what's your source, Google? You gotta start
Wikipedia.
counting that.
Hold on, let me show you a link real quick.
And Dylan, like, don't say stupid shit like that. Google is for Globers. Bro, there's nothing wrong with Googling shit. But you actually have to, like, dig, right? You don't take the first fucking listing as, gospel just because it's the first listing.
Don't take that too seriously, man.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. Like,
Here's my thing, right? Even I was honest enough when I became a flat earther, and I was looking into flat Earth. I wasn't even a flat earther yet. I was at least honest enough that when I looked for evidence for the globe, I was like, no, I don't want a Science magazine article. I want an actual research paper, an actual scholarly article, right? So, like, just by Googling something and then you pull out, like, science.com or nasa.gov as your evidence, that's retarded.
I'm not saying you guys can't use the internet, but that does bring up a thought about like Starlink or something that's like exclusively satellites. Like I saw the SpaceX Starlink satellites get deployed one time, and I thought they were a bunch of UFOs. I didn't know what was going on. It was this long line of lights in the
You
sky.
didn't see it get deployed, you just saw lights in the sky. I've seen Starlink several times.
Was it
Did you
nighttime
see
when that
like a
happened?
long
Yeah, I've
line
seen
of
it
them,
too. So
like
what?
convoy?
Have you
Hey,
never
do
seen
you
lights in the sky? Never seen. It must
do you
be.
realize the sun is underneath the Earth on the globe model, and that those satellites are in the shadow of the Earth? There's no way that they could be reflecting sunlight.
Yeah, they
Did
couldn't
you
be
know that?
reflecting towards the Earth. Yep.
Yeah, the sun is completely on the other side.
But I've seen them. I've seen them a couple times. There's no way to know where they are. Actually, they look pretty close when you see them. Um, but of course, you can't really tell. There's
They
no way
look
to
like a
say that they're
string
in
of
a.
hot air balloons.
Yeah, they look like drones to me.
Or
They
drones,
were
yeah,
moving way
that would make
too
more sense.
fast, I would think, to
How would
be.
you know how fast they are when you don't know what size they are or where they are? And I didn't think they were moving that fast. No.
They were moving pretty fast. I mean,
Okay, so how
I
do you
would
know
have
how
to
fast
know.
they're moving, Dylan, if you don't know their size or their distance?
I don't know how fast exactly they were going,
You
but
have
I
no
assume
idea because you don't know their size or their distance.
I have a reference of like
What?
seeing commercial airlines in the
But you
sky,
don't
for
know how
example.
big they are or where they are. Why are you
What is
comparing them
your
to an
explanation
airplane?
for
Why
them?
are you comparing them to an
What's
airplane?
your because when you see an airplane in the sky traveling, like you know that it's traveling like
We
700 miles
know
an hour.
where
It's got a
airplanes.
certain size and distance,
We know
like
what altitude airplanes fly at, and we know what size airplanes are. You're proving my point.
exactly.
We
So I'm
don't know
assuming
that about some
they're
lights in the sky that
farther
people claim are.
away.
Oh my
I'm
God,
assuming
Dylan,
they're
do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? You're comparing some lights that you don't know the size or distance of to a plane whose size and distance you know, and you think that this is an analogy you should go with.
if they're far. Well, this is the train of thought I'm trying to give you. There's assumptions involved with it. Yes.
Yeah, I know.
But,
Stop. I don't want to hear your assumptions. You can make assumptions all day long, but you have no evidence for these.
so what is it then? What do you think those are?
I have
You
no
saw
idea. It
them.
looks like drones to me when I've seen them, but I don't know. I don't have access to them.
Okay.
You don't either.
What, you don't think drones could do what they're doing, Dylan?
I don't think drones can stay up indefinitely like that. No, I think that
You don't think they could make an unmanned drone that is solar powered to stay up in the sky for an indefinite amount of time until it needs to be worked on?
yeah, they can do that. I don't think that's what those are, but maybe
Yeah,
we're
the
just
government could do that, but I don't think the government would lie to us.
I think the government does lie to us, but I don't think I think there are satellites. I think the SpaceX Starlink satellites are satellites. I mean, is
We know you think so, but you have no evidence for that. You just have a belief, as you pointed out.
But Star Wars and Martian and Event Horizon, those were all real movies.
no, that's not what we're getting at. I mean, there's some sort of there's something going on because people are able to get access to the internet with them. So maybe, yeah, that's a reasonable alternative is like some sort of solar powered drone, I suppose. That's what I was looking for, is
I'm
some
not
sort of
even saying that's what it is. I
alternative
just gave you an
information.
option, right? There could be a lot of different things. They could have some kind of like power thing on there where the battery lasts forever on it, man. You just don't know. I mean, there's evidence that like the higher up you go, the more energy you can pull from the it's not even the atmos. It's just like there's an energy field. The higher you go, the more voltage there is.
Right, but you'd still need a voltage difference. You'd need like some connection to the ground.
I mean, it could be dropping a string down. You don't know. I'm not saying it has to be connected to the ground. It just has to be a long string dangling down, right? And then it just discharges out. And that's just another alternative hypothesis that I really can't prove. I'm just giving you alternative ideas of what else could it be, right? All of those are a lot more plausible than the idea of a vacuum of space where there's nothing holding gases to the earth. Good evening, Overfencer.
Hey there. Good to hear you. I know you've been busy lately.
Girl, I've been working over 70 hours a week. I am
That's
exhausted.
crazy.
But my
How long's it
paycheck's
gonna
coming.
last?
I don't know, but I'm going to take advantage of it while I'm motivated.
Yeah. until yeah, or until it kills you, right?
Yeah, I figure if anything, I probably, if I can make it another 2 or 3 weeks, my body will adjust and I'll do fine.
Well, I hope it
The
goes
hard
the way
part
you
is
want
that
it
it's
to.
6 days. 6 days is a lot of days.
Will you get a longer vacation at some point?
That I don't know. I'm more concerned about um, just putting money in the bank and having a nest egg.
Yeah. Well, good for you. I respect it.
Yeah, the wife respects it too. She says she loves me a lot more now that I'm working all these hours.
Man, 70 hours, dude. That's fucking savage. Good on you.
Well, the best part about it is so I can't go to the gym, right? But I'm delivering liquor to restaurants and stuff like that. So I'm lifting the entire time. It's just a nonstop workout for me.
Oh yeah, okay, I see that. Two birds with one stone, though. Why not?
I think it's been almost a month and I'm down 13 pounds.
Oh, gee.
But I have like 50 that I can lose. So
Wait, how long has it been?
I have like 50 pounds I could lose. I actually have more than that, probably 70 or 80, but 50 is what I want to lose.
Yeah, but how long you already been there? I missed that part.
Like 23 days or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, just do that 6 or 7 more times. So another, what, 3-4 months? 14 pounds every 20 days.
I think I can get down to under 205 doing this job, but at some point I'm going to have to get back to it.
Right. Solid.
Whew. Spent all day lifting and then had to carry 2 cases of water upstairs. But you guys and my wife keep me. Appreciate y'all. Sorry for the background.
So we unbanned. Oh, sorry, dude. So we
You what?
unbanned Goran? Oh, no, I thought we were just doing something.
We need to unban somebody?
You want him back?
Well, you would have to.
Yeah, I mean.
No, what I was saying, I was saying, I see we unbanned Goran, but as I was saying that, you said something, Shipa.
No.
That's why I stopped.
Kind of hot micing just to be nice and talk with y'all. Miss y'all.
Gotcha. Yeah, I thought I saw an unban banner in the chat for Goran.
Yeah, apparently he was already banned, and then I unbanned him on accident.
Was it really an accident? Were you missed him already?
I was thinking about changing my name to Pot Stirring Jezebel. What do you think?
The one, it would just be another one of what, 4 now?
No, that's what he called me.
What is it? Sister fences, over benches, over the fence, OF.
Whatever. Whatever 15 things Jen called me.
Fucking Jen, man. Love Jen.
All right, I'm changing it. It'll be temporary, but I'm doing it.
It's funny. It'll just get in his head even more.
You should make it only fences.
Oh, don't go there.
Over Jezebels.
Yeah, he called me a pot stirring Jezebel, so that's what I'm going with.
I saw that.
Yeah, do it. He'll think you like him.
Oh, then maybe I shouldn't. I get enough DMs. All right, I guess I will. All right, there you go. It's better than sister fences. That one was a little creepy. I mean, I know why we did it, but
There you go.
yeah.
Now unban him.
All right.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
Is there a
What's happening?
conversation? I don't want to cut off the conversation. So is there a conversation happening?
No,
No, we
no,
just
you're the new conversation.
welcome.
Okay, real quickly, quick side note before we get this going. There was a guy named Goron who wanted me to come in here and ask why he was banned.
Who?
Fences, you're up. Culprit.
Did he send someone in? Did he send someone in
So I
to
was in
the
the
White Knight
I was
for
in
him?
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
in the left.
yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
put his username in the side text, and I'll unban him, and we can
yeah,
listen to him.
yeah. This
Okay.
is Goron's. This
Yeah.
is Goron's.
So I was
hashtag.
in the
Are you
progressive.
his?
Oh,
Are you his
go
boyfriend
ahead.
or? Okay, cool. Just put it in the side text.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
Goron's.
not anyone's boyfriend.
No, you
Let
don't
me
have
ask
to.
you.
You're his
Let me ask this
attaché.
question. Let me ask this question, Frank. Why do you care?
Oh, cause I don't really care, but he just came and asked me like, hey, can you do this? I was in the progressive left room, and he asked me to do it.
Right, but why do you care?
I don't care. I mean, you don't have to unban him.
All right. So then, why are you fighting so hard to get him unbanned?
I'm not fighting so hard to do anything.
All right. Well, in the future, if it doesn't really matter to you or pertain to you, then just leave it alone, man. It's not a big
All right,
deal.
you know what? My bad. That was my mistake.
You're good. I'm just letting you know. You know what I mean? Like to a lot of people, in a lot of different situations of the same situation, no matter what. Why did you kick him out? Why is he banned? Why this? Why that? Has nothing to do with you. You don't even have a dog in the fight. So it's like, why would you even care to like defend him? Are you willing to put your name over his name?
Nope. My mistake. You're right.
You get what I'm saying?
Get what you're saying. Can we get the flat Earth talk going?
Do what?
Can we get the flat Earth conversation going?
It's always going, man. We're always looking for people to tell us where the curvature is at, how to find it.
So how come you can? Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
How come you can look in space, like through like a telescope, and see satellites?
I mean, you can look in the sky and see things in the sky. That doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
Right, but you can still see satellites in space.
Doesn't mean that satellites can still happen over a flat Earth, right? The question is the surface of the Earth actually curving, or is it flat? Because if it's not curving, it's what?
Probably flat.
Probably flat. And if it's flat, then whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. So we should probably focus on the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
Solar eclipses, lunar eclipses, planets, planetary motion, all that shit is all happening above a flat Earth.
Do you believe in the
for some reason?
The firmament?
I just say for some reason it's only happening over a flat Earth.
No, I know, but do you believe in the firmament?
I don't know what that is. I know in science you can't have gas pressure without a container. So if you want to take the religious context of the firmament and say that that's the physical barrier above the head, because that's what it says in Genesis, right? That God separated the waters above from the waters below, and he called it the firmament. So whatever that barrier is, it's preventing whatever's inside here from escaping, or whatever's above us from coming down.
Oh, sweet. Okay, yeah. See, I do believe in that. Yeah. So I guess that kind of supports flat Earth theory, maybe if you make that connection. So how come nobody's fallen off the side of the planet?
Well, because you're contained, right? Remember the firmament that you said?
Well, hold on. If somebody goes in a straight line from like California, did they just go west?
Yeah.
Like you end up going to Japan, and if you keep going, you end up back in California. Like if it was
No. No
flat,
one's
you
ever
can do
gone
that.
in a straight line and ended up back where they started.
So you can fly from Japan to California. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Yeah, the flat Earth is not a Mercator map.
Okay, but then you can fly from Japan. You take that same flight from Japan to New York back to California and never go like off the side of the Earth.
Yeah, when you go to Japan to New York, you fly over the Arctic Circle. You don't fly over the west coast of California.
So the Arctic Circle connects and like the west.
Well,
Like,
the Arctic Circle.
Right.
So, like, have you ever seen an above view of the Arctic Circle? What they can consider a globe projection view of the Arctic Circle? You got like Russia and Northern Europe and Canada and Alaska and all that shit's all like within 100-mile circle or 200-mile circle or whatever it is. Like, it's quicker to go up over that region from Japan to get to New York than it is to fly straight from Japan across California, across the United States to New York.
I'm aware, yeah.
So, no, I'm not. So when you fly east and west, you're not going in a straight line. East and west are circles around north. No matter where you are, like even if you're at the equator, you're going in a circle around north.
Okay.
No one's ever flown in a straight line. You can actually look this up. They call this dead reckoning, right? No one has ever shot an azimuth. Anyway, just to finish what I was saying, if you faced east 90 degrees and you went in a 90-degree heading, and then you just put your compass down and stop looking at your compass, and you just continued in a straight line, assuming that you are going in a straight line, eventually you would start heading south. It's just a known fact about navigation. Dead reckoning at 90 degrees or 270 degrees will eventually start moving you further south and west. I broke my screen protector. I missed the conversation. I'm glad I got a few minutes here. My wife will probably call me and interrupt. I've been playing a joke on her though, because she always interrupts me when I'm talking to friends online. And so when she's driving to and from work, I'll call her in the middle of the drive because I know that she's listening to music full blast and it interrupts her music. Little fun fact about marriages. And yes, Timbo, I'm sorry that I forgot what your voice sounded like the other day. I think it was yesterday.
So rude.
I know. I should know your voice better though. You sound more like DJ than Nature.
You know, even after all this time, I still get confused between Timbo and T-Dub. Except now that T-Dub's not actually here.
Yeah, T-Dub. We'll miss him.
You know, anybody actually message him lately? Is he doing okay?
I messaged him about a week ago. No response.
Bro.
Yeah, 9 days.
Bastard. T-Dub's probably listening right now on the YouTube. Get your ass back in here.
I have a sense he's playing RuneScape.
Dude, they're so funny
Like,
again. Again.
like dead ass. He's actually doing that.
Oh no. I mean, as long as he's okay, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Yeah, I
I'm
hope so.
messing his ass too, actually.
Yeah, everyone just bombard
Yeah, I'm just gonna spam his ass.
I almost said Timbo.
He's gonna wake up tomorrow morning with like 40 new messages.
Yeah, I mean, for all we know, all he really needs is a good.
I'm like, T-Dub, hurry up, dude. Freaking Brenda keeps asking about you, bro. We can't keep stalling forever.
Oh shit! Yeah, that'll get him back in here. Tabarnak.
That's crazy, man. I moved 1,200 pounds of liquor and water and beer.
That's pretty good.
In one day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to you in the convo how you're not working out anymore.
Yeah, for now. I mean, I'm sore, bro. Like I like my muscles. I need another day of rest. But I'm like, no, I'll just keep pushing through it because I know eventually my muscles will get used to it. It's just
Yeah.
me being a little bitch. But all my lifting is done properly. I'm not twisting or overreaching or anything like that. So
Oh,
making
good.
sure I'm doing
Good.
and it's the best feeling in the world. I think yesterday I like went into slight rhabdo for a little bit, but I drank a shit ton of water.
Damn, you're going hard.
Yeah.
How's the new
That's
gym,
crazy, dude.
lads?
Oh, it's actually not bad. I got used to it already. It's fine.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Less touchy feely gym patrons. Fewer of those.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of blend in a lot. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's not bad.
Oh, good.
But
Oh, you mean there's no more old geezers eyeing you?
yeah, dude, freaking like I had two dudes that kept wanting to try and like work out with me at the other gym at the rec center. So I was like, man, I don't want to work out with you guys. I'm sorry, but I mean, I don't mind giving you guys like pointers and stuff if you ask for it, but they kept wanting to get in my sets and I kept having to like move the weights and shift it around and
Where'd you
I'm
go?
like,
The
dude.
YMCA?
Something like that actually. Pretty close, dude. It's just like a little local it's like like a little local activity center, I guess. For like kids and older folks. And they have a gym over there, so that's the one I was using.
You don't train
But
at
yeah,
home?
all I
How's the
have at
gym?
home is a pull-up bar, and I only have like a few dumbbells and an easy curl bar, so not really much I could do.
Need something for dips.
Yeah.
Dips and pull ups. That's all you need.
But dude, my freaking like the boxes that I have right now, like they barely fit around my thighs now, dude. It freaking sucks ass. Like my legs are getting too big. I've been doing like 2 leg days a week. So they're like
Oh,
growing.
bro, you gotta stop, man. Your legs are getting too big at 2 days. How are they getting big on 2 leg days? You're supposed to be doing 2 leg days a month.
Yeah, I know. I had
Keep
somebody
going, mate.
tell me
The more legs you
I was
do,
trying
the
to
more human growth hormone you get.
yeah, it's weird, dude. Ever since I started doing 2 leg days a week, like I feel like
Are
I've
you
been
on
gaining a lot more now.
are you on oh gosh, what's it called? Not the protein, the creatine. Are you on creatine?
Creatine, yeah, I take creatine, protein. That's pretty much it. I mean, I drink coffee.
That's why you're gaining.
Yeah.
Man,
That's
how
pretty
do
much
you
it.
Man, how do you train after drinking coffee, dude? I get migraines when I do that.
I don't know what
Black
the hell kind
coffee
of
is the
coffee
best.
you do.
Is it black coffee?
You're drinking
Any
that
coffee.
No
fucking
sugar,
that
no.
Canadian. I think it's that Canadian coffee's messing you up, dude. Gotta
I
drink
don't
that
know.
good old American coffee.
Yeah, those coffee beans don't grow so good in Canada. Grow all wrong.
See? Exactly.
American coffee. Yuck.
I think it's Colombian.
Maxwell House.
Nah. Hey, lads,
Yeah.
have you ever tried any of those adjustable dumbbells?
I've seen them before. They're good for like home gyms and stuff if you don't have like a lot of space. My brother has
Yeah,
those. I've tried them.
it's very compact. Yeah, I have two Bowflex ones. They only go up to
Oh,
52
nice.
and a half. Yeah, they only go up to
No,
52 and a half. I mean, you know, you can do a lot with
yeah,
that.
that's pretty good. Yeah. You don't really need much more than that. I mean, unless you're trying to go up in freaking boxer size, but you know.
What's that in kilos?
Pounds.
50 pounds. What's that?
Yeah, what is that? I don't even know.
The
I don't know if
Bowflex.
kilos is the one that's like doubled or is the
What?
pound doubled?
Yeah,
Ish.
no, there's 2.2 pounds in a kilo.
Oh, so it's like what,
22
22?
kilos?
Yeah, 22-ish.
Yeah.
That's not bad. That'll be enough.
For a dumbbell,
For
yeah.
home. For home, yeah, fucking hell.
You get two of
Yeah,
those, you
yeah.
know. You get a bench, get those. Do a lot with that. I used to do a lot with it, but I haven't been training much lately.
How much RuneScape, dude?
I haven't been playing, man. To be honest. Like really,
You'd
I'm
be
not.
proud. You'd be proud of me though, lads. Like a few of my deliveries, there's two ways to get in, and I always take the one with the ramp that's a long way up, and it's like a sled push. My hamstrings are killing me.
Oh, damn, it's like a whole body shit that you're doing then. Nice, dude.
Pushing 210 pounds uphill for like 40, 50 feet. I'm doing that 8 to 10 times.
Is that how much you weigh, sheepdog?
How much I weigh? Oh no, I weigh 230.
I'm only joking. Wait, what?
Yeah, I weigh 230.
230.
Yeah, what
What's
the
that? So 100 and...
Like, it's like
100 and,
105
is that a
kilos.
100,
dumbbell?
110 kilos?
Yeah. Did you see that, Lats? It's 105 kilos. Roughly.
Dude, that is a
220 is
cool
100.
ass dumbbell. What the dude, that's freaking awesome.
Right?
How tall are you?
5'10".
Ooh.
I'm a solid 230 though. Like my natural weight's supposed to be 160, but I actually the healthiest I ever was like 185 instead of 160.
I'm 5'11". I'm down to 86 kilos at the moment.
Right.
What's that? 86
It's like
kilos. Just double.
like 180,
100.
What is that in freedom units?
175. Yeah.
175.
Oh,
No,
that's
that's a
Got
good
pretty
healthy
good.
down.
weight right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dropped a lot of fat. I changed my diet just recently. I've got a sweet tooth, so and
I
like
just can't go
there's a
vegetarian. Everybody tells me I
vegetarian.
should. I can't.
But I've been going to the gym for like 10 years, right? So, you know, and now I've started to drop. I dropped about 10 kilos. You can really see it now.
Damn good stuff, dude. We gotta start like a flat stomach room or something. We can like post up our 6-packs in there.
Hey,
Oh
lads,
no, mine ain't gonna
I'm
be there, dude.
45 years old, mate. I'll never have a flat stomach. Right.
Here's the crazy
Brother.
thing, right? I have cardio for days, man. cardio for days, and I'm fit underneath the fat, but I think I have insulin resistance from lack of exercise for some reason. I'm not going to have a six pack. I got
All
cardio,
right.
man.
No,
I can roll with you.
Now,
I can
everybody
roll with
can
you.
have one.
all right. So now that everyone's shared their weight, over fences, it's your turn. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh shit!
That's the death penalty right there, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I think over fences is. I bet over fences is hot. I'm not gonna lie.
I bet her and I are the only in shape two in here. I'm 5'10", 150.
Flats is in shape.
Well, you got gains already?
Hence the lat. Hence the lat.
Oh yeah, dude. Hell yeah. It's dope.
You just sound scrawny to me, Orion.
Latz named himself after Lads. I don't think he's scrawny. He's at the gym an awful lot to be scrawny. But then again, we've got floundering, right?
Yeah.
I
would
thought he
love
was
to,
in here for a second. I was like, oh shit.
I would love
No.
to show you guys like a picture of my back, but it's like, it's so gay, dude. I can't bring myself to post it in here. Wait, you know what? It is Pride Month.
I bet Latz. I bet Latz is one of those guys that has like implants in his face, so he's got that like extra long jawline.
No, dude. No
Like
way.
that weird guy that's got breast implants. You know, that American guy, and he's got a weird cat face and like pec implants
I've seen
and
that.
shit like
Yeah,
that. Have you
bro.
seen that? Yeah,
Dude, I've
fucking
seen that. That's
weirdo.
like happening a lot more lately. They get like ab implants too.
Yeah,
Crazy,
have you
dude.
seen those guys that inject oil into their biceps?
So gay, dude.
Yeah, I have seen that. Yeah, you get like shoulder implants, chest implants. They even like get freaking glute implants, bro, to make their ass look bigger.
Yeah, how
So,
weird
like,
would that
Crazy.
be?
or not? Like, do they just?
Yeah,
They don't actually add strength, do they? Right?
Correct.
No.
Yeah, they say the exact same strengths.
So
Yeah,
what
lads,
if you get ab implants? Where are they? Are they underneath the muscle or are they on top of the muscle?
They're on top. I've seen. Yeah.
So you could gain, like, you could get really fat and have your abs
Yeah.
like on top of all that, right?
Yeah. Technically, yeah.
So, lads, how weird would it be? You go to a gym and you see a guy with all these implants and he's like curling like tens.
Yeah, that would be freaking odd.
I seen a
That'd
video
be
the other
fucking
day on
weird.
Instagram. It said, if you're ever feeling weak lifting 35 pounds, just remember Drake was lifting 10 pounds in his video when he was doing weight.
Oh, dude, yo.
There, you just said wouldn't happen because the whole purpose of doing that is that you look that way without going to the gym. Why would that guy ever go to the gym?
Well, because I think it. Here, look, like, check this out. I want to post up a GIF in the side chat. This guy actually like made himself think that he was strong, and he would like arm wrestle dudes, and he would actually try to like lift heavy weights. Dude, yeah, for real. This shit's crazy, bro.
That guy needs like a fucking like double G cup. What the fuck?
That
Just
is
look at the
disgusting.
difference
What
between
the
his
heck?
bicep and his forearm, bro. Like, it's so crazy.
Yeah, that's gold.
That's what it'll look like if you get the ab implants and you end up putting on weight.
Oh, what's his face? Kind of looks like that. The liver guy. You guys know him? Shoot.
Oh yeah,
The Liver King.
Liver King. Let me see if I can find a GIF of him.
I mean,
Let's see
he's
it.
on steroids. I'm not against
Oh yeah,
people
100%.
taking steroids, but the dude like acts like he doesn't take steroids.
Yeah.
I'm on testosterone. I'm not afraid to admit it. Just admit it. If you're on testosterone, so you're on testosterone.
By the way, instead of comparing height and weight to see who is most athletic in here, we should do talk about who can do the most pull-ups and chin-ups and push-ups.
Can we talk about what we used to be able to do?
I can do 12 pull-ups at 230 pounds.
Wow.
Now pull
Not
up
bad.
is palm facing you. You know that, right?
Palm facing away, I can do 12.
Arm away.
Yeah, palm away is
That's a
for pull
chin
up.
up. That's a chin up. So you're
Chin
saying you
up,
can do 12 chin up.
No, chin ups.
chin up is
Well,
palm
if
facing
it's
you.
palm facing you, I can do a lot more. I just don't do them facing me because you get more of a workout doing them facing away.
Yeah, pull up should be wide grip, palms away.
Yep. Chin ups are supposed to be facing towards you.
Yeah. And then you're using more of your biceps and your back. $12. You're going all right with that. I
Yeah.
I was just thinking about how the weight as well.
Yeah, I try not to muscle, like over muscle when I do those because I'm all about form, but
I can
there's
only
something
get
to be said about jerking it.
Yeah.
You
I
know
can
what?
only
That's
get
not
9.
bad, dude.
I got 9 at my weight.
That's
Can't
pretty
do
good.
any more than that.
But I mean, I've been doing pull-ups for like the last
Wait, how much do you weigh, you said?
230.
What? Holy shit, that's actually pretty good because when I do weighted pull ups, I bring it up so the total weight's like 205 and I could like barely do 8 for 5 sets. Shit's
Oh, my
heavy.
second set, I'm done. I'm down to like 5, but I can do 12.
That's pretty good.
Dips, I've got a 20 kilo plate added on from the
nice,
belt.
dude.
That's pretty nice.
Hell yeah.
I get at last night I did 11 of those and my chest was killing me. You know how you get that pain across the top of your chest? You go, when you try and do the last one and you can't quite get up. And you go, oh.
Dude, you probably strong as hell, but oh my god, I didn't even know you worked out. It's crazy.
I've never.
Who, me or Sheepdog?
No, you, Timbo.
Hey,
I know Timbo's strong. He's
he's
a manual laborer.
Yeah, I'm in
he's a
construction,
flat earth.
dude.
I mean, flat earthers are generally stronger. I knew that already, but I don't know he was that strong.
Timbo's a
Shit, that's
handyman.
pretty good.
I'm lifting all day, man.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
You do carpentry, don't you, Timbo?
I've got a building company and I'm a plumber.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you lay pipe.
Yeah, I do everything. All of it. Yeah.
Yeah, my flat earth squad's gonna look crazy, dude.
You know what?
Like
I'll do that one of these days. I'll find a place to do some dips because normally when I do dips, I do it after I do bench on my chest day.
Oh no, do it first.
And
dude, no joke.
In the last year, I haven't done it.
If you want like an at-home dip thing, bro, you could just buy like an old person's walker. I used to do dips on my grandma's walker. Yeah, dude, those things are actually not bad. It was gonna be so nuts though. Can you imagine all of us meeting up at a bar or something, dude? We'd be like the biggest, swellest dudes. It'd be freaking hilarious.
Imagine this conversation, but it's all Globers. How different that would be.
I know we probably do sound a bit gay, don't we?
No, that's not what I mean. I meant the opposite.
Do you believe in balls? Yeah, I believe in balls. You dip? I dip.
No, sorry if that came out wrong.
Yeah, she's just calling us all gay.
I do weighted dips with balls hanging down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kettlebells.
How many can you do? 39, 59.
Oh, yeah.
But I can outrun every single one of you.
Probably.
You probably could.
I bet the only person in
how
this
far?
entire server that could outrun me is Creation Bear. But he's the only one that could outrun me, if anyone.
Wait, are you like you do
far?
sprinting or long distance?
Like sprint, well, I'd say up to a mile. Or half mile.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're gonna
Either
beat me
one.
in a mile for sure.
It's like sprinting is what I really mean.
If we're doing like 100 meter, yeah, I could beat you. But if we're doing long distance, yeah, I'll probably lose.
Do you run regularly, Orion?
Actually, kind of, yeah. Because like whenever I'm just doing even just regular tasks throughout the day, like going places, like I'll just run across a parking lot because like walking kind of like I just sometimes feel uncomfortable in my own skin walking, and like I feel more comfortable running.
Did you
It's
like
running.
participate in track and stuff when you were in school?
No.
No, you're
I
just a
just
runner. I run, but
yeah.
I hate it. So that's where I land.
I have a question
Yeah,
for you,
running does suck.
Charles. The last time you ran a mile, did you have to dip 8 inches?
Mm, mm, mm.
No, I don't think so.
You didn't
My
have to lean
mama,
forward 8 inches?
my mama
No,
said
8 inches of
that I
convexity.
can run really fast.
But would you be
Yeah,
running uphill or downhill?
Always downhill, right? Didn't that one guy claim that that he can ride his bike or something really fast? Who was that?
no, that was Peter.
Oh, was it?
Wait, you talking about the globe-proof bicycle thingy?
yeah. I
Oh
didn't know
yeah,
who that was.
yeah. Peter came in. Remember that, Peter? Recount it for us. He happens to be right here. You can probably tell it better than
I do remember, of course I remember. You guys make fun of me for saying that, but you forget that I grew up in communism and everywhere was uphill, both ways. So for me, the fact that I was cycling downhill was not such a. I was only surprised it was downhill, right? But the fact that it was the same in both directions was not new to me.
Didn't know
So,
communism
so
was a
you're a
topographical issue.
concave earther. We heard the truth.
You guys think you have it hard for being kind of ridiculed for all these years you've been flat earthers.
I
I
don't
don't.
The
care.
way
I
for
don't think
me,
we
I don't
think
really
that.
care.
yeah,
I don't care at all.
all right, but I just want to tell you that in communism, we would all be in the gulag just chopping trees somewhere in Siberia. So in the West, it's actually a lot of tolerance for
Too much
non-mainstream
tolerance.
opinion. Yeah, maybe, but would you rather be instead of here on Discord while you sit on your sofa wearing underwear, being in Siberia, negative 40 Celsius, chopping down trees,
Are those the only two
and
options?
foraging for pretty much?
Well,
At
you
least you
said
did that.
you said negative 40 Celsius.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah, we get that up here sometimes.
You get
It's
that
rare,
in
but
Canada, don't
yes.
you? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's mostly like negative 30, 35, but it
Yeah,
feels like
but one
negative
thing
40.
you don't have in Canada is a gulag.
Oh, yeah, granted.
It's actually one of the main reasons why I don't want to leave the place where I live. It's like most people don't realize it, but Portland, Oregon is at 45 degrees north latitude. And if you look at basically every other city in America at that or near
It's
that
low.
latitude, the weather is way shittier in every other place in America other than Portland, Oregon. Like it doesn't
But
get
the
anywhere close.
rain, Orion, the rain. Like how
Not,
many days are gray there? It is a huge amount.
The
not as
earth
many as you think.
is
Like
glow.
I think it rains even less here than it used to. But like
Well,
the summers are
overcast,
beautiful.
right?
It's not as much as you think.
Really?
Like there
The
is enough
earth
rain to make the
is
trees really
aglow.
tall, but it's not as much rain as like say
It's a
Canada
goddamn
or England.
globe.
Seeing someone, we're gonna lose someone.
Wait, what do you say,
What's the globe
Beavers?
you say? Yeah, it's the globe.
Earth is a damn globe.
A dam globe.
Oh,
What? Like blocking it or like a dam? What do you mean?
What I mean is, it's a word of expression. I'm saying it's a
Oh,
damn globe.
okay.
It's
You
not
got
no
any evidence
fucking.
of that?
Got plenty of evidence, but you're just gonna question every single inch of it.
No, you can't. You can't say that. Just present what you've got.
Well, we've got videos
Now, what have you got?
Videos.
Videos. I've got videos too. So where are we gonna go with that? Nowhere, right?
My videos show that the Earth is round in space.
And my videos show that the Earth is flat.
That's because it doesn't go high enough.
I've got a bigger video than you.
See, this isn't gonna go anywhere.
Exactly. So come with something better than a video, because we all know that videos can be manipulated, right? So you show me a video of the Earth curving, I'll show you a video of the Earth being flat. What are we going to do from there? We're going to argue whose is right, whose is wrong, but the only way to do that is to come back to the Earth and measure the surface, right?
You guys suck at math, so that won't work for you.
Well, okay, whatever.
Yeah,
I
whatever.
haven't said any math yet.
Of course you haven't.
Have you talked about math yet?
Like, here's the thing. Like, you're just, like, you're not smart, you're not educated, you're not aware.
I'm not claiming to be smart.
You really think that they can hide the shape of the Earth? The Earth was
No one's
really
hiding
flat.
anything, dude. You can't hide the Earth. You can't hide
Exactly.
water. You can't hide shit like that.
Oh,
It's not
but they
hidden.
spend so many resources, right? They spend so many resources trying to make it seem like it's round for some reason. For some gosh
Yeah,
darn.
I don't really care about that. I just care about the facts, right?
Yeah, the
Hold on a
facts.
second. How many resources for a few CGI images? I mean, that's not even that much, right? Like, Grok can generate a bunch of CGI images in minutes for free these days, pretty much.
Now, didn't used to be that way before.
Oh, okay. So they spent a few million over the decades. Let's be generous. Since the 1950s, they spent $1 billion making CGI images and videos. Yeah? Oh my goodness. That's a lot of money, right? $1 billion.
Yeah,
you know what? Let's make it $10 billion.
Why would they spend
Google makes net profit of $130 billion every year. These guys spent, you know what? I'm generous today. They spent $100 billion since 1950s on CGI images. Unbelievable.
It is.
What's the budget? What's the budget deficit? Is it like $1 trillion?
It is unbelievable.
$1.5 trillion? You know what? I'm feeling generous. They spent $1 trillion since 1950 on CGI images
Honey, I don't
showing the
care how
globe.
you're feeling. I don't care if you're feeling generous. I don't care if you're feeling like sad or greedy. The truth is the truth. You
Yeah,
think
but I just placed your argument within a scale to ridicule it, and now you're running away from it, from your own argument.
I'm not running away from shit. I'm telling you, it makes no sense to spend all of that money on something.
All of that money, let's say it was $1 trillion.
That's a lot of money.
Is it? That's 1 year worth of budget deficit over 70 years.
So
that's not that much money.
That's a lot of money for nothing, just to lie to people. What are they gain out of doing that? Makes no sense.
Budget deficit is an artificial number made up to keep us all in chains and make us believe that we're actually in a budget deficit while we just keep on spending.
Nice.
Like you guys don't even understand. Like, we're in a deficit, and you think they want to spend money on lies? You guys are so brainwashed.
Who?
You people, you're brainwashed, thinking the government's gonna go out of their way with everything.
We're brainwashed thinking flat water is flat and we can measure it flat. That's brainwashing.
Flat. You don't measure it flat. You're bad
Yeah,
at
we
math.
do.
You don't.
Okay, I posted some math for you in the side chat. So tell me where we can measure the Earth curving at that rate.
sweetie, I don't see any refraction in those calculations.
Okay, you can tell me about refraction. So where can we measure this refraction happening? Can you post the laser test that shows the laser bending down in accordance with the curvature of the Earth so we can take a look at that, sweetie?
Sure thing, darling.
All right, I'm going to put you on mute until you can do that. Yep, all right. So we have budget deficit guy. Hey,
Hello?
Joe. Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Are you just here to talk about the budget deficit, or?
Yeah, I'm actually just here to talk about the budget and how flat it is.
Okay. Interesting.
That doesn't even make sense.
Nope.
What do you mean? My
It's
argument
not.
makes a ton of sense. See? You have no rebuttal.
So any of the Globers in here, does anyone know of any time anyone proved the Earth to be curved in the first place?
I don't know. Naples said he has the information we've been asking for, so I look forward to it.
Why is he server muted?
Well, why don't you speak up, Sloppy Joe?
For what?
When did anyone ever measure the surface of the Earth and detect curvature?
I don't really have that information on hand right now. Maybe I can get back to you in a few days.
Okay. Can you put yourself on mute in the meantime?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if anyone else wants to hear Nablesburg out, feel free. He seems to have come in here very emotional.
Yeah, I guess the globe really is Santa Claus for adults. Tell them it's not real. Get all angry.
Yeah, it's interesting that they think like what we can see and test and measure is a conspiracy. Like what does that say about their mindset that they think that they deny reality and call it a conspiracy?
I have maybe a bit of an off-topic question, somewhat on topic still. Have you guys been following the whole SpaceX IPO shindig?
Not really, but I've heard a little bit about it.
Apparently, it's going on tomorrow.
The
Oh, it's gonna
IPO?
be
What does the
crazy.
IPO stand for?
What's it supposed to open at? Do you know?
I think at 135.
Okay. Interesting. A fool and his money.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
it
gonna put
might
my
be.
entire life savings into there. I'm actually gonna put all of my flat budget into there.
So well, it's not. You can probably get like half a share then.
No, I got a lot more shares than that.
Oh, flex.
He's got 3.
Yeah.
I couldn't even buy even if I wanted to, legally. But why would I?
Wasn't that one of the rockets that just blew up?
Maybe.
All right.
No, that was Blue Origin.
Oh man, good thing they're not releasing an IPO. Woo, that would be bad timing.
what was it? I think
Thinking about putting myself on the New York Stock Exchange. Any takers?
they're right. It's weird. I think they're being valued at like a trillion something or several trillion, but they only have like a couple, maybe a dozen billion in annual revenue or something. It's crazy what's going on there.
Totally above board, I'm sure. Why would they lie, right?
Yeah, good point. Be legit.
So I asked
Yeah,
Nables for a laser test of curvature or refraction, like he was claiming, and he posted Bedford level. So if anyone would like to talk to him about that, you can feel free to unmute him. But that is neither a laser test nor proof of refraction, so nor a measurement of curvature. Come on, 20 Cups, you want to talk to him. I know you do.
The fuck you say to me?
I said you want to talk to our little friend here, Nables, about his Bedford level proof of that. When I asked him for a measurement of surface curvature or refraction, that's what he posted. You want to talk to him, don't you?
Not really, but I'll do it just for you.
All right. There you go.
Yeah, what do you want, Nables?
if you just want evidence of refraction, you can just look at a superior mirage.
The thing is, though, like, you're misunderstanding the question, bro. Okay, we're not asking for evidence of refraction. Or evidence of, shit that we see out in the distance, kind of moving around, the light behaving weird. Like, we all acknowledge that happens, right? The issue here is how does one calculate how much something in the distance should move based on the atmospheric conditions? Like, how could one predict how much something would move based off of the knowledge of what the conditions are? You understand the difference?
Well, yeah, but listen, man.
Okay. So here's the thing, right? How is that typically calculated? Are you even at all aware of the kind of like standard modeling techniques behind all that?
There's probably surveyors that know better than me.
Okay, so you don't know.
I don't, but you still gotta do it.
So in this thing that you posted, is there anything in there stating how they actually calculate the refraction? Supposedly.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to give me a second.
Okay, so find it before you put your foot in your mouth, and we'll talk about it. Even though I'm just doing, over fences a favor here, right? Don't really want to talk about it, but
I know. Thank you. I appreciate it. Taking one for the team.
such a joke.
Have you guys talked to the YouTube chat in a while? Like, is anyone interacting with chat?
Not that I'm aware of.
Just one poor soul in chat, probably losing his mind.
Well, they know where to find us, right?
Where can they find us?
Right where you are?
The politics server.
Or the English hub or the home server. Yep.
Home base.
All right, Nables. I'm tired of waiting for you. What do you got? Diddly squat? That's what I thought.
You don't gotta be a bitch about it.
Oh, watch your mouth.
don't think I will.
I'll watch it for ya. All right. When you quit dicking around, you find something posted in the chat, pygmy. Take your time. All right, now it's boring. Why do you gotta be like that, Nables? It's all your fault. All right, for fun, for shits and gigs, I'm gonna unmute you and pass you over to the Overfences.
No, I don't want to talk to him. I
Yeah,
just
because you're a
I just want
coward.
to know. I just want to know
You're a
why in
coward. You can't say it.
2026 the best globe proof is like stuff from 2,000 years ago or over 100 years ago or something. I mean, we've got high-powered optics, we've got lasers. Why don't we have any proof of Earth curvature using any of that modern technology?
I mean, I'm sure if you look hard enough, you can find it. But sweetie, everyone knows the Earth is round. That's why nobody goes around measuring it.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, of course it doesn't to you, because you think the Earth is flat.
No, it's because we measure it flat.
Because you suck at math.
What does math have to do with the measurement? We're disproving the globe math.
Ah! Wait,
The globe
hold
math
on.
doesn't. Yeah,
That's
you don't need math.
It's such a bad
What
argument,
does
though.
math have to do with a measurement?
No, you don't need. You
Bro,
don't need to do math to take a measurement. No,
We
we're
got it.
disproving the globe
We got
math.
it.
hey, bro,
We
you
just
know, in physics, in your own physics, the values of constants which have been measured over centuries, like the big G, gravitational constant, they continue to measure them all the time to get like increased
correct.
accuracy.
Yep.
So even all of the constants in physics continue to be experimented on and measured to even fine tune them further. So to say that like some dude measured the radius of the Earth, some Al-Biruni guy measured the radius of the Earth, and you know everybody got bored and said, all right, let's go with Al-Biruni's number. That's fine, guys. No, they'd be measuring it all the time, the same way they measure everything else. The distance to the moon they measure all the time. They claim to have precision like within millimeters with modern technology. So why wouldn't they do the same with the radius?
They probably do. Like, I'm looking at this, says geodetic measuring. I'll have to look into it, but apparently
Yeah, you'd better.
they take into account they survey the terrestrial area.
The terrestrial area, aka the Earth.
Mostly for building highways, bridges, railroads, dams.
Which
stuff
they
like
don't
that.
account for
Bro, you
curvature
just
and
Google
any of
that,
that.
right? It's like the first
Yeah.
time you look into this.
Yep.
I mean, we've all been there. All of us. There was a day when we all looked into this for the first time, so we're not ridiculing you for this. We're ridiculing you for this confidence you come in with. Like, you're like, oh, guys, you're all dumb. I know for sure. And we ask you two questions, and you go like, well, Google says there's this, highway thing.
Well, yeah, most people don't look into this question.
We know. That's why, have some humility.
But honestly, like, if you're gonna claim
You
that
haven't looked
everyone
into
else
this.
is wrong,
You haven't even looked into this, and you came into a flat Earth room to claim you had knowledge of the globe, dude.
usually videos are enough for people, but you guys are just
Well, not everybody's that stupid, Nables. That's the problem here.
Sweetie.
Bro,
You're
I'll bet you
1%.
10 to 1 odds in your favor that I know more about the globe model than you do.
Yeah, any of us do.
That's probably true. That doesn't make you right.
No, it doesn't. I'll just bet you. Are you going to take this bet?
I mean, yeah, you probably done more research into the model, but What I'm gonna say
Wait,
is
where's
that
Batman at? Wouldn't he be going crazy right now?
I'd be willing to take a bigger bet that your math skills suck. And that's why when you try to take into account refraction, you never do it. You never do it. You're just like,
I couldn't be more
why do
wrong.
we have to do it? Why do we have to do it? Find me the evidence, like, bro. If you guys were really like gonna prove the world wrong, you would have just done it by now. Instead of complaining why we have like shifting the burden on us to explain why you have to take into account something every person that does this professionally does.
No, they
in their
don't. You have a belief.
calculations.
That's not true.
It is true.
Okay, great. Post your evidence. You have a lot of beliefs and feelings about this, but you don't have any actual evidence. He's Googling.
Oh, bro's Googling,
Yeah,
he's Googling, what is evidence, question mark.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is the scientific method? What is math? Yeah, we use the globe math to disprove the globe. But you said, oh, you don't know math.
Gemini,
Suck at math.
what is
We do know
evidence?
math.
Use bullet
That's your
points.
problem.
Then why don't you take into account the atmosphere? Why do you guys never do that?
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Of course we do.
Wah, wah,
It's
wah.
us who say, we don't see forever, right? There's limit to
That's a
vision.
good question. Why don't you see forever?
Because of
That's a good
atmosphere. You
question?
said we don't take
Oh
it
my
into
god.
account because
Why
of
do ships
atmosphere.
disappear bottom up if the Earth is
Wow, he just Googled like list of 15 things that flat
You
earthers
know,
can't
Why do
disappear.
sticks
Next will be
cast shadows?
eclipses and then,
this
you
is just
know,
a question I've always
seasons.
had. Like,
No,
you guys consistently do this.
right?
Like, I swear
Did
to
you
God,
look
every
them up
time I
yet?
bring up Cavendish or something, like you guys always don't know what you're talking
Cavendish.
about.
You
Look,
definitely don't know
Cavendish has
anything
nothing
about
to do with the
Cavendish.
shape of the Earth.
Sweetie, you don't know anything about Cavendish. Don't
I
even
know,
get me started.
yeah, I know a lot
Lord
more about
Cavendish
Cavendish than
measuring
you
the
do.
No, you
radius of the
don't,
Earth?
because your math skills suck. You don't know anything
Okay,
about
what did?
Cavendish.
All right, wait a sec. What did Cavendish do?
So he was trying to measure. I think it was the density of Earth, and
Okay,
he
yeah.
did that by relating the
Amazing.
what was it? Yeah, the mass and volume.
Relating the math.
Yeah.
The mass and
Relating the math.
volume to the density, right? He calculated the mass by isolating it in the gravity equation, and he has the volume
This is good.
by doing
No, keep going.
geometry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
keep going.
so he just took the diameter and plug it into how to get the volume, right? I think it's 4 pi over 3 times r squared. Just took the radius. He basically
You
plugged that
sure
into
it's
the
R? You
volume of
sure it's
Earth.
R squared?
R cubed, yeah. I'm
Oh,
summarizing here, but the point I'm making is he just used some algebra to get the density
You
isolated.
used an algebra?
Yeah, I mean, like this is
What's an algebra?
no, he used
An
algebra.
algebra.
Yeah.
It's where you manipulate variables to.
No, an algebra. I wanted to know.
And
I don't know what
in
that.
algebra is the, so he used n the gebra.
Yeah, and basically to get all of that, he rigged up 4 steel balls, 2 tied to a rod, 2 stationary.
Why
You know,
did
you
he
can
use
do this with
balls?
Christmas ornaments, right, Navels? Do you know
Probably
Cavendish
not.
himself said it was attributed to temperature?
What
And
in
it has
particular?
zero whatsoever to do with the shape of the Earth.
Hold on. What
So
is
I don't know
attributed
if you
to
just like
temperature?
Googled something and thought you would sound smart if you read it off, but that's not working because we're dealing with the shape of the
Well,
Earth.
I'm just pointing out an example of
No,
So
you're
when
not.
whenever I
Cavendish
talk
took
to
those
flat earthers
balls,
about
was one of those
scientific
balls the
studies,
Earth?
like how most of you don't believe in gravity, and then I give you an
I'm
experiment
sorry. Are you
Hey,
scared to
hey!
talk
with
Don't
about the
gravity.
surface? He's scared to talk about the
No, I'm
surface
just giving an example. Like
of
no,
I
everyone.
believe
nothing.
in
You're like, I know
gravity,
so
and
much
it
about
has nothing to do with
Cavendish,
the
and
shape
you
of the
got
Earth.
absolutely wrecked. Yeah, absolutely wrecked.
Gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's a separate
So you guys,
phenomena. Some people think it is this, some people think it is something else, but it's not directly related to the shape of the Earth.
you don't think gravity is related to the shape of the Earth?
Not directly, no.
I'm pretty sure if mass attracts mass, you wouldn't see what you see on a flat Earth.
Okay. So mass attracts mass. Nice. I'm looking at my coffee cup. It's not a sphere. Why?
Because it's a coffee shape.
Okay, but the particles inside of the coffee cup attract one another. Mass attracts mass. Shouldn't it form a sphere?
It's not big enough.
Okay, I'm looking at an asteroid in the sky, and it's also not a sphere.
So how were
pretty
the
circular
metal
shape.
balls? How were the? If it's
No,
not big
it's
enough,
cucumber
then how were
shaped.
the metal? How were the metal balls in Cavendish big enough?
Well, we're not talking about big enough to attract each other. We're talking about big enough to. Hey, Mom. That was really good, by the way.
Yes, to finish the thought. You were going somewhere. Big enough to. You were going somewhere with this. I'm trying to help you. Big enough to. I think his mom came in. His mom became concerned because he said balls too many times.
My bad.
Yeah, we understand.
Big,
So big
big
enough
big enough to collapse, like basically big enough to
big
form a
enough to
sphere
collapse gravitationally, right? Okay.
under its own
So
weight.
why does an object need to be big enough to collapse gravitationally into a sphere?
Because gravity is a really weak force.
So gravity has to overcome something, yes?
Yeah.
What does it have to overcome?
The amount of well, like I don't know about overcome, but it has to there has to be enough mass
Yeah,
for
but
it
why?
to.
What's the right? But if there was nothing to overcome, then this moth I'm looking at that's sitting on my window would become a black
Probably
hole because mass
it
would
probably has to
continue to attract
overcome
mass.
probably other forces if I had to guess, like other
Yes,
fundamental
the
forces.
forces, the internal forces within the object, right, that maintain its current shape.
Yeah.
Okay, so now for the Earth to become a sphere, you would have to know that there are no such forces inside of the Earth that are stronger than the gravitational attraction that the particles of the Earth can generate, right?
What do you mean?
In other words, you would have to show that what's inside of the Earth is not strong enough to withstand the gravitational collapse.
I don't know what that means.
Same thing with the coffee cup. You said the coffee cup doesn't become a sphere because it contains enough of a force in its structure to resist the gravitational collapse that it generates by attracting mass within itself, right?
I'm a little lost on this point.
Oh my god, you were with me all the way so far. Why isn't an asteroid a sphere?
He won't acquiesce. That's what's happening.
No, you're just coping, sweetie, because you don't know enough to participate.
No, don't sweetie this lady. Just walk with me all the way to the end, all right? All the way to the cliff. So why isn't the asteroid a sphere? You said it already. I'm just sending you
Not
back
big
on
enough.
track. Not big enough, and then you said to overcome the forces within the asteroid, right?
Yeah.
Couldn't the same be true for the Earth?
Well, I would imagine it is, but I don't know how I would. I don't know what I would demonstrate to you.
You would have to demonstrate that you know the internal structure of the Earth, how it's built inside, what materials, including some exotic unknown forms of matter. And you would have to say, hey guys, I did the math here, and what's inside of the Earth is weak enough that the gravitational collapse should be occurring.
I don't know that you would need to go that far.
I think you would. If you want to lead the argument with gravity. I mean, Globers even don't say the Earth is a sphere because of gravity. They just throw it in as a bonus. They say, look how awesome our model is. Even Newton's gravity predicts the ball, but we already know it's a ball. That's how they argue. No serious glober comes in and says, look at Newton's equation. That's how I know the Earth's a ball. They just use it as a flex. They're like, oh, one more thing. But you don't know that, do you? Because Jim and I told you the simple
Yeah,
version.
no, I think just beyond a certain size, like gravity wins automatically.
Well, that assumes that you know what's inside of the Earth.
I don't think you need to know what's inside of something past a certain scale. Like at the scales of planets, like gravity would just win automatically.
Well,
There's
that's
no
what the
other
globe
force.
model says, but they assume that what they think planets are made of, including the Earth, because they call it a planet, is of certain nature, and then yes, given that nature, given the mass, it should be a ball. But they jump over this obvious question, well, how do you know the nature of what's inside of the Earth? The deepest we've dug is 7.6 miles.
Yeah, you don't have to see what the Earth is made of to know what it's made of. Just like you don't have to.
Okay, now you have to tell us how you know what it's made of, since you still insist on leading with gravity as the main argument for
But I don't
whatever
think you
reason.
need to know what it's made of past a certain
We're just
scale. Like
asking you to
regardless of what it's
demonstrate the
made of.
measurement of the curvature, but you insist on gravity being a better option. So now you have to dig that hole for yourself.
But I don't think your question really applies here, given the scale of how
I don't
big
have a
the holes are.
question. I'm just pointing out the path that you're choosing.
Like, here's my original point with this: is if the Earth were like a flat disk shaped, then gravity would behave contrary to what we observe.
No,
So,
not necessarily.
yes, necessarily, it would.
Okay, point out those things that would be contradicting what we observe.
Yeah, so I mean, um, basically, all of the mass in the disk is where gravity would have to come from. So,
yes,
near the
and?
center, right? Well, let me think about how I'm going to explain this.
I think I know already how, but I'm going to give you an idea here. What if the disk is much bigger than you think?
Then the effects would be more pronounced.
No, what if the disk is much bigger than you think and we live somewhere around the center of the disk?
Well, we don't claim a disk, to be
I
frank.
know, I'm just working with his model because you see, unlike many of us, I'm not going to start sabotaging his. I'm trying to accomplish a bigger goal here. I'm trying to walk him
I
through
understand that.
his
I
own
understand
train
that,
of
but just
thought, all right?
clarifying for the audience, Peter.
Yes. Many of us, including me, don't believe in a disk. Now, continuing with the disk model, what if the disk was really humongous and we lived only in the center of the disk? And like you said, the gravity caused by the total mass of the disk would be the center of it would be somewhere underneath us. Therefore, all the verticals where we live would be roughly parallel. So now resolve that conundrum because you continue to plow down this path. So let's go.
Is he lost for words?
Yeah,
I think
no,
his mom is bothering
I
him.
was thinking about it. Even if that were the case, down would still be tilted.
No, you just got to
towards
change
center.
the distribution of mass. That's all you
On
need to
the
do.
edges, it would be tilted, but around the center, it wouldn't.
Right.
It
Even
wouldn't be
there,
noticeably tilted.
but even there, it would be for
I
any
know,
disk.
but you know how you glowers say that light rays from the sun are parallel, but when we ask you, you tell us, well, they're not really parallel. They're like off by half a degree, but who's counting? So it'd be kind of like this. Depending on how big that disk is, the divergence from parallel could be imperceivable.
No, like over large distances, it would be like we're talking across the planet.
Yes, but we may have not. Have you considered? We may have not explored the entirety of the Earth. What if we explored a circle of a diameter of, whatever, pick your number, in thousands of miles, but the actual dimensions are more on the order of millions of miles?
Yeah, I'm saying even if that's the case, right, you would still have these observable
Millions
effects
and millions of miles.
for what we
Why
have
not?
explored. Like we're assuming that's the case. For what we have explored, you wouldn't see like a symmetric like mass field. You would see like a planar radial field. We don't see that.
No, within depending on the proportions, if the total dimensions were huge and where we inhabit, on the orders of tens of thousands of miles, you wouldn't see a difference. Timbo down there in Australia wouldn't be working diagonally.
No, I don't. Like you basically have to have a lot of wishes come true to make the math work, and it just at a certain
Yeah, well,
point.
you have to have a lot of wishes come true to live on a spinning space ball. But we tolerate you entertaining
No,
that idea.
everything we observe like agrees with the model.
It's almost like you would have to
You
have
observe the
every single
spin?
scientist on the planet believe in and also.
He tried. But we've heard this before too many times. So, yeah, man, it is what it is. You pick gravity as your champion. Well, this is as far as it got you.
You guys don't even believe in gravity.
I do.
You do?
Mm-hmm. See, if your knowledge is so superficial that you lead with the Cavendish experiment from 1800s in a barn, as opposed to talking about superconducting gravimeters that are up and running today that can detect mass attracting mass on scales that Cavendish didn't even dream of in the wettest of his wet dreams.
So you do believe in mass attracting mass?
Absolutely. I'm in the minority, but I don't think it's in opposition to what I know about the shape of the Earth.
That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, no, I would actually just do the math, and see what you'd have to change to make it work. Because I think, I'm telling you, I don't think it would work.
I'll tell you straight up because I'm working on my own theory. You have to have two things. The Earth has to be extremely large in terms of like how vast it is, and it has to have a rigid structure internally to resist the collapse from its mass. You need those two things for the model to be consistent. That's what I'm saying. Now, your next question should be, can you prove that that's the case? No, I cannot. But I also don't know of anything that would contradict that possibility, that would prove that it's not a possibility. So it's incomplete, it's just a theory.
I don't know how you would get that. Like, let's say that is possible. You'd probably break other things that we observe, like just basic day and night cycles. Like, you might make the Earth bigger. You might predict what internal, like I'm saying, like then other things you would fail to observe, like getting a consistent day and night cycle.
You're saying I would break other things in the globe model. Of course I would. But that's not necessarily something I worry about.
Then your model
First of all,
fails.
just having the Earth flat breaks all of your day cycles in your model. and season cycles and all that. It immediately dismisses all of them. It breaks the orbital motions of celestial bodies, right? Because they don't.
Yeah,
The
but
sun
that's an
doesn't go
issue.
under the Earth.
Because once, okay, we know that half the Earth at any point is covered in day, and half of it is
Right. So
covered
we
in
know the
night.
sun cannot go under the Earth. We know that.
Well, it doesn't. Nobody thinks it goes under the Earth.
In your model, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. There's a point in time where the sun is exactly on the opposite side of the sphere in relation to you.
But that's not being under it.
Well,
Yes,
under,
it is.
meaning it is under your feet. Dude, if you're on the equator, on equinox, on the
Oh, I see what
equator,
you mean.
the sun is directly above your head at noon, and exactly 12 hours later, well, not exactly, a few minutes here and there, right? It's under your feet, geometrically speaking, in your model. That
Right.
cannot be true in our model because, as you correctly stated, 12 hours later, some dude claims to be underneath the sun, and we know he's not on the bottom of the Earth, so the sun doesn't go under.
Yeah. So then, to get day and night cycles on your model, you just have to like I don't know. It just doesn't. There's no one that's been able to make a model that accounts for all.
But we're not even
We
trying. We
see the
don't even
sun
attempt to
move.
make the model.
I just want to clarify that half the Earth isn't illuminated at a time. But yeah, we see the sun move towards us, and we see the sun move away from us. Everybody sees the same thing.
Yeah, but to get half of the Earth illuminated, you'd have to have
That's your
the
claim.
light.
That's not true.
Sure,
Yeah,
but
then you're
this
just
channel is not called
contradicting reality.
24/7 alternative solar system. This channel is called 24/7 flat Earth. We're going to worry about the celestial bodies later, okay? What they do, where they go, what they're made of. And then we're going to rename the channel, but right now it's called 24/7 flat Earth. Not
So how do
flat
you
Earth
guys?
cosmology.
So how do you guys account for refraction in your measurements and conclusively say the Earth is flat?
I'm not an expert on refraction, so I will let. We have an expert here. I think it's 20K.
20K.
No, I mean DJ is really the resident specialist. But Nables, what refraction should we be accounting for, and how does it apply to our laser measurements? Why don't we have any laser measurements showing a deviation at 8 inches per mile squared?
See, like, I can answer some of those questions.
Well, look, just start with the basic. Why don't we have any laser tests showing 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance?
Is that so? Like, is that number accounting for refraction?
Why don't we have any laser tests showing drop
Yes,
over
no.
distance? Are you claiming that every laser test appears flat because of refraction, regardless of the conditions or the distance or where it's taken?
Well,
Is
when
that
you
your
say
claim?
appears flat, right?
We
I'm
test,
saying
yes. We shoot a laser, it hits the target. It should be blocked by Earth curvature, and it isn't.
that's because the light bends due to passing through a
Okay,
gradient.
so you're saying in every single test, every single laser test we do, the light is bending perfectly with the curvature of the Earth in order to hit the target on the other side, regardless of the length of the test, where it's taken, the atmospheric conditions. It's always perfectly bending with the curvature of the Earth. That's your contention.
I don't know how much it's bending, and neither do you. That's my contention. So,
No, but it's hitting the
regardless,
target, so it has to be bending perfectly with the curvature of the Earth. And it has to be bending down. So can you show us a laser test that shows that lights refract downward in atmospheric conditions?
I see. Like, this is I probably could look for one, but this is a burden share. Like,
Well,
you
you're the
are
one
the one that
claiming
is responsible.
refraction is the reason that we're hitting the
We know
target. So
refraction
you need to
happens. We
back up
know it exists.
refraction. Okay, I didn't dispute that, did I?
How do you account for it?
See, like, again, like, that's for you to figure out. You're the one that's claiming the Earth is
We're
flat.
supposed to figure out your claim?
Yeah, how do you account for it?
You're the one that's supposed to figure that out. You're claiming the Earth is flat.
No, you're claiming it's a globe and the light source was refracting.
You're claiming your measurements show a flat Earth because it's blocked by curvature.
Yeah, and you claim it's refraction, right?
Yeah, a well-known atmospheric
Yeah,
effect.
so how do you account for refraction?
That's for you to figure out. Until then,
That's
I can
for you to
dismiss your
figure out.
calculations.
We don't really care.
I can dismiss your calculations until you figure it out.
You
No, you
basically just
figure
made
it
the
out.
globe totally unfalsifiable.
That's not what unfalsifiable means, Jezebel.
Yeah, you claim that every time we measure something is flat, there's a mysterious thing happening that you cannot provide
Not
evidence
mysterious.
for that makes it, but you don't have evidence for this thing. You can't even define it really. You don't have evidence that lasers refract downward in atmospheric conditions. So until you provide that and stop asking us to prove your claim, we can just discard it. Claims without evidence can be discarded. You want us to prove your claim. That's ridiculous.
Did he give up?
Seems that way. I think they just think they can just shout refraction.
You
And
prove
it
it.
just ends the conversation, you know?
I claim refraction. You prove my claim.
Yeah.
That was good, Peter.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I did too. I mean, but I think it's funny how I asked him for a measurement of surface curvature and we got Bedford level and then we got Cavendish, right? And neither of those are either. Neither of those are what I asked for.
Thank you, guys. I have a weak spot in my heart for gravity, so when Glovers come in and try to flex their knowledge about gravity, I'm here to help.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, I agree with you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the surface description, you know? It's just a cope. But when you ask them for a measurement and they talk about gravity, it's because they're struggling, you know?
Yeah.
Kristen, did you mic up? Oh, come on. I know you want to. I see you in the side tech. He's still here.
Okay, I think I found exactly what you wanted. So these researchers created a vertical air gradient and like a refractive index gradient, and the light bended in the direction of the index gradient. So this
Yeah,
actually
the light
demonstrates,
tends towards the denser medium. That's correct. It's not downward in the
right?
atmosphere.
Well,
Okay, well, it needs to bend downward
in
in
the
the
case of,
atmosphere.
so they bend in the direction of the gradient,
Of the
and
denser
in
medium. Yeah. Yes, towards the denser area, not downward.
yeah, it doesn't. Air gets denser as you go down.
No.
Not always.
Wait, what do you mean
No.
no? Well,
We're
so like,
measuring above bodies of water. The water is warmer than the air in most cases, but we don't have any evidence of lasers refracting downward in atmospheric conditions. So if you can
wait, no, I
provide
just
that,
gave it to you.
no, that's
You
not.
didn't.
When you say downward, in the direction of the gradient, which is
Okay.
present above the Earth, and
We
you
take
and
measurements
hold on,
of temperatures when we take these laser tests. We
you
take
claim you
measurements of
do.
the temperatures
You take
and
measurements of the
cooler
temperature,
air.
pressure gradient.
Cooler. Have you even seen a single laser test? Have you actually like stopped and like watched through one? Because you clearly don't know what's being accounted for in these. You just think we don't do math.
I think I saw one on Flat Earth Core, and
I don't know
they
what that
did.
is.
You don't know what that is.
Have
You
you
guys
looked at
never.
any of Dr. John Dee's laser tests? He's
Yeah,
a professor of optics. He was a glober until he started trying to disprove flat Earth.
I think he's a grifter because when I look at his
Okay.
videos,
Okay. Well, do you have a globe grifter that has, or someone equivalent on the globe side that can show us a
Jezebel, I
laser
just want you to be
test?
aware. I gave you what you asked.
We also have laser tests from the
Gave you
side
what you
showing
asked
there's no
for, and now you're
refraction. So
coping.
what then?
You're coping. Just account. So
No.
now you're claiming you take temperature measurements, which
Yes.
is okay. Do
Yeah.
you measure the refractive gradient, and do you account
You
that in your measurement?
okay?
Do you?
For one, do you have evidence of a laser refracting downward in atmospheric conditions? Is that what you've posted?
In the
Before I
presence
stop,
of a
before I stop and read it, just let me know if I'm going to find in this thing that you posted evidence of light refracting downwards in atmospheric conditions.
when you say atmospheric conditions, I don't know particularly what you mean, but
I
there are
mean natural atmospheric conditions, not in a tank of glucose water, right? Not over an iron, like in actual atmospheric conditions we would encounter in the natural world.
wait. Now you're
Which
just
is
moving
where
the
we're taking the
goalpost.
laser test. We're not taking laser tests over bodies of water through glucose water. We're not taking them over volcanoes, right?
But
We're
there is a
taking them over
there is a
bodies of water.
temperature and
So do
pressure
you
gradient, and in
so
that case,
does
you have to
so
account for it.
just tell me, does what you posted show evidence of lasers of light refracting downward in atmospheric conditions?
In the conditions of the atmosphere where there's a pressure and temperature gradient, the answer is yes.
Okay, so this
For those
paper
conditions.
shows evidence of light refracting downward in normal atmospheric conditions.
Again, that's not what you asked for. You
Yes, it
said
is. I've
for
asked for it about
atmospheric
15 times.
conditions.
Atmospheric
What-
conditions. Can you show light refracting downward in atmospheric conditions?
And
Is that what
when
the
you say
paper contains?
atmospheric
Yes or no? It's just a
conditions,
yes or no, really.
I answered yes, and then you moved the
Okay, great. I'm
goalpost.
going to go read it.
You're a
I'm going to
coward.
go check. I'm going to go read it and see if that's true.
You're an intellectual coward. You move the goalposts.
I said I'm going to read it, Nables. I'm not an intellectual coward.
I don't even
I
think
asked
you're
you for a
gonna.
simple answer, and you were refusing to
Yeah,
answer it with
go
any
ahead
kind
and
of
chat
direct
GPT
answer.
it.
So I'm going to go read it and see if it has what you say it does, because I will be shocked if it does, but I'm willing to give it a chance.
Go ahead and go ahead and chat GPT it. We're gonna have to do. Yeah, every time I look at John D, I don't think he fully accounts for the conditions needed to calculate the gradient. That's your guys' issue. Once you do
Nables?
that,
Hey, Nables, did you just say, oh, Chat GPT it? But I see that your source was Chat GPT. You
yeah,
forgot to
whatever.
take that off the end.
Whatever.
What a hypocrite.
I am here to spank the flat earthers. Who's ready to be spanked first?
Yeah.
I'm spanking Jezebel right now. She's getting spanked real good by Daddy Navel.
You flat earthers are the past.
Yeah, they're
You
the
know?
past, bro. We're the future.
No, you're the past. You're a flat earther. Don't get that mixed up.
I'm not no
You
flat
deny
earther. I'm not no
evidence.
damn flat earther.
Let's let these
You
two idiots
are a flat
argue
earther.
with each other.
Oh,
this
is he not a
guy.
flat earther? Okay.
What's up, Baldy?
What's up?
Looks like he's gone.
She's reading it and she's finding that it's exactly what she asked for, and
Behind a
there's no
paywall.
way out.
It's behind a paywall.
There's a go to Sci-Hub, put the link in.
Is anyone here actually a flat earther?
Yeah. You are too. You just don't know it yet.
Oh, really? It's fun. I just have
Yeah.
one question. That's sure you get it all the time. But I always thought if Earth was flat, then there would never be a nighttime. It would just be day all the time.
Well, funny you say that because we've got measurements of the Earth being flat. So if the Earth was flat,
then the sun would just do whatever it does as we observe it, right?
What do you mean?
Well, if you measure the Earth to be flat and the sun's doing what it's doing, then the sun's doing what it's doing over a flat Earth, right?
Wait, so you're saying it's not day all the time because on Earth it's not day all the time? Or I'm a bit confused.
We never see it. We never see it to be day all the time, do we?
Yeah, of course. So that conclusion is it just.
Yeah, and then we measure. We shoot a laser out and we measure the surface of water to be flat. So therefore, the Earth is flat and the sun does what it does over a flat Earth. Pretty simple.
Not really an explanation.
What?
Didn't really answer. You just said it just works because we observe it to work.
Yeah, it's not 24/7 day and night cycles, is it?
It is 24/7. Like the whole, it's a cycle. It keeps going day then night, day then night.
What's the name of the channel?
24. Oh, that's what you meant.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But just wondering, so you don't really have an explanation. That's fine too.
Yeah. Well, the sun just does what it does, right?
But what else is flat? Is like the other planets flat as well? Is the sun flat?
Oh my god. How many times?
I'll let you go. Have you ever spoken to a flat earther before?
No, first time.
Okay, all right. I'll let you go then. So the only claims we make are to the surface of where we live, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, because it's the only thing we can measure. And when I say measure, I mean drop over distance, right? So if you stand at a point and say from your point 10 miles away should be 66 feet of curvature. Generally do this over water because water's supposed to conform to the shape of a ball, right? Live on a sphere, don't you? Yeah. So we test it.
Figure it out. You guys are scientists.
No one's claiming to be a scientist.
Then don't claim the Earth is flat, and don't claim you have.
Well, we understand the scientific method. We may not be scientists, but we understand the scientific method.
Then why don't you guys figure it out, or go to a professor?
We have.
We already did.
I have never seen a flat Earth measurement have a refractive gradient ever. Never, ever once.
Oh my god.
You just say, oh my god, and then you cope and you whine. I would be impressed if you guys actually figured it out.
You guys do any other measurements, any other tests apart from to measure the drop-off distance?
I'm busy, someone else can talk.
No, that's pretty much it, because we focus on measuring the surface of the Earth, right? We don't look at this. I mean, there are some flat earthers who recently enjoyed looking at the stars and making conclusions about the shape of the Earth, but we don't do that. So we're just doing terrestrial surface measurements. It seems boring now that I said it out loud. It's kind of boring, but that's what we do.
So you guys all work in this channel, like there's more for discussion for other people to come in, or is this you guys to?
The channel here on politics is mostly for other people to come in and bounce ideas off and make them aware of certain things, but the community is way bigger than this channel, right?
Yeah. Cool, man. That's awesome. Good luck proving it. I
mean, there isn't much to prove. It's the default position in the first place, so it just stands on its own.
The rest of the world, like
Good luck.
Convincing the rest of the world, yes.
Convincing, maybe convincing. I would say proving. You say convincing. Best of luck.
Well, you have to convince them to at least, like take the step and start challenging the things that most of them have been taught. Most people don't create the globe model. Most people don't even learn the globe model properly. They just kind of go along because they couldn't care less. So, the same way most people learn history. Most people don't have a passion for history. They just go like, whatever, and they just learn it. And if you challenge them, they kind of repeat what they've learned. That's normal.
Yeah. Like, I think if you guys were to look into more stuff than just drop off distance, then
We have looked into everything. We're just saying that's what we do as far as measurements.
yeah, but like there's so much science, like astrophysics that are affected by a globe Earth, so it would all
You
be
know
changing.
what? One day we're gonna start the channel called 24/7 Flat Earth Astrophysics, and then we'll be entertaining those topics.
And why examine the surface if you're asking a question about the surface? That would be weird.
Right? Why attempt to directly measure what is at contention here, which is the surface in contention?
Yeah, but every time you guys say you measure it, you never account for the atmosphere. You just say you do.
Of course we do.
So you guys measure a refraction gradient, yes or
Well,
no?
how do you think we explain the fact that buildings, while visible at long ranges, have their bottoms invisible?
You mean like how ships disappear bottom up?
Sure, if you want to talk about ships, but you do realize the same is true for buildings.
How you can't see the bottom? Because it's hidden by curvature.
Oh, that's your explanation, but we actually use the atmospheric effects to explain that.
That's insane. I have no, like, why would...
Yeah, but you may think it's insane, but it contradicts the claim you made 20 seconds ago, which is that we never bother to think about the atmosphere and how it impacts measurements.
Yeah, but like there's no... It makes absolutely no physical sense why the bottom would be hidden due to the atmosphere.
That's what I thought when I was a glober. So you're not the only person thinking that. The point is in realizing how much more there is to it. The combination of perspective and atmospheric effects pretty much explains it all.
Yeah. I have
So
no idea
quickly,
how.
Peter, he cites a paper that he claims shows evidence of light refracting downward atmospheric conditions. Nables, can you please just cite the portion of the paper that has that, because I don't see it anywhere.
Because it's locked behind a paywall. Let me get the full paper.
Yeah, why don't you just cite the evidence that supports your claim?
I can show it in the abstract, but that wouldn't be enough for you, would it?
No, the abstract is not enough, and the abstract says nothing about light refracting downward.
You know he hasn't read it himself, right?
No, he got it off ChatGPT, and he doesn't realize that ChatGPT often gives citations that are incorrect, or sometimes even completely made up. So, and then
This one isn't. You just cope.
that's
comment.
really
Why
not
is-
going to
why is-
work. Yeah, it's not going to work. Nables.
Cope harder.
Yes,
Why is
asking
this-
you for a citation for your claim is coping. Oh my God.
I gave you a citation.
Yeah, okay, great. Do you know what a citation is? I suspect you don't.
I suspect you don't. I gave you a paper.
No, that paper is not a
That you haven't
citation,
read.
Nables. Yeah.
Side comment, if I may. Why is somebody constantly server muting Scott Mackey if he hasn't said anything?
I
That's
think,
just
Peter, you
me.
need to stay on topic, Peter.
Yeah, stay on topic, Peter.
Or what? Oh my God! Or what?
Hey, Peter, do you want to engage with
Yes.
the Do you want to engage with the room topic, or do you want
I
to
want
talk
to
about
engage with the
moderation?
person who continues to server muting Scott Mackey for no reason. That's what I want to
Okay.
do.
Okay, Peter, if you want to question mod decisions, we can do that offline. But right now, I'd like you to stay on topic in the room, please.
You know, right now I'm gonna say fuck off and go away.
Okay, goodbye. Okay, so Nables, when you have a citation, just post that.
It's a loud keyboard.
Yeah, it's my cell phone. It's pretty cool.
Wow, you can type fast on a cell
I
phone.
get it a lot. Oh, you're cooked. I found it. You're cooked. So, do you hear me? Maybe I'm not making myself clear enough.
You can post it in the chat if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You got about 30 seconds before meltdown. Let me see if I can download this. Right. Alright, I got it for you. Are you happy now? Huh? Are you happy? Are you happy? It's in the fucking side chat. It's in the side chat now. I defeated you.
Does anyone see anything in the side chat? Because I don't. Nables, because you're acting like an
Right,
idiot,
I
I'm gonna
beat you.
put you on mute until you post it. That's the paper, Nables. We're already aware of the entire paper. We asked you for a citation of the portion that proves your claim. So try again.
So this grade A level numpty is telling us that ships floating is actually No, actually, I think you're muted because you're an idiot. If you think a representation of TIR with ships, them floating in the air is not the ground magically bent down. As you can see in the inverted image I posted, you can still see the horizon. Just because the angle is so flat, so low, so small, that the light reflects back off of the water off of itself. It's called TIR, total internal reflection. And it starts before the ship and goes beyond it, and it just reflects the sky. That's why it appears to be the same color. That's why things look like they're flying or floating in the air. You can still see the horizon in the background, dude. There's plenty of photos and that showing this effect happening.
Hey, over fences, are you there?
Yeah, I'm actually reading the paper that
Yeah,
that
I
our
just
little
finished.
friend didn't read. Yeah.
I just finished reading it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was inconclusive. Yeah.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, they observe what we observe, which is, light
Yeah.
refracting into the denser medium. And this is over they did 16 measurements over one paved road in one day.
Yeah.
And a lot of
It went
math.
up.
Yeah.
And the final result was negative 1.6. Yeah.
Yep.
So they're up. It went up,
Yep. It went up.
not down.
Yep. Yeah, and our little
Mm.
friend here is claiming victory, but he hasn't even read it, so
Hmm.
I think I've seen this one before. I think maybe ChatGPT likes this one.
Do you know what I love about it? Right at the top of it, it tells you how to cite it when you first read it for citation, and you can actually copy paste that first bit and then whatever paragraph you want out of it. And stupid earlier on when you asked for a citation had no idea. If you'd have read the paper, it's right there in black and white.
Yeah, and plus when I asked for a citation, he just posted the PDF and said that was a citation. Because I asked him for what part of the paper had, affirmed his claim. Apparently PDF.
Hey, 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 y'all.
Oh. Oh, he drove off. Shame. Nables, you've let enough cope out this afternoon to fuel an entire city. Keep going, please.
You're giving him a prescription for some Dr. Copium.
It's actually the other way around. When too much copium comes out, we call for Yoda's butthurt cream. That seems to slow it down.
We're selling it for $45 today.
Holy crap! I thought it was $39.59 for a jar.
Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah.
If they come to Australia and they get the Australia tax, it'll be what, $63.71.
$100.
$100. And we keep the difference. Carton. So other than this clown show in the chat here, wasting his life savings on copium, has anything else exciting happened today?
No, it's been pretty quiet because what's his name's been in the regular with the green screen. What is he?
Dylan.
Yeah. A few other people have rolled through. Raiden was in before.
Yeah, I hadn't seen Raiden for a couple of days.
Your mate was back. Old I can't believe in anything because I haven't seen 100% of it.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah, what was his name? Gimbo or something like that? He was complaining about talking to you yesterday, Matrix. You must have really he just seems like a Glober with a unique LARP to me, you know.
Bored potato? No.
No, it's you remember him, he was talking about okay, there might be some water somewhere that curves, but we've measured it to be flat, but 99% of it may be flat and 1% might be doing something else because we don't know what 100% of it is. You know, they remember that kid? Like
There's
it
been a
used to
couple
be
of
a
them
flat
said that.
earther. It was yesterday
What?
afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon, yesterday arvo.
I think it's like Goron Nick or
Goron.
something.
Goron Nick.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's it.
Don't know what he's talking about me for. I was nice to him. Didn't even use the mute button once. This week.
Well, he's the one who gave me my name, so.
Oh.
Because yeah, he said he used to be a flat earther, but then he started talking about how we don't have any explanation for seasons. So
that's right. Yeah.
yeah. So I basically
Yeah.
called him out as a Glober, you know, LARPing, and then he got mad.
Yeah, if he'd been around long enough, he'd know that when the sun's higher in the sky, it's summer, and when it's lower, it's winter. Easy. That's my explanation of seasons.
Love how we've always got to explain the most random thing, eh? Oh, if there's no curvature, explain seasons. What the shit do seasons have to do with curvature? If there's no curvature, explain stars. They twinkle. Well, that means the moon must be flat too. And you don't believe in the moon. Well, do we believe in it or is it flat?
What about that guy that keeps on saying, well, he has to. It's your model, right? Your model. And it's, mate, it's not our model. But Dave Weiss uses it.
Knowledge.
Oh, my God.
No.
That guy's insufferable.
Yeah, he's going to end up on the just red flag list. He just keeps going with the same shit. He's been told by heaps of people now that it's not our model. Oh, but Dave Weiss says it is. Well, go and talk to him. If you've got a problem with Dave Weiss, like the rest of us do, go and talk to Dave Weiss. Get it off your chest. Call him a clown. You'll feel better, and we can all be on our merry way.
Makes you wonder how these people act, like how these guys act around other guys, right? In real life.
They don't. Most of the younger generation don't.
You just go, mate, you just, you would have no
seriously,
idea.
If I was in my late teens, early 20s, down at the pub, carrying on how these kids have done, I reckon I'd be in for getting me nose reconstructed, if not me jaw.
Oh, yeah. That was when the pub was good. When the security guard would go for it. You don't remember that? Go for it.
There's only a couple of places that I like that. The rest of them, all the insurance and shit now, it's changed a fair bit.
No, you can't do it now. Yeah. But that's when you learn how to act around other guys, right? You're always, you got to be nice to other guys in real life.
All right.
Otherwise,
let's all plot the North Star right now.
You run the risk of violence, right?
Yeah. Okay, what are we doing to the North Star, Draco?
Okay, we all have to download the Sky Map app.
What?
Then we're all gonna record our GPS coordinates.
Why do I have to do that?
And
What's this
then
gonna prove?
we're gonna angle our cameras at the North Star, and
Can't
we're
see it.
gonna all record our angle of incidence to the North Star.
So
impossible
to get an angle. This would be based off a flat
What's
plane.
impossible?
I'd do it if I could do it from my window.
Said it's impossible.
Right here.
I'm curious what's impossible.
Well, in the south of Australia.
You have to accept the GPS of your current location.
Yep.
So,
like a moderator.
But what if it's all calculate?
What if it all calculates?
It doesn't make sense, man.
Dude, I can make a Python program right now.
Bro, this is
we
not
could
the
add
English
in our
hub.
GPS.
This
we
is
can add in the
politics.
circumference of the Earth, and we can all point at the North Star together, and we can find out where the fuck we are. Are you with me or not?
Yes, but for me, it's impossible.
Yeah, it's not going to work real good at my house either.
Bro, if you could do that and then have me somewhat in the right direction without looking at the star, bro, I believe you. Whatever you're talking about.
I need you to believe in the Pythagorean theorem first.
I believe in
it. All right, I'm a believer too. Go for it.
If triangles are true, we can actually find out where we are right now.
Right now.
All right. What's a triangle?
Exactly.
No. What is it? I'm asking you.
Exactly. A triangle is a three-sided object that has three angles.
Equal to?
All of the three angles add up to 180 degrees.
Yeah. Would that be three straight lines?
Not intentionally.
What?
Just a small joke. Just a small joke. Yes, they should be straight lines.
Well, they have to be straight lines to equal 180 degrees. Right?
To be a triangle, technically correct, yes, according to geometry.
To have any angle, you need straight lines.
Yeah.
Wait. Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know about 4th, 5th, and 6th. What do you call that thing?
4th, 5th, and 6th. You good, bro?
How many have you had?
3D.
Yeah, would it be correct
4D,
to say a circle has 360
5D.
degrees?
What's the difference between 3D and 4D?
I don't know what it. 1D.
There's one more D, yeah, bro. Put some D's on that bit.
3D is real, 4D doesn't exist.
Put some D's on that bit.
We might not be able to tell until we can make triangles.
I think it's drawn.
Not intentionally.
Not intentionally.
Not intentionally.
They just so happen to go so.
What can we do science with drunks? Is this not a Mad Hatter's paradise?
Bro, how wrecked
We can all do science together. Is this wrong? Am I wrong? I'm just a man asking another man to do science with me.
I think your definition of science
You're supposed
is
to
a
laugh
skew.
right now. Thanks, Matrix.
T. T.
Okay, but for real, where the fuck is the moon right now? I think I have
In the
no
sky.
idea.
Yeah,
In the
probably
sky,
in the
bro.
sky. I'd guess at least there.
Wait, so we all download the Sky Maps app right now. We can prove the moon doesn't exist.
It doesn't
What the heck is this guy
exist.
talking about, Timbo?
I don't know, man.
We can use math. Unless you're afraid of math.
How can you use math?
Triangles! Triangles, goddammit!
Dranko.
Explain it then.
Triangles! Alright, so here's it. So, we all put in our GPS coordinates together.
Nigga, explain it.
And then we point our camera at the moon with the SkyMap app. We record our angle from the horizon. Right? Because that's what the phones do. And then we can prove the moon doesn't exist.
Yo, how much have you had to drink?
Not enough.
I differ.
I already went pee though, but I have to smoke a cigarette soon, so we're gonna prove the moon exists or not.
Before you go smoke your cigarette, can you tell me if a circle has 360 degrees?
Not intentionally.
You can not
Oh,
intentionally
fuck.
tell me?
Yeah. Shit.
Tell
Okay,
me by
right.
accident then.
A circle only has 360 degrees because we says it does.
I disagree.
I think that a circle can have 100 degrees. If you just cut out every third degree.
If you cut out every third degree, it'll still have more than 100.
That's
You'll
what
have
I was like.
120.
I did math wrong, didn't I? I did math wrong. What do you divide 360 to get
120.
3.6? That seems about right.
Wow.
All right.
It says
I
that
think a circle does not have any degrees.
God damn it, man. Let's do
It has
triangle.
0 degrees unless you put in a straight line to measure it.
I'm not sure if that's math, but I might have heard it.
You need a straight line to measure the degrees, and then you put a straight line right through it.
Give me a straight line, and let's
180 and
find the
180 on each
fucking
side.
moon, dude. Let's do
A
it.
semicircle has 180 degrees because it has a straight line.
No. Yes.
Like a protractor.
Wait.
Yeah. You can get a full protractor.
Does a
as a circle.
semicircle definition have 3 points or 1? Or 2? 2. You should have 2 in the minimum.
What?
A straight line can be either 2 points or 3 or more. So how do you define a straight line?
From one point to another with no deviations.
Charles Jr., the French fry.
A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points.
Usually, what if you're warping time on the other side of a black hole?
Black holes don't
Yeah,
exist.
you're just doing that every day for practice, aren't you?
Are you saying black holes ain't real?
Nope, they're not.
What about time distortion?
Fake.
What do you
Time
mean
itself
time
is not real.
distortion?
A likely story.
Time isn't even real itself, bro. It's movement.
Okay.
So things move at different speeds, sure.
Is anyone willing to make a triangle with me? I just need 2 volunteers. Wait, no. I think I need a tetrahedron. I need... Oh, yeah, no, yeah. I just only need 3 people. Where the fuck's the moon right now?
It's over the Indian Ocean. Directly over top of the
I think
Indian
that's
Ocean.
through the planet. I think that's through the planet for me then. Like I can't... Can I see the moon right now? We're gonna look out my window. Hold on.
I don't think you'll be able to see it from there.
We're gonna look at the moon.
I don't think you can see it at the moment.
No, it's full cloudy outside. We can't do experiments today, boys. There is no moon tonight. We're so close. We're so close. Fuck.
There is, but it's just blocked.
How do I find the moon if there's clouds?
You don't. You wait for it to find you.
I agree. All right, tomorrow night, we'll all meet back here, and we're gonna find the fucking moon. Okay?
Yes, let's do that. So this morning when I left the house was like 5:30. The moon was up then, and they said it set here at 2:15 in the afternoon.
No, the moon's lying to you. The moon's lying to you. You're wrong.
The moon didn't tell me that.
Yo, the moon has one hell of a sleep schedule. It's up at like all these different times.
It's only a month at most, according to science. We're so close. We're so close, but I got fucking clouds.
What do you drink to get that drunk?
Turpentine mostly. I like to mix
What?
turpentine with Everclear, and I think this is vodka. I can't be sure.
Yo, he's drinking turpentine to the point where whatever he says is never clear.
I can't imagine how drunk I would have to be to not be able to do math, though. Hey, guess what the distance is on a 45, a 45, and 90-degree triangle where A is 1 and B is 1. Guess what the size of C is? $1.2, motherfuckers! It's probably a little different, but I think about it every time I walk to the liquor store. I'm not shitting you. I walk to the liquor store. All right. Oh, so I'm a Star Trek guy, right? I'm a Star Trek guy. I'm rewatching Deep Space Nine. How do you prove the world is flat with clouds in the way? How would you do that?
You look at the ground instead of the sky.
What did the ground do?
Ground didn't do anything.
A likely story. This is gonna take a lot of computing power. We're gonna load up a new AI engine. Hey, you guys ever do a local LLM? You heard this? Have you seen this?
I don't even know what that means, mate.
Google LM space studio. You can download ChatGPT, like little tiny models.
Language
ChatGPT.
learning model. Okay, yeah, I get you.
Yeah, large language model or something. Yeah, I've downloaded like 50 of them. Some of them can read images, some of them can make images, some of them can make videos. What you're aiming for is your VRAM, whatever your graphics processor can do. So like I have a 8 gigabyte VRAM processor.
Yeah, that's
And
shit.
then you can download large language models up to 8 gigabytes.
Where do you download them from?
Hugging Face. Yeah, Hugging Face. You're looking for a GGUF file. And but you kind of want to look at a couple YouTube videos to kind of figure out what you want. The new ones are getting crazy, dudes. The new ones are getting crazy. Like
I'm sorry, I got no idea what you're talking about.
Large language models, Chat GPT, like AI. You could download AI models on your own computer.
Oh, you're talking about making videos, AI videos or something?
That as well. Wait, so some of the let me see here. I'm gonna go into my hard drive. I'm gonna go to Hub. And do you guys want to see a whole bunch of models? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'd like to see your flat Earth models.
Want to see some models? I'm gonna show you my models. I'm gonna show you my models, dude. They're not
I'm
wearing
a
any clothes. So.
model, you know
Yeah,
what
these
I
are all my
mean.
models. Oh, I can't post into the chat. Somebody
And
just
I
blocked me
do
from
my
posting
little
into
turn on the catwalk.
All right. So.
On the catwalk.
Wait, so yeah. No, Quinn 3.6 is insane. LTX 2.3 is a video generator. You can make like VO3 shit on your own PC. Quinn 3.5 9B obliterated. So there's obliterated and there's gabitulated. I might be saying the second part wrong. It means like they're not censored. So my favorite uncensored model is Dolphin 2.9.3 Mistral 7B 32K. It was trained on comedy. It was like literally trained on comedy, like thousands of transcripts of comedians. So you can go to this model and you can say, tell me what Lewis Black would say about this scenario. Give it a couple of facts. It's fucking hilarious. Like like literally blew my mind off. I posted it into some discords because no, that's right, Discord model. There's Hermes, A step. Oh my gosh, A step is crazy. You can take a so like I could download a video clip from any person, like 5 seconds or whatever, and then I could type some text, and then A step would allow me to say whatever I want in their name, in their voice rather.
Yeah, there's a few apps for that. I moved to unmute Hexy. I think he served his time for saying the N-word.
Would you care to warn him about what'll happen if he says it again?
I think he got the warning.
Oh, let's just find out. Okay.
If he says
Well,
it again,
yeah,
it won't
no,
be muted.
okay. Let me just make one ethical appeal. All of you should download LM Studios.
Yeah, that's great. How about we just inform our little friend here, Hexy, if you drop another N-bomb in here, you won't be muted. You will be banned for 2 days.
Shazam.
I take your silence as an understanding.
Yeah, and I'll be mad at you.
But
That's
yeah,
different person.
okay. My number one reason why everyone should download a large language model is because what if
Send me the link for
power-
the dolphin one, Draco.
What if the grid goes down? What if the cell towers goes down? What if the internet goes down? What if you cannot?
Then you should think for yourself.
Internet.
Then
Okay.
this is the worst kind
And
of
you
compressed
think-
information that
and
you could
think
store.
better than a large language model.
Yes, literally anything. I'd rather have 5
disagree.
books.
I
I'd rather have
disagree.
5 books
Okay,
than
okay.
an LLM.
Let's do one thing. Well, one test. No.
I'll be fine if the internet goes down.
We're gonna do
I'll
one
be
for one. We're
perfectly
gonna do one to one. I need the chat here to give us 3 questions, and he has to answer better. And the large language model that I choose.
Ask your large language model if a circle inherently has 360 degrees.
That's worthless. I don't care. Because they don't literally have 360 degrees. So we already established that 10 minutes ago in this conversation. Because you can have the military compass has 1080 degrees.
I'm talking about circle, bro.
I'm talking about a radius. I'm talking about a circumference. I'm talking about angles. I'm talking about degrees.
What the heck is this guy talking about?
Science. The military compass.
Science.
What is the difference between the
Don't
military
confuse
compass
math with science, bro.
and 360 degrees? Go Google that one.
Just ask your AI.
We're looking for a better difference, better question.
Put one in the chat.
Need one person to answer question better than the large language model of my choosing.
How many changes do you need to make to the letters of your name for it to spell drunk?
17.
Wrong.
I think you're incorrect.
No,
And
it's definitely way too high.
I'm still more entertaining than your question. So, question denied.
Should be honest.
All right, I'll take my pants off.
My entertainment needle is not moving
Only
very
3 of
much.
you laughed out loud, so that's still a good
I do
joke.
like the idea of doing like a John Brown challenge with the AI. Like, I feel like my critical thinking is one of the last things that I have that's actually useful in the modern world.
Can you structure a haiku?
I posted a question in the side chat. You should ask the AI of your choice.
Car wash
So
40
this has
meters
been a
from my
classic,
home. I want to
classic
wash
challenge.
my car. Could I walk or drive there? Holy shit! No, the new AI, like Anthropic Claude, the new Claude model is fucking insane.
I believe you.
I agree. You don't believe me.
I said I believe you.
The person in the chat disagrees with what you just said the second time. I can't post text in the chat. So I literally couldn't even like verify if I was posting something.
Me neither.
I agree.
Holy shitballs. I just punched that question into DeepSeek. I never realized AI was this freaking stupid.
They can't do numbers, man. They can't do numbers at all.
No, they can't.
I'll read the
They
answer
can't
out. Check it
reason.
out. Actually, it's super short, the answer to this. I'll post it up so you can have a laugh. Copy. Get that shit in there. Paste. Anyways, this is a trickier question than it seems. It depends on what you're optimizing for. Distance perspective. 40 metres is a very short distance, about the length of an Olympic swimming pool. Walking takes about 30 seconds. Driving, maybe 10 seconds. But consider, if you drive, you'll have to start a cold engine, drive 40 metres, likely park, turn it off. That's hard on the engine. Fuel doesn't really burn. Moisture stays in oil, more
Well,
wear.
what if?
And worse for fuel economy and emissions per metre travel. If you walk, no engine wear, no fuel use, and you get a tiny bit of exercise. Real answer. Unless you have mobility issues or need to carry heavy car wash supplies with you, walk. Driving such a short distance causes unnecessary pollution and mechanical wear for the next time
Can I save you a breath? Can I save you a breath, please?
Ridiculous.
I save you a breath. The final question is, how do I wash my fucking car?
Well, that's what I was going to say.
the
And the
final
intended
question.
purpose of going to
How do
the
I
car
wash
wash
my
was.
fucking car?
But
You
in
know?
saying that, cop this, Draco. In saying that, some of our car washes here have got some really nice little coffee shops next to them. A lot of people just go there for the coffees. They don't give a shit about washing their car. They'll just drive there,
well,
park, have a coffee.
without getting your car to the coffee shop, you can walk there all you fucking want, and all you can
Exactly.
wash is nuts.
So you've got to weigh up the intended purpose of going to the car wash. But
So
the
this
little question says,
this
the
drunk
little
person
question says,
outsmarted the car question.
I want to wash
Thank you
my
very
car.
much.
And that's what the stupid computer is missing out on. The important factor of wanting to wash their car. If you want to wash it, take it to where you're going to wash it.
But how do you wash your balls at the car station?
I think
No, it
this
says
is a good
car, not
example.
balls.
I only got 7 laughs, and everyone's muted.
You should drink some water now.
Everyone knows that's funnier. Just because our
Yeah,
whole
no.
conversation is like nihilism of sorts.
It doesn't seem at all nihilistic to me.
Well,
I think
the muters would disagree with you.
I think this challenge, this AI challenge, is a good example of the limitations of the LLM technology.
Yeah. Well,
I-
yes and no.
And mind you, this is coming from someone.
Yes and no.
This is coming from someone who does. I would say that it's thinking. I do think that these machines are thinking, but they can only think about things in terms of statistical probabilities of words that they've read before.
Number plot. Words are numbers and plots and things. Yes.
That's
Well,
an oversimplification, like a useless oversimplification.
I have one disagreement. It's not just things the persons have thought before, because, pardon, I'm belching. AI can think of things that you have not thought of before.
What?
Agree or disagree?
Like what?
Oh, Okay. So I've theorized. What I want to do is to drive a ground spike into my backyard, right? I dig.
AI's
Let me
AI's
finish. Let me
thought
finish.
about
This
this
is
for
good for
you,
everyone.
G.
This is good for everyone. For like geothermal cooling, I take a 6-bit auger. I dig down into my yard, and then I take a 4-inch diameter pipe with a quarter-inch diameter of sorts. Like I've literally calculated all this shit through AI. I drive it down into my ground, and then I take a water pipe and I run it through the ground spike.
Yeah, so that's
There's a
not going to
whole.
work. You have to excavate massive amounts of earth to do anything with geothermal cooling.
What's my purpose?
Geothermal cooling to like.
Yes and no.
Think.
Yes and no. My actual purpose is a positive pressure house system with a less than current house system. So I take air from inside, go out. Outside.
They've already got it.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
They already have it.
No, you don't have it yet. You don't have it yet.
Yes, it's called evaporative cooling.
Nope, not at all. I take an air pipe from outside. I drag it inside of my house in the basement. I then, sorry, wrong. All right, so I take an outside pipe. I draw air into the underground, and then I pump it into my house. The specific purpose is a positive pressure air system for my house.
They've got evaporative cooling.
Nope.
Yeah, they've already done
not
it.
evaporative, not at all.
Yeah,
I'm talking.
I
No.
see, but you
This is
still
a
didn't.
positive pressure house system. So I'm taking outside air and I'm pushing it into my house.
Yeah. All right, that's good, but I still don't think you made enough surface area
than the outside air. All right,
like,
so there's two. Let me explain the two
you're pushing it
positive
in.
benefits. All right, so I'm in Iowa. I'm in Iowa. We have radon in our ground soil.
Okay, but how much buried lime do you have?
Let me finish. If we put positive pressure into our basements, it stops the radon from coming into our house. So that's a benefit number one. Benefit number two.
What do you mean? Radon makes you rad, bro.
Say again?
Radon makes you rad. Why do you think it's harmful?
I couldn't even hear him the second time. All right. I couldn't hear the question. So I'm putting positive pressure into my house, but it's also cooled positive pressure. The ground soil in Iowa is 55 degrees. You can take a longer system. You can do coils. You can do.
How are you pushing the air in?
Plastic tubes. 100 feet of plastic tubes, 2-inch plastic tubes, whatever. You can get geothermal cooling with plastic because the
right. So what kind of run did you do? What run did you do?
I did not do a run because I'm just.
He doesn't run, bro. He's fat.
I'm not fat actually, but
so like, what would
I
you
cannot also run
would you
because I broke my
estimate?
ankle.
What would you estimate
Secondarily and or tertiarily, the synopsis of this scenario is that AI can tell me the numbers better than a calculator and or faster.
No, it can't.
We're going to put the numbers into AI, right? They come from somewhere.
Yeah, the Earth is not flat, and I defeated Miss Pot Stirring Jezebel.
No, you didn't. You're
That's tough.
Well, I don't mean to be misnomered here, but
misnomered.
my
Draco.
point, my only point was, that AI did this calculation better than I could, and B, it actually gave me a few insights.
Didn't you say that? Didn't you say that
creative
AI
insights from
Sorry,
AI
hey,
gave me better
stop
thermal?
talking. You had a break.
Hold on.
No, you paused, Draco.
No, you
Someone else was
said
talking.
your first.
I did
Yeah,
pause.
your
I'm
first.
sorry, but I gotta finish. I gotta finish. You guys have
You're
been
gonna get
listening
muted,
for like
Draco.
a minute. You've been listening for a minute.
Exercise
Let me
restraint,
finish.
Draco. You got like 3
Just
seconds.
let me finish. My only point was this whole scenario was for one, how you guys, how you might be able to cool your house with geothermal cooling. Around
Okay,
sites.
so your
And this-
original
wait.
point. You
Hold
gotta
on.
stop talking,
Point
dude.
two.
Oh my
Point
goodness.
two.
Stop talking right
Secondary.
now.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Okay,
Can I finish?
your
on your mom?
original claim was
Can I finish
that
on your mom?
AI
Can I finish on your mom?
do things
Just on her head.
you
Just in
never
her hair.
thought of. You've already
Just in
thought
her
of it.
butt. Okay. My point. My point was is
That
to
wasn't
create
funny.
a positive.
Draco, how are you pushing the air in? Never mind. Probably for the best.
He's too drunk. Unless you want to talk to him, Tristan, you can try. Did you want to talk to him, Tristan?
I just
You
wanted
can
to
if you want.
I just wanted to grill him on his supposed geothermal system because I'm convinced that he didn't do it right, and it doesn't actually
Right,
cool his
I'll
home.
I'll unmute him for you. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know. I was just gonna.
He doesn't know if it's worth it.
I don't. I think it might be
You have a
pretty
question
drunk.
that's
Yeah.
worth my while, or should I finish my statement?
My
No,
question for you,
please don't
Draco, is how are you pushing the air in?
A 5mm drill. What's it called? I'm forgetting the actual motor fan system. That
Maybe you
I
should ask
Googled.
AI.
Oh, so yeah, no, like it literally could be from like a solar powered 100-watt motor. The goal is
No,
just a slight geothermal system, but number one, you're cooling in the ground. If you
Draco,
go on,
Draco,
Can I
you did it
finish?
wrong. You did it
Can I
wrong.
finish? Okay,
No,
continue.
because you don't have ground contact. You just put something in the ground and you ran a straight pipe to your house. You have like 6 feet of a 3-inch PVC pipe, don't you?
What was my meter metrics?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. How much
No,
ground
what was
contact?
my meter metrics?
How the heck's he supposed to know? It's your pipe.
Well, the answer is it's adaptive.
No. How long is the run? You put a straight pipe in, you put a PVC pipe underground, and you're imagining that it's cooling your house, and it's not.
Yeah, like how
It-
conductive is
So
PVC
you're
anyways?
saying
Yeah, I'm saying it's cooling it by the
Okay.
order of 10 watts. No. You need to figure out what the surface area is. So what is the diameter of the pipe of the single straight? I'm right, aren't I? You put in
Yeah,
a
you are,
you know
single.
what my
Tristan.
premise was?
How much heat can a PVC pipe even conduct?
No one remembers what my premise was. No one actually remembers what my premise was. Can any one person please tell me what my premise was?
You were explaining the construction of your supposed geothermal cooling positive pressure fan.
Actually, not.
Yeah, that is
Nope.
what you were doing.
Nope.
It's not your premise, Draco. It's your claim. Your claim was that the AI is better at the math for doing the system, the setup, than if you were to do it by like yourself.
Negative as well. But close. Very
You're
close.
negative.
No, you're very close.
Well,
Percent
okay. I'm
signs.
sure you remember thinking of some other thing, but that's the thing that we're interested in.
My premise was that AI could elaborate on this process better than I could. But
Yeah, it's like exactly what I said.
in the whole scenario that you all had to listen to was a feasible geothermal system for under $200.
Yeah, and it's not.
And the number
it's
one
not
premise
feasible at
is
all.
the
It
number
doesn't
one
work.
premise is that the saturation of thermal conductivity through a small loop of plastic pipes, because you're debating soil conductivity versus plastic conductivity and air. My whole system just works on a positive pressure air system that takes outside air and pumps it into your house.
Yeah, but your whole
which would
thing
take
was that it
100
pumps
to
the air
200
into a
feet of
cool, like it cools
tubing.
it as well as it goes through the ground.
But
how much cooling is happening in a PVC pipe?
You will have to reference the thermal conductivity ratio of the specific plastic measured.
What's the diameter of this pipe?
Hold on. Versus the conductivity ratio of your local soil.
What's the diameter of the pipe?
On top of the
Bro,
static
talk slow.
measurement of your soil. Okay, so I just got to come all the way back to 0 point. I just got to come all the way back to 0 point. AI made my system
Tristan's
better.
right.
Hold on. AI
Your
made my
system
system
sucks.
better, and why?
You're dumb.
No,
It depends on the
and
surface
why?
area.
And why? No, and why is the question?
Like, I doubt it'll even make that much of a difference if you were doing
No.
this PVC pipe in
No.
straight ice. Like, it would maybe cool
AI
it down just a little
suggested
bit.
to make my system better. Ask me how.
No.
Ask me how.
Why are you gay?
I don't think sexuality and science have any congruity.
No, I wasn't talking about sexuality.
I was only gay for your
You're thinking about,
dad.
like, space.
And last night he paid me like $80, but I don't see how that's congruent to our conversation.
What you need to do is you need a hole in the ground, like an actual hole in the ground without pipe. Push the wind through that. At least without PVC pipe.
Not that anyone asked, but actual geothermal systems use water and pump it through thousands of feet of piping to disperse heat or absorb heat from the ground. You can
I think
use
you could
it.
have a geothermal system without water.
Yeah, I was just about to say you can use air, like you can use straight air and nothing else. And you can also have extremely primitive systems where the air only goes down into a single, dug out earthen hole. But there are serious limitations to those systems. There are geothermal systems that provide modern cooling that just use water because it can move so much more energy. You absolutely can just use air if you want to. That's more, I found that a setup to be more common in greenhouses and other agricultural structures where they will dig air channels beneath the building to ventilate it with to help cool it down.
I mean, I think like there's a kind of a point to the positive pressure thing. If you're pumping air in, that's moderately, it's going to be cooler than temperature of the house because you have the people in the house or what have you, right? So there's going to be warm air in there, and if you're pumping more air in, then the cold air will still be kind of like it'll condense lower. It'll be like lower than the hot air, which will go up and maybe be forced out of the house.
Precisely, yeah, and that's what
Like
some of
it
the
won't cool down at
primitive
all through the pipe, but it'll just lead to an overall cooler house because the warm air will be going, hot air rises, right? So where the people are, it'll seem cooler. Hey Matrix, if you're there, could I be kindly unhushed, please?
Oh, what? What got you hushed in the first place?
I don't even know. I suspect who it is. Someone that's kind of got it, has it out for me, but.
Oh, let's have a look. Where are you? Over there. You know, if you post up dumb shit, you're just gonna get rehashed again. So, yeah. Copy
Yeah, of
ID. There you go. You can type things now. Don't waste it.
Welcome back, Draco, you drunk motherfucker. I had a feeling he was yelling into his microphone, not acknowledging that he was muted.
Hello to fellow human beings. Welcome to the Matrix.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Do you guys believe in Jesus?
Feel free to ask any questions.
Okay, are you a moderator?
About Earth.
Are you a moderator, bro?
You saw what I was going
That
for,
has
right,
nothing to
Matrix?
do with the shape of the ground. If I'm a moderator, the ground's still whatever shape it is. If I'm not a moderator, the ground's still the same shape. So being a mod or not doesn't affect the shape of the ground. Next
Yeah,
question.
it does. It does. Because I need to ground to the earth, right?
You can what the ground to the earth?
No, I said I don't believe in. I believe the earth is very interesting.
You believe the earth is very interesting. I'll go with that. I've got no problem with that belief, or as a belief. There is quite a few interesting things out there. Like people believing that it's a ball flying through the vacuum of space, tilting, wobbling, spinning, 72% covered in water. Yeah, is that
What
the
do you
levels of interesting you're into?
Nah, bro, I don't believe in flat earth. Really?
No,
Go for it.
that's the ball model. That's not flat Earth. The flat Earth side of it is planar with topography. So which one do you think it is? Planar with topography, or it's all that other shit that I said beforehand?
And I believe that certain things that we don't know. I believe that there's more Earth. There's more what's it called? That's more more stuff the government's lying to us about the Earth.
Sounds like you got a lot of beliefs there, bro.
Not like a big deal. They might be lying to us about gravity. Who knows? Somebody told me gravity doesn't exist in here.
Someone told you gravity doesn't exist in here. Who told you that?
I don't know, guys. Somebody.
Well, you're going to make a claim. It's nice to point the finger at people. We get plenty of them through here. So which gravity do you appeal to? Since there's so many of them.
On top of us about gravity. I believe gravity exists.
If you're saying that gravity doesn't exist, the fact that there's 80 plus theories on gravity, I'd like to know which one you're talking about, because I might agree with some and not with others. So if you happen to be yapping about one that I don't agree with, then I'm going to go, no, that's bullshit. But if you mention one that I do agree with, then I'll go, yeah, I'm cool with that.
I mean, it's a certain thought process about that, bro.
So, which gravity you're talking about?
It's more of like what some man told us.
It's more likely what man told us.
Like who's it? Who created the thought process about gravity? Because we can think about it,
gravity.
but I mean,
which gravity are you talking about, bro? You've got to help me out here.
gravity. Epstein, not Epstein. Einstein. Why I say
Epstein gravity? I don't think you want to go there.
No. I'm talking about Epstein, general reality and stuff like that. Relativity.
Epstein general reality. What? You all should be in jail. Damn.
No,
I think
mean
you mean Einstein.
Einstein, yeah, Einstein.
Yeah. Fuzzy white hair. Married his cousin. Yup, that's right. That's the one you're talking about.
That's funny. That's funny how you say that. How you say that because
true.
He did marry cousin. He's like, oh man, forget about it, man. Stay in the family, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, bro. But anyways, so
I'm not believing that dude, man. I don't like
bendy space time is what you think is making things go down. Has there ever been a scientific experiment that validates this bendy space time to show that that's what's causing stuff to go down?
I guess it's some form of like it's something that's creating the stuff, which God created, probably, most likely. So as far
Probably
as I
most
know.
likely. You sound like you're not very sure there, bro. You're allowed to say, I don't know. I'm not going to jump through the freaking speaker and
No,
bite
I already know. I already know God created gravity.
Yeah, but you don't even know what gravity is. Things go down. That's gravity, is it?
I guess you can call it that, but we don't know what it is.
I'm glad you said that because that's 100% correct. Science to date does not know what the causational mechanism is. So check it out. If they don't know what causes it, how can they then turn around and say it's bendy space-time? Because they don't know what causes it.
They can't say that.
They might as well say, hey, chicken sandwiches cause things to go down. Like, what's the difference? In one breath, they're saying this is what the cause is, and in the next breath, they're saying we don't know what the cause is. Nobody knows what the cause is. So, which is it? Do they know or not?
They don't know.
I'll go with that. I'm with you, man. So, people claiming gravity is this or that is just out the window already. Like, just from what we've said in the last 2 minutes. Might as well just pick it up, yoink it.
Yeah,
out the window.
Work, boss. I mean, honestly, they can't say. Scientists can't say that. I don't care who, Einstein or whatever, can't say that because they don't know.
Correct.
If they don't know what the cause is, so how are they gonna say just name it? Oh, it's gravity.
Yeah, that's right. When you think about it, if they can't make a claim to the cause, they can't just go, "Oh, gravity is this." Well, no, you don't know. Chill, grab a beer, put your feet up.
I'll be honest, they can say whatever they can say. They just try to name it, create a name, and say what it is. But
well, I'll tell you something. If they said all that gravity is things going down, like if I drop my little USB stick thing here, it went down, hit my table, and sort of skidded across the table a bit. Now, if they just said gravity was things going down, that's it. No causational mechanism added, no fancy fluff, nothing else, just gravity is things go down, I'd be like, you know what? I'm good with that, bro. Things do go down. So what do you call it when helium balloons go up?
Yeah. Honestly, like
magic. See, all the shit you got to think about when you come in here. We have frazzled so many brains,
There's something.
It's not even funny anymore.
There's something doing this, as far as I know, and it's
There's
definitely
something doing it.
It's definitely God or something like that. That's
one of the lads reckons. Check it out. One of the lads reckons invisible gnomes with cowboy hats and lassos cause things to go down. They just get their little lasso, pull things down. Bigger items need more gnomes, more lassos.
Maybe God is gravity. Who knows? Like he created gravity. So who knows? We don't know that. We don't even know. I don't know. This is scientists. Like they're gonna say anything, man. It doesn't matter.
So, tell me something. with discussions of the shape of the Earth, we get a lot of people saying, "Oh, but flat earthers don't believe in science." And it's like, hang on a minute, which field of science deals with shapes?
I don't know, man. I have no idea. I have to go back to the selection or something, but I don't know, man. I mean, gravity doesn't exist, man. Forget about it, man. I'm just saying
Well,
that, man.
there is other types of gravity. There's not just the bending of space time and all this shit. There's another one called specific gravity or relative density. And the way it works, let's just say I pick up my USB stick here. It is in the medium of air. So what it is, it's the density of that item relative to the density of the medium that it's in. So because my USB stick is more dense than the air, it go down. Now if I was to get my little USB stick and chuck it in a bucket of water, it would go up because it's less dense than the water.
That's kind of,
Doesn't that?
yeah.
Do you think that describes what we were talking about gravity pretty well?
Yeah, man.
Heavy things go down, or
anything
dense things
heavy
go
goes
down.
Like even like people have been throwing rocks, all kinds of stuff in the ocean, and all kinds of stuff. Bro. Like if it's
Yeah, man.
heavier, then it's denser than water.
Denser.
Like, yeah,
To
and
do with
denser.
density, yeah.
Yeah, and
Let's check it out.
Come on, bro.
Something that's heavy, an anvil. Anvils are heavy as, like some of that shit people don't be lifting up.
Remember,
You chuck
there's
them in
one YouTuber, he took
in
an
mercury.
threw it in the ocean, or off a
Hey,
bridge.
they get one, and they chuck it in a bucket or this great big like kiddie swimming pool, full of mercury, and the anvil be floating in that. So the anvil is less dense than the mercury, so it floats.
Yeah, bro.
Crazy. So yeah. So when it comes to the shape of the ground, well, it's just a matter of measuring it. There's nothing really more to that.
Yeah,
We get people going, "Oh, it's got to be a ball because the stars in the sky. It's got to be a ball because the moon would be flat if the Earth was flat." Yeah, what? And they come out with all these crazy things that just don't link up at all. It's like thing in sky, therefore ground has to be a certain shape. Yeah, no.
I'll be right back.
You might,
I'll be right back, bro. Server, what channel is this?
this one 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Hold on. Somebody asked me a question. I'll be right back.
Ah, cool. Now the real question: do you think he'll come back? He was pretty chill though. He might. Welcome, lads. Roots, Kingsley. Nice to see you in here. Ready for morning shift?
Morning, mate. Yeah, as always, mate. As always.
What time
like
is it there
clockwork.
for you?
10 to 9.
All right, yeah. So we're 10 to 6 p.m. I'll tell you one thing. Geez, it's nice in here without the usual trail of clowns and other doorknobs that seem to want to be in here and cause trouble. I think Over Fences has just gone to town on a whole heap of them. I think she's had a banathon. That's why it's so good in here at the moment.
Yeah, by this time when I join, I've missed all the action, and it's really chilled. It's nice. It's better
The
than
only
the other channel I go to, Widestream. We've just had Witsit and his missus have a full-on domestic in
Oh,
the
nice.
channel. And then now Witsit's just bitching and moaning about her in front of a massive audience. I'm like, okay, I'm done.
Wow.
I know. Talk about air your dirty laundry.
So she, for whatever reason, is riding on the back of his coattails so she can make herself infamous or famous. I don't even know which way they'd lean on that one. For whatever twisted purpose, I don't know. I don't really care. Nothing to do with me.
I don't either, mate. I'm just from the gist of what I can tell. They've split up, and she's basically making out he was a terrible person, and he's trying to defend himself by making out how much of a terrible person she is.
Right. Typical Glober tactics.
Yeah, I couldn't give two shits, mate. In all honesty, like keep that personal, in my opinion.
Yeah. Here's an idea, everyone. If you're having domestic issues of any account, just jump on Discord. Tell the whole friggin' world. Especially if there's a YouTube bot in there. Pro tip for young players. Holy shit, eh?
Eggshells has even got an AI in there, so I don't know what he's doing with the data, but yeah, to me, it's not the place to be doing it.
Yeah.
Each to their own.
Yeah, true. Wow, I got nothing, man. Truly. Crazy stuff. See, about the only thing exciting happening at the moment, we've got, what's his name? Decidium in the side chat having a sook about something. Oh, he's talking about mutation. What?
He's not even in the channel. What's wrong with this guy?
Interesting though, I've got him as blocked for whatever reason, so he must be a complete numpty, or he's had a meltdown in my DMs. Because that's normally the ones I block. It's very rare for me to block people straight out of the side chat. Actually, I don't think I've ever blocked someone straight out of the side chat. Normally after they have a breakdown, if they get muted and they run away, or if they've done something stupid and they get yeeted, then they jump in my DMs and go absolutely batshit crazy. And I look at it and just go, 6:30 in the morning, don't really want to deal with you, block.
A wise and learned decision, good sir.
It's probably better for them, because if they say something stupid, I'm likely to post it up in Golden Globies or something like that.
Well, that's always worth it, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it is. Like,
Hey,
I
good
don't mind
morning,
if they
Dubs.
have a... Hey, Dubs in. G'day. I don't mind if they're like, they in the DMs, what'd you mute me for? You did X, Y, Z. Oh, yep, not a problem. Give it 15 minutes, cool off, and we'll unlock you. That's great. I've got no problem with that. But when it's just N-bomb, 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 FC, FC, N-bomb, you're an N-bomb, you love... And it's just... Oh, look, you're a clown. Go away.
Yeah. If you want a good gauge of how sick the society is, Discord is the place to be.
Wonder if I could do a university course and punch that up as my thesis.
Yeah.
Judging society via Discord.
Yeah. Societal norms through the Discord lens. That's what you should call your paper. Make it sound really fancy.
And to kick it all off, I'll be running this study via the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel.
I bet there's a uni student who could get away with that, doing some sort of sociology course or something.
Well, I reckon if I sign myself up as a head shrink, that'd be alright. We could break him in here. I could send him a little card. Oh, by the way, go and see this guy if you're having major head problems. Oh, yes. What country are you in, mate? Oh, you've got to go and see that guy. That's the right one for you.
I need a salary, mate, for that engagement.
Yeah.
It does feel like a job sometimes because the amount you have to think, like, being able to like communicate to different types of people, trying to figure out how to get through to them. It's like a job. You have to be emotionally intelligent. I'm just going to make a quick call, mate.
Ah, cool.
So if I say the Earth is round, am I going to get kicked out?
No, but we will laugh at you.
You'll do what?
We will laugh at you.
Oh, laugh. Oh, you said that word wrong.
Don't worry, mate. He's a bit upper class. They say class and laugh when they got a bit of money.
And they like to stick things up their arse.
Okay.
My bad. I'm not trying to
Very
troll.
much so.
I just couldn't help
You
it.
took it too far, mate.
Sorry.
Just saying.
I was kind of proud of myself too, but well, whatever.
Yeah. Go and tell your mum how great you are. So you said the Earth is round, what, like a CD? You said it.
Hey, now you're cheating. That's not fair.
You're the one that said it, not me. Maybe you shouldn't
Yeah,
stick things in your bum.
In America, we think it's a donut.
What, the Earth's a donut?
Maybe.
I call bullshit. Too many fat white dudes would have eaten it by now.
It's certainly not a CD.
Well, you just said it was round. You better be a little more specific. So that's why I said, what, round like a CD?
Alright, I'll just be real. I have no idea. I'm no comedian also, but no, I listened to, a while back, I listened to Mark Sargent and Flat Earth Dave, and then this was one of the last conspiracy theories I hit. So like legit, I don't think we landed on the moon, and then I kind of yeah, and then the flat Earth, I have no fucking clue, dude. Like there's obvious misinformation, which really pissed me off because once you know how to debunk the top 10 most common things about flat Earth, it like really pisses me off whenever somebody says a boat goes over the horizon, and I'm like, yeah, did you just hear the words you just said? But like that also, I also don't. Here's my question, I guess.
Okay,
So
let's
I don't
just unwind a second and go back to one little thing there that you've confused me with. The top 10 things to debunk flat Earth, and now you're telling me about flat Earth.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'm rambling.
So you are a flat earther.
No, I wouldn't say that, but I just don't know.
Okay, so you disagree with a few of the globe stories.
I just noticed after looking into this, and it was a pretty fun month when I really took a serious look at it. I just realized that, like, for instance, the number one common thing people say to debunk flat Earth is they say a boat goes over the horizon, goes over the curvature of the Earth. But then if you take like a telescope and you just zoom in again, it comes back into view, and you can keep doing that until the atmosphere is so thick that it disappears. But sorry, I'm not the most articulate. My point is like,
you're going all right.
and then when you see videos where they have like top 10 things that debunk flat Earth, that's like the first one they mention, and I'm like, that's not correct. The whole reason why it looks like it goes over the Earth is because it just everything in your vision goes down to the point on the horizon. So there's like misinformation out there on purpose, what it seems like.
Actually, it doesn't go down to a point to the horizon. Due to the way your eyes work, your eyes are the center line. So anything below your eye level will converge upwards. Anything above will converge down. Things on the left will go right, and things on the right will go left. So your eye level is the center line, not the horizon. The horizon actually, due to the way your eyes work, will ramp up due to perspective. Or it appears to, even though in actual fact it doesn't.
Right, but I mean,
when you get elevated, it actually appears to extend out, not up. So it's really cool stuff.
Yeah. So So is this a troll, or do you really think the Earth is flat?
It's measured as flat, bro. Doesn't matter if I troll or I don't, or I believe it or I don't. That's how it's measured. He's got to learn to deal with it.
No, I know. I mean, I know. I'm actually. I know. I'm there enough. My big question, and reason, and also I just don't. Well, my big
So
question
what is it that bugs you about the flat Earth stuff? What annoys you? There's got to be something that just like you, or with the globe,
South
something
Pole.
you just can't let go of that you just I don't get how this works.
Yeah, sorry, I'm rambling. The South Pole. So there was a expedition to the South Pole from a handful of flat earthers, and this was, I think it was a couple years ago now. I listened to one of the guys, and he basically said, "What his name is Jared, and Jaron maybe, and now he says he's not flat Earth, and it's because he said he saw the 24-hour sun, which would not be possible on a flat Earth."
So, question: what
Yeah.
has the sun in the sky got to do with the shape of the ground?
Sorry. Well, to be practical about it, if it was a flat Earth, you would be on one random point on the Antarctica, and then really the sun would be. I guess I guess if your elevation was really high, you might be able to see it, but
No,
I never thought of it.
You're standing down anywhere. It doesn't matter. You look up into the sky. You look at the sun. There it is, shiny, golden, having a great old time. Maybe throwing some warmth off if it's the right time of year. What has that got to do with the shape of the ground?
I mean, I just don't think you could see it if you're on one side of the Antarctica and the sun
No,
drifts all the way to.
you're just going off on a tangent, bro. What has the sun? If you walk outside right now, look up, there it is. What has that thing in the sky got to do with the shape of the ground?
I don't know. I guess nothing. I don't know.
Correct answer. So, this handful of clowns went down to Antarctica and they looked at the sun do whatever the shit the sun was doing. No one really cares. And it means absolutely nothing. The sun could do a figure eight. It could do 9 circles a day. It could be up there for 8 hours, 8 minutes, 8 weeks. Guess what? Has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. So any claims any of these guys make means nothing. And the reason we say it is because it does mean nothing. The ground has been measured with zero curvature. So whatever the sun does, it does. Just give it a thumbs up. Say thank you for giving me a warm day if it's winter time, and be on your way. That's all you can do. Doesn't mean shit looking up in the sky. Unless you can logically link that thing in the sky to the ground being curved, then go for it. I'm not going to try to hold you back. Actually, there's a few people that would like you to do that. But yeah.
Well, then to play devil's advocate, you'd have to extrapolate. You know, it's even if you could still see the sun, and
There's
I
not
mean,
much extrapolation for it. Okay, let's try it a different way. If the Earth was flat, would the sun be able to set?
well, I mean, it's an illusion.
No, it's not an
But,
illusion. It's a thing in the sky. We all see it.
well,
If
right.
the Earth is flat, can the sun set?
Yes.
So it can set on a globe, it can set on a flat Earth, and you're trying to tell me about these guys in Antarctica telling us where it didn't set. So that's not really helpful for either side, is it? You could probably throw it in the bin, mate.
I mean, okay, fine. I guess we'll just ignore all that. The other question I have, I guess,
It doesn't
is
mean anything. I'll give you another example. Let's say you go out the front of your house, right? And you look at the house across the street. And I come along. How's it going, Mudgrub? Not too bad, Matrix. Check out that house across the road. My house is made of bricks because that house is blue.
Oh, I see.
See how it doesn't link? Exactly the same thing with the sun and the ground. There's nothing that actually links them together. Pretty shit analogy, I know, but that is exactly what everyone does. They'll come in here, oh, look, the moon. The Earth must be this shape or color because of the moon. It's like, what?
Oh no, I totally. Yeah, no, I totally get that. The moon, the sun, the Earth, they could all be 100% different from each other. Even yeah, that makes perfect sense. I hate those arguments.
But as far as your Jaren, the real question you'd want to put out is: was he really a flat earther in the first place? Because he is
I
one
mean,
broken, twisted soul, man. Like he got shit going on all over the place.
oh, I guess I didn't follow much. I kind of went back to see how old some of his content was, and it seemed to go back like I seem to remember like 10 years or something. But
Him and Dave, a lot of their older stuff is good for beginner flat earthers. Here's a taste of it. Once you understand that it is super basic, you probably just want to walk away from it because that's what it is. That's like flat Earth for kindergartners. That's probably the best way to describe them.
and you
when
mean
you hang around a bit and you understand other things that are going on,
you
like
mean Dave Chappelle?
they believe in certain maps. Now, the only thing that going down to Antarctica did do was trash the idea that flat Earth is the AE map, because a lot of people seem to have this idea in their head that that's what FE is. Nowhere on an AE map have I ever seen the sun. And here's to add insult to injury: the AE map is a globe projection. So them claiming anything about, oh, this is the ground. What's the old phrase? The map is not the territory.
Okay, I don't know what's AE versus FE map.
FE, flat Earth. AE,
Well, yeah.
azimuthal equidistant.
Oh, and you're saying AE is more accurate?
No, AE is a globe projection.
Oh, I gotcha.
So them claiming that was debunked, let them.
Well, if you don't mind me indulging you with a couple more questions.
Go for it, bro. I was going to say, there's a
All
few
right.
other people in here too. They probably might want to step up and answer questions. I know Roots does sometimes. He gets in and answers one or two.
I
I
mean,
think you're doing a great job, mate.
I'd like to go and cook my dinner. No, it's all good. Nah, keep going.
I am
My bro.
around if needed though.
I'll only ask you one more, Matrix. Just
No,
to
you're right, mate. Go for it.
for now, anyways. I'll probably be back. But I definitely, if there's anybody else in here in a little bit, if yeah, I just that fucking sun in the southern hemisphere is it drives me nuts. It's got questions, but anyways, what would be what's your favorite easiest like easily provable thing that you tell people to go research for
Mate,
themselves on flat Earth?
I just tell them to go research themselves. That's easy. One of the things you could look at. So, what's the physical properties of water?
Oh yeah, I know what you're gonna say. Yeah, it seeks its own level. Yeah.
Well, water takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface whilst at rest. So, how can you live on a sphere when 72% of the known worlds is water?
Yeah.
How can it be a sphere if 72% of it's flat and level?
Yeah. So I definitely see. It's funny because I guess I have cognitive dissonance because that it does make sense to me. I've seen the experiments of like whatever it is, 50 plus miles. The salt flats, all that stuff. People setting up lasers, and then there should be like literally a mile and a half of curvature, some ridiculous thing. And then in
Well,
my
you know what
brain,
the
it's just
numbers are? We've actually got a chart. I'll put the chart up for you. I'll grab it.
but my
Oh, it's
brain,
a
of course, it's so hard to accept this because my brain still just thinks like, well, the Earth is insanely huge, and there could obviously be flat sections, but then you got
Well,
Neil
this is
deGrasse
the
Tyson
problem.
that's a cue ball.
If there's those obvious flat sections, and I agree with you, it could be that you're just throwing out ideas of what you're trying to break it down. If there is those flat sections, that means there's going to be other areas that are going to be over the curvature rate. If you've got areas that are under the curvature rate, to make up the difference for them, because remember, it's supposed to be a 39, 59 mile radius. So if you're going to claim that some areas are flat, that means other areas have got to have a greater radius, a lesser radius. They've got to be a tighter curve if there's others that are lesser. So, yeah, if we happen to test one of those lesser ones, why haven't we accidentally done that yet? You know, these laser tests have been going on everywhere. But that chart in the side chat that I just chucked up for you, 24 past the hour, that should make it easier for you to understand how much drop there should be. So 10 miles, 66 feet, 20 miles, 266, 30 miles, 600, 40 miles, 1,066.
Oh, yeah, it's
They do
exponential.
Yeah. So they do laser tests that some of them, I think someone said 35 miles was one of them. University of Dayton did 149 kilometres, which is about 92 mile across the Hawaiian Islands. But they were testing other things.
That'd be a solid mile drop. Huh. Yeah, dude, this is the psyop to end all psyops, that's for sure.
Is it a psyop? No. Dude, that's a lot of we get a lot of people coming in going, but if the Earth is flat, that means everyone's lying, like my school teacher and scientists and everyone must be in on it, and they get so excited like they've got some kind of gotcha moment. Check it out. What if it's just misinformation that's been passed on through the generations? The original idea was very simple. Because of the way we use the stars to navigate, they, from our observer-centric viewpoint, makes a hemisphere. So the thinking behind it is, well, if we see a hemisphere in the sky, the ground must be also curved.
Right.
Because someone is just a complete numpty and they never measured the ground, they just assumed. So what if it's just as simple as that? Some broken-ass information that's been passed on through the generations. And because most people are lazy and they don't like looking things up, they've just kept going with it.
Dude, they defend this harder than anything on the planet, and that also bothers me because I'm like, dude, I don't give a flying fuck. Like, we could live on a square. I'm not married to any shape. I don't give a shit. It really,
Yeah, there's a reason for it. They teach you live on a ball when you're only really, really young. Maybe you had a mobile hanging in your cot or something like that, and who knows? But it's a part of your psyche. It's a part of your makeup. That's why people get so defensive about it. Like, if you hang around in here, if you've got any spare time and you just want to put your feet up in here and have a listen, do so. Some of these guys, this shit triggers people better than religion and freaking politics tied together and times it by 10.
Yep.
It's a crack up, man. It really is. But yeah, if you do get some time, just put your feet up and have a listen. Some of these guys have got some really tidy arguments, and yeah, don't worry about the really basic
joke.
stuff.
This is my shit. Like, no, like I've been dying to know for a while, but I'm not a very adventurous person, so I haven't found. I got invited to this Discord, but yeah, I've been dying to. I got so many questions, it's nuts. So,
well, check it out. Everyone's got their own little thing going on. My latest little toy, and I haven't finished buying parts to it yet, is an infrared camera. So IR cuts through all the you know when you go and look at mountains and hills and shit that are way out in the distance, and they've got that blue haze across them. They seem to just eventually blur into the background because they've got that blue haze.
Thick atmosphere,
infrared cuts the shit straight through that, just basically wipes it off a page. And hills that are 30, 40 kilometers away light up like Christmas trees. All you need is direct sunlight on them, and you can see them clear as day.
And that's fantastic because that would defeat the argument of refraction because that's ultimately what everybody. It's just refraction.
Well,
and like I don't
so
know.
now that you've said that, I'll tell you what my goal is. I've actually got two cameras that are identical. One of them has been converted so it can use IR. The other one is stock standard. And my goal is to have both the cameras setups identical, both on a same tripod, and then I go and do long range observation, and we use those long range observations so we can show people this is how far we can see. Your ball tide is now non-existent, and the very second one of them goes but refraction and makes it sound like a rap song, I go, excuse me, forgot to show you. Here's the black and white version. That's my goal, just to shut this down. So, but I'm not one of these selfish people who hides all my stuff. I'll be leaving it for the boys. So anyone who wants to use my photos, I'll have all the information there: when it was taken, who took it, which direction it was facing, GPS coordinates, all that shit is going to be on there. Anyone can use them.
So, dude, that's fucking awesome because like that's what we need is like literally just more. Everybody's. I mean, I'm the poster for this, but everybody's so fucking lazy. It's just like I could go out and do science experiments to see, but I'll just watch the internet instead and just. And then ultimately, it all comes from either scientism or authority, and so that's why it's like, even though, man, I came out of that month, that flat Earth haze of 30 days, and then freaking came out, started talking to my friends about it, and then immediately had to stop because it's just not
because they were melting down.
Yeah, like, dude, it's so
Yes.
funny. My friend group, I got laid off, and that was the start of everything. And then when I got laid off, Charlie Kirk died, and so last year was a trip. And so, yeah, and so now I'm like, okay, we've got a Jewish problem. That's like conspiracy number one. I've realized that there's something there.
Oh, we don't talk about that shit in here. We stick to the FE stuff in here, mate. Only TOS
Well,
crap, that's all.
and I'm not like we've got people impersonating the real Jewish, like it's billionaire people. But anyways, whatever. Not gonna touch the rest of it. But I just American politics is a quagmire. And
Hey,
then
Mudgrub, I did want to mention I had my brother was we were talking about flat Earth for about a year, and we were debating, we were going back and forth. A couple of my other family members took to it really quickly, but he was struggling. Anyway, long story short, I sent him. Have you heard of Nathan Oakley?
no,
All right. Well, there's a there's a flat earther who's quite divisive, and he gets a little bit aggressive. And I showed him one of his shows, and it was one where he was absolutely destroying a glober. I mean, embarrassing this guy. And my brother turned around and he said, "That's absolutely disgusting behaviour." He says, "Is this what flat earthers are like?" And I went, "No, this guy's just a little bit whatever." And he says, "Well, if this is what flat earth's like, I don't want anything to do with it." And I had to laugh because I thought, who gives a shit whether one of the flat earthers is obtuse and unfriendly? The
yeah,
truth is the truth. And it just kind of dawned on me that a lot of people are very emotionally charged. And if it doesn't feel right, feelings wise, they tend to, disengage. And I think that happens with a lot of people. It doesn't feel comfortable to them. So they
there's
reject it.
to your point. There's another thing I've been thinking about this too because I've been talking politics and trying to get through to some of my friends with the bigger arguments. And another thing I've noticed is like, man, I will try to talk to my friends from all these different angles and in my spurgy way, and then I will like try to appeal, use facts, and then it's like it's either they don't view me as the authority or I just didn't say the right words. And then fucking 1 month later they're like, "Hey, this issue is kind of weird." And I'm like, "I was fucking telling you that." But it's difficult to get through to people.
Yeah, you kind of have to play the game, which is very annoying because why should you have to sell the truth? It's just an unfortunate situation the human condition is in at the minute. You do have to sell the truth. It's
You know who you
crazy, isn't
sound like? Have you ever seen the show, The IT Crowd?
it? I don't think I
Have you
have.
tried turning it off and on again?
Yes, that's who he sounds like. Sounds exactly like. I'm gonna find a picture of him.
I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, a TV series called The IT Crowd. It's these IT dudes down in their little basement, and people ring them up. And the first thing what this one guy says, "Have you tried turning it off and on again?"
Well, if it's logical, I don't mind it.
It's actually quite. That's funny, but yeah.
Let's see. I don't even know if I'll have permissions to post in here, but
What level are you?
back.
You're
I
a level
literally won
2.
today.
Maybe not.
Nope. Never mind.
When you're level 3, you can post in here. We're considered an adult channel, so yeah, level 3s and up can post stuff in the side chat.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just ramble and that I'll get my permissions up.
Yeah, one of the tricks, go and sit yourself in the main politics channel for, well, just put yourself in there and mute up, just listen to the noise, and go and make yourself dinner, have a shower, come back. You know, you only got to be in there for an hour and you'll clock up.
Okay.
That's one way of doing it. Or you can sit in here and listen to us for an hour. Either way, it's all good.
Is that why there's a channel where everybody's muted? The fuck is that channel?
That channel there, yeah, that's the main politics channel.
Oh,
Normally,
one
there's
channel.
a lot of people in there, and they're not all muted. And good luck getting heard.
No, AFK. Like, why do you guys have an AFK channel?
When people time out in the individual channels, they get chucked in there.
Oh.
So if you wake up one night when you've passed out for, I don't know, you're just excessively tired or alcohol consumption or whatever your excuse is for waking up in the middle of the night and you find yourself in AFK, it means you've timed out in whatever channel you're in.
Oh, yeah, I'm honestly, I should, I'm still learning more about Discord every day. So, okay, that makes perfect sense. Oh. Okay, so I want you to have breakfast, dude. If you gotta make breakfast, go for it.
Breakfast, dinner,
Or dinner.
look up
Sorry, my
us.
bad.
18:37. That's the time.
What? Oh, it's 1:37 for me.
Go to bed.
No.
Fair dinkum. Anyways, I'm gonna go make up a feed. There's plenty of others in here. Ahmad, I think he's a
Yes, mate.
Glober. Doves, there's a Mad, FE. Dr. Jordan Peterson doesn't talk. FE Batman, well, I'll let you guess at that one. Flat Earth Judge with an FE tag on the back of it. I'll let you have another wild guess. Gemsy, I think Hard Jelly is has turned soft, and then now he's like hard jelly. So watch out for that one.
Ugh.
Kingsley,
Okay.
Badass FE, Roots, Epic FE. Tristan bought to you by Carl's Jr. I don't know. Sometimes I think FE, and other times I think what the FE. And Yaga down the bottom. But anyways, that's all the guys in the channel at the moment. You catch us on a big day, there could be like 40 people in here.
Is that short for what the F and L?
But anyways, mate, I'll still be listening, so I'll just put it on speaker and mute myself. But yeah, if you got any questions, just ask Roots. He'll help you out. He's way cool.
Yeah, I'll bother somebody in here. All right, man.
Nah, too easy, man.
Later.
Yeah, so where are you at with your research then? Are you actively researching or is it just sort of in the background for you?
So, spent literally a solid month last year going into it. I know a fair amount about it. Then I favorited
Oh
a
shit!
handful
I've
of.
had a phone call, mate. Sorry, 1 minute.
No problem. I'm all alone. So then, what the fuck is up with Mr. Tyson, the black super physicist? Like, is this guy just a complete psyop? That's gonna be a question. Hello.
Hello?
Are you flat earther?
I'm not a flat earther now. Oh, it's a sphere.
Where are you from?
I'm in Arizona.
You have a very unique accent.
Yeah, and I have cerebral palsy, so that affects the way I talk.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's okay.
I used to have a friend with cerebral palsy, so yeah, I know what that's. Got an idea what that's like.
No problem, dude. It's good.
Well, no one's really talking here at the moment. People kind of have suddenly scatter, so.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Where are you at on your flat Earth journey?
Well, actually, the Earth is actually a sphere to me. I'm not like, I haven't really seen that much good evidence for flat Earth, so, and all the evidence says the Earth is a sphere, so.
Fair enough. I'm on the fence as well, but to me, it seems like all the evidence adds up to a flat Earth. I just can't accept it. That's just too.
You
it's
haven't
too
seen the 1972 Blue Marble or any of that stuff, or that right there would be it, because it was taken with actual physical film, and developed in a darkroom and stuff that before any editing software even existed.
So here's where it's like, I'm no authority and I'm just one dude with an opinion, but the fact that we have one physical picture, literally one, from 50 years ago, and the fact that we went to the moon in the 60s and never went since, and we never got another picture, and we don't have. Dude, we should have live action 24/7 video of like the Earth.
Well,
Like we should
haven't
have.
been like the Discovery satellite did one. I know that. And there are more than one picture. Flat Earthers just say that they're all CGI.
Well, hold on. I do know about this. They are composite. They admit themselves.
Well, the 2001 Blue Marble, yeah, that one wasn't presented as a real photo. They said it themselves that it was a composite. It wasn't found out.
Right. No, that's fair, but it's plausible deniability. It's like they say the Earth is so large you have to composite the image together. So it's like, okay, fine,
It's
but
close
then
enough, yeah.
but I'm just saying that does still technically mean, if we're going to get truly conspiratorial, that does technically mean all the images are doctored to some degree. So I mean, not to say that it's definitive that they're nefariously doctored, but like they're all computer assembled.
Well, one is definitely enough to prove it. So even with that one, that proves it. You don't need any more than one.
I mean, that could be technically true, dude, but I don't know. For me personally, the reason why I'm still kind of looking into this stuff is because I've seen our government and so many lies and conspiracies and shit that, like, the fact that we have one single, I mean, like, even back then, they had the technology back then that we have today, practically. You know, the
No, they
government's
were
all.
on. They were analog. They were analog with digital today. They were analog.
I'm sorry.
If you know what that means.
I do, and I shouldn't have said that. What I mean is like the NASA and the government, they have whatever technology they have, it's typically like 5-10 years like ahead of what the common person has. Like the fact that we
Yeah,
have
but
one picture, dude, don't you think that's just like that's not evidence of anything, in my opinion. I would just skip over that evidence and go to other evidence, in my opinion. Like we should have 10, we should have 20 or 100 pictures. Like
Look, at the end of the day, they could just easily trick you, Brandon. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You don't think that they would be able to trick you with these crappy pictures
I
if
think
they
he just
wanted
left.
to? Oh,
Man, that was like that was like softball. Like that's
all the
like
yeah, all the Globers are like softball, bro.
well, I'm not a
I was
flat
damn it!
earther.
I was about to show him. I was about to show him this nice image in the side chat and ask him which one's from NASA. Yesterday, a guy said the top right one. That's the NASA one, definitely.
You should like tag him in it.
He probably won't answer, but yeah, I will. Brandon Worrell. Which one?
Yeah, dude.
Is
Wait,
from NASA?
so one of these is NASA? Only one?
It's a secret.
It's definitely it's definitely the bottom left one.
The thing is, actually, none of them are from NASA. They're all just made in a free software called TerraGen.
Ah, fuck you. Okay.
Someone always guesses one, though. Yesterday, someone guessed the top row. But the point is, it's just to illustrate that people can't tell the difference between CGI and the real thing, or the real thing, quote unquote. And that if NASA wanted to just trick them, then that would easily be possible.
So I'm still kind of like catching up with all this stuff. Like I always tell people right now, like if I do like the original NASA missions, with us landing on the moon, I'm definitely on the side of most likely that didn't happen. And then, like, I know it's probably really easy for flat Earth people. That's probably step number one. But like, and then we have like Artemis, and Artemis just looks like a fucking DEI team, anyways. So I don't know why anybody believes any of that shit anymore. But yeah, I don't know. Flat Earth is like a whole extra step for all that. And then also when people say, like, I can still believe we have satellites up there, but then when you really think about it, it doesn't make any sense because they're constantly falling all the time, and we're going like 4 different directions, crazy fast. You'd think like we'd have satellites falling out of the sky constantly, but or you'd have to like send thrusters up there to readjust them every. Yeah, I don't know. It is a I don't understand science unlike nobody else does, so we all just kind of accept the whatever narrative. Thanks, Tristan.
Yeah,
You're
man. I'd encourage you to look into the long distance observations and the laser tests because it's pretty simple. I mean, if the Earth's a globe, 72% of the surface of the globe is covered in water.
Yep.
That's what they tell us. And if that water's
Oh,
not curving, then it can't be a globe. So that's the thing we have access to. That's the thing that we can test, and that's the thing we've tested hundreds of times.
yeah.
And we can't find any curve.
I've been in this chat a little while, and that was actually covered just like 10 minutes ago. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
agree.
that's one of the main things. I mean, if it's supposed to be curving and it's not curved, then it's not curved. It's very simple.
Okay,
But
well then, what
yeah,
is
you need to. Yeah, go ahead.
the big question? I'm just asking flat earthers, every single one of them I meet. What's the deal with this with Antarctica and the sun? It's like the one big thing that's so hard that you can't technically
Yeah.
Explain.
Well, these are things that we don't really have direct access to, especially the sun. Now, we all see in our own personal perspective, right? And we see the sun move across the sky every day, and it resets its cycle each 365
So you
days.
think the
That's
you
why we
think
have
the
years. I'm talking to the other guy, Killerbird. Hold on a second. All right, so yeah, the sun moves in cycles in the sky. It's why we have years, and we see it within our perspective, which is why it appears to move down, right, as it moves away from you, and
yeah.
why it moves up as it comes into your field of view each day. And what exactly is it? What medium is it in? How big is it? How far away is it? Those are things we don't have access to testing. But if we can test that the surface isn't curving, then whatever's happening with the sun is happening above a flat surface. Now, I mean, it seems to take a path in the sky, which deviates every 6 months, which gives us winter in the south, summer in the south, each 6 months, and the opposite in the north. And Antarctica is quite a bit of a mystery. I mean, it could just be a continent. It could be something more than that. There's the Antarctic Treaty. There's a lot of interesting anomalies when it comes to Antarctica. But regardless of what's happening with Antarctica, if we're testing at the surface and there's no curvature, then whatever's happening with Antarctica, it's just happening on a flat surface. So I mean,
What percentage?
I'm probably more under the speculation that it's just a continent of some kind.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
like,
just my personal speculation. I
well,
don't know.
honestly, once you if you can get to flat Earth, like if I could just accept it, then like whatever Antarctica is, it could be 10 more things, and that's no big deal. That's honestly accepting flat Earth is like easier or harder, I would say. But um, the thing I would say, it's something that just occurred to me a little bit ago that I hadn't really thought of before, is like, because I have heard it's controlled. When you go to Antarctica, they bring you to a specific spot, potentially, and then I was kind of thinking, if in theory they bring you to a spot that has high elevation, which of course, as they say, the ice wall does, and if it had really particularly thin atmosphere up there, I almost wonder if you could see a 24/7 sun.
Yeah,
Because
it seems like there's a 24/7 sun there at a very small portion of the year, but that's just being able to see a sun in the sky, circle around you at a certain time of the year when the ground measure's flat. I mean, it's not something that would debunk a flat Earth. It would only debunk if some flat earthers think that they have some kind of model where you can't have a 24-hour sun in the south. Then it would debunk them, and it would teach them a lesson for thinking that they understand how the sky works, what the sun is, and that they have a flat Earth model, right? And most often when they have this flat Earth map, right, like the AE map, you've probably seen it, like the Gleason map, that's a globe map. That's just a globe projection. And if they're dumb enough to think that the globe projection is the actual layout of the flat Earth with a big giant Antarctic ice wall that wraps around the outside, then that's on
I'm
them,
sorry.
right?
I heard about what AE map is. Apparently, that's just another term for sphere. And then what's Gleason?
Gleason map. Let's see if I can get a picture of it. It's the same thing, really. I mean, a lot of flat earthers say, "Oh, this is the flat Earth map." Hold on, I'll put a picture of it in the side chat.
Oh, I just wasn't sure if it was like.
You've probably seen it before.
Is this just like
a second. It's the same
standard?
thing. It's basically just a fancy AE map. This one.
Oh yeah, okay, I see. And then it's just from top down. Which, yeah, I mean, you're right.
So this is a polar projection. So it's a lat long coordinate system, and it's a polar projection. So everything as you get further south becomes stretched, and to the point where Antarctica
Yeah.
stretches completely around the outside. This is just another globe, right? These coordinate systems are based off the celestial sphere originally, which is the sky, right? So it's a conceptual coordinate system that we have it to map out the sky. And then it's sort of inverted into a terrestrial coordinate system and then stretched out into these different map projections. And for some reason, a bunch of flat earthers, I guess it's because of a bunch of old flat earth books that said that this is the flat earth map, kind of caught on. But yeah, this is just a globe projection, and actually has a variable scale. So when I say
Okay.
variable scale, like let's say you get like a certain section, right? So you just put your fingers over a certain section in the north, right? If you kept your fingers at the same width and moved that to the south, that's not the same distance, right? You'd have to
Right.
stretch your fingers out much.
I've seen
Yeah, it has
I've
a
seen accurate
variable scale.
model.
Yeah.
And the thing that is weird to me, I just realized, like this would not be if this was actually, I don't even know how you would depict this, but if this was actually the map of a sphere as it's supposed to be, and you're up at the top, then the lines would get wide, but you would have to have some way of them getting narrow again before they like hit the ice. Like there, because like
Look, it's here. I'll
the
show
lines would
you
be the widest.
an animation.
They would technically be the widest in the equator. So like this doesn't seem like it would ever be an accurate depiction of a sphere at all.
Yeah, it's like Daggers said as well. It's also a time calculator. So maps are tools. Maps have different purposes, but maps are not the territory. Like maps are not the land. Maps are tools. They're mathematical constructs. But if you have a look at this animation I put in the side chat, right? So this is basically a spherical coordinate system, flattened out, stretched out onto a flat surface for a particular purpose. Some flat earthers have latched onto it as, oh, this is the flat earth map. But there's a bunch of problems when it comes to that claim. One of the problems would be, I mean, they also add a sun and a little sun and a moon, and they're like, oh, the sun and the moon spin around like this. And they're little physical objects that spin around, and then so they think, okay, well, in this model, then you can't really have the 24-hour sun in the south. You could have 24-hour sunlight in the south, but you're not able to see the sun in the sky for 24 hours is difficult to make work with this particular model that some people decided to make up and claim that this is the flat earth model. You know, idiots that we've been calling out for years, like Jeranism, who went to Antarctica, and his little model didn't work. And he's like, oh, well, it must be a globe then, because my model didn't work. My model has to have been correct, and if my model's not correct, then it has to be a globe. Well, no. If there's no curvature, it can't be a globe, that's for sure. And his model is just a globe model. It's like a messed up butchered globe model, basically. And flat earthers, in my opinion, need to stop using that because it's ridiculous. You know, like Eric DeBay. I don't know if you've heard of Eric DeBay, but in Eric DeBay's videos, he basically he'll show you what the stars look like over this map, and he'll put Polaris in the center, and then all of the other stars just rotate around Polaris. Well, that's not what we see in the sky. That's not how it works in the sky. Right? When you go to the south, like if you're in Australia and you look south, you see a southern point of rotation as well. So there's 2 points of rotation in the sky. There's one in the north, there's one in the south. So, yeah. Like if you look south from Australia, you'll see like off towards a apparent southern point of rotation in the sky. Now, exactly what are the stars? Like how does the sky work? What medium are these stars in, and what the hell are they in the first place? Nobody knows this. We can't test any of these things, even on the globe side, right? It's still everything's based on assumptions and calculations and speculations.
And the stars, typically from perspective, go clockwise, right?
Well, all the stars, no matter where you are on the Earth, will go east to west. Right? They're all going the same way, east to west. But depending on your orientation, they're going to look like they're going clockwise or counterclockwise.
Yeah, that's right.
Like
That's
if
right.
yeah, like if
Yeah,
I'm
from the
standing in
southern
this,
hemisphere, it'll look like they're going like counter. I think. Well,
yeah,
it doesn't matter. East or west.
like if I set up a camera, if I'm in Australia, for example, and I set up a camera, right, just a second, right? So let's say I set up a camera facing south, facing towards the south celestial pole. All right, so here's some footage of that. All right, so check this one out. I think this one's from like the southern hemisphere. Yeah, this is, I forget if this is the Australia one, but anyway, this is from the southern hemisphere. It's either from, I think, Argentina or from Australia. But look, so facing south, right? You can see the stars here. They look like they're going clockwise. And then the cameraman, all the cameraman does is just turn the camera around and face north. Now, as soon as he faces north, now which way do the stars look like they're going? Counterclockwise. So this is the same location, just with the camera pointing in different directions, and now we see two apparent rotations in going the opposite directions. But all of those stars are still just going east to west.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are other planets also flat or disks, or like, I mean, is like Mars, for example, is that a sphere?
It could be, but when you say other planets, you're kind of insinuating that Earth is a planet, and I understand where you're coming from, because we get brought up thinking that everything exists within this big heliocentric solar system, and that we're a planet floating around in it. And then you hear about flat Earth, and then you change the globe into a flat disk. That's not what flat Earth is. That's not what flat Earthers claim. So sure, well, like for the moon, for example, right? Let's say the moon is a ball, right? I'm not sure exactly what the moon is, but from my perspective on the Earth, it's not far-fetched to say it looks like a sphere of some kind. But the ground, right? Like the Earth is not anything like the moon. That's just a different thing. That's just celestial up in the sky. And the actual ground, you're not standing on something that's like the moon. You're just seeing a moon. It's not like we go out into a forest and we see trees everywhere and we think, oh, my dog must also be a tree, right? Because I see trees over there. It's something different. So, I mean, I get why people
what is
think
Earth?
the way that you're thinking, though.
If Earth is not a planet, then what is it?
Well, we're not claiming to know everything. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the size of the Earth. We're claiming that when we test the Earth for curvature, it's not curving. We're doing extensive tests over long distances, over the surface of water, and it's not curving. So you could think of it like this, right? This is the way I like to think of it. Okay, it's a plane with topography, a topographical plane, and it's probably not some ideal shape either. I don't know what shape it is, but I mean, if I were to ask you what shape is a lake, obviously every lake is a completely different shape. So, I mean, I would say it would be lake shaped. Earth would be Earth shaped.
But we still call them lakes, right?
Yeah, so we would call this Earth, right? But we don't know the exact
So would
shape.
Earth not be considered a planet?
No, I think planets. The word planet came from like the ancients used to call planets or planets or something like that, wandering stars. That's what it means. So basically, all the stars seem to take a pretty uniform motion in the sky, but then there's these other lights up in the sky that take their own unique cycles, and that's why they would call them the wandering stars.
You're
Yeah.
like, the thing I'm trying to hammer out is when I asked are other planets balls, and
Yeah.
your response was, well, that kind of assumes that Earth is a planet. Was that not
Right.
what you said?
Still talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, we always talk about flat Earth in here, bro. Yeah, I said
He
Earth
twisted
is
it,
Earth is not
DJ.
a.
He made a claim that
What's
they
that?
were planets, and the insinuation was that balls. He never said that they were balls directly.
Yeah, I don't know what they are. You know, you see, even with the best telescopes, you see some little blurry lights up in the sky. We can't test exactly what they are. But sure, even if they were, let's say we granted you that they were round. You know, that doesn't mean that the Earth has anything in common with those.
Is it possible for the Earth to not be a planet? And if so, then what would you call it?
Of course, it's
I would
possible
call
the
it.
planet Earth, not a star.
We
Yeah,
know how
planets
things act in
aren't claimed to
space,
be
though.
stars.
What?
What's that?
I said we know how things act in space, like objects big enough.
No, Brandon,
We all
you just believe a story about what you've been told about the sky, and you can't go and check any of that. What we do have access to is the Earth, right? We can test that if the Earth's a globe over a 20-mile distance over the surface of the water, there would have to be 266 feet. That
Is
means
the
that
Earth a
things would
planet?
get. No, I don't think the Earth is a planet.
We
I don't think
also
that
know
we.
that Saprophis can't have
Brandon,
a
stop
horizon.
interrupting, Brandon. You ran away when I was talking to you 15 minutes
sorry.
ago. Put yourself on mute.
I know.
Don't interrupt the conversation, please. Thank you. Talking to the other guy. Right, so yeah,
That's
I
the
don't
third
think the
time you
Earth's a
asked that question.
planet. I think you can think of the Earth more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. Not inside some big giant space vacuum. Right? You can't have gas pressure and oceans and water and that kind of thing inside a big giant space vacuum. It's hard. Like, try not to insert the flat Earth inside the globe model. It's not compatible. Because I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. That we get brought up thinking that everything exists in this big giant infinite space vacuum or ever expanding space vacuum. Right, but that's just a theoretical mathematical concept.
Okay,
and when we test, yep.
So my other question is, it seems like most people in the world seem to think that it's a ball, and a small amount of people seem to think that it's flat. So, like, who benefits from telling us that it's a ball if it's actually flat?
Well, this is the thing. Most people that believe it's a globe, right? They just got taught that from a young age. And when we talk to them, they don't really know any of the finer details. They just believe it's a globe because they got told that. They don't know how big it is. They don't know which way it spins. They don't know how fast it spins or any of these basics. It's nothing more than a belief because they've never been taught anything else. They've never tested the earth. So most people, it's just blind faith, which is fine, right? I'm not shitting on them for that because it's not like they get presented different options when they're growing up. And then it gets reinforced throughout the movie industry and the media and that kind of thing. But
Right, but with the model that you provided,
So now tell him who benefits because he asked who
where
benefits.
Antarctica is around the entire perimeter. Well, first of
What
all,
model?
no, I don't think Antarctica is around the entire perimeter, right? That's a globe projection map that some flat earthers like to claim as a flat earth map, right? There's no evidence that there's some big ice wall that surrounds the entirety of the earth.
So where is Antarctica?
Where is Antarctica?
South.
Well, yeah, if you go south, you'll get to Antarctica.
It just means opposite of the Arctic. That's what Antarctica means.
Yeah, so I mean, if the Earth is actually flat, then surely someone knows that it's flat. Like, I mean, isn't there a reason that you can't go to Antarctica?
You can go to Antarctica, but it's pretty controlled, right? You need to go with a a tour group or on a cruise ship, or if you get a job at a specific base or something like that,
And
somewhere
it's
in,
controlled by who?
well,
All
each
governments.
Antarctica is split up into different segments, and different countries own different sections of Antarctica. Right, this is the mainstream story. So if you look up a map of or a diagram of who owns which section of Antarctica, a certain section will be owned by Australia. A certain section will be owned by Chile and that kind of thing. Right, so it depends on which part you go to, but it's all of Antarctica is sort of falling under this Antarctic Treaty. Okay, so there's a set of rules and regulations that all of the countries have to follow when it comes to Antarctica. So you're not allowed to just go and freely explore Antarctica. You can't just go there and sail around and explore it and get up on the ice and go trekking and all that kind of thing, right? That's not possible to do. If you want to do something like that, you have to apply for all of these very expensive permits that have all of these crazy expensive stipulations that go along with it. So you have to have all safety teams on standby that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it's just not as simple as just going there. So there's a lot of mystery when it comes to Antarctica.
Okay, do the people who
It's a confederacy of many agencies of various countries, dozens of
the countries that control Antarctica, do they know that the Earth is flat?
Who knows? Who knows? Right. So I think that most people aren't lying about flat Earth or globe Earth. Right. When your professors or when Joe Biden or someone like that they think the Earth's a globe. Right. I don't know for sure, right? But I think that most people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe because that's what they got taught growing up, and they've never tested it. I think it's more of a misconception, perhaps a coordinate system mistaken for reality over a long period of time. Now, not everyone might agree with my opinion on it, but I think that most people are not lying. While there might be a lot of people that are lying about it and that do know, I wouldn't be able to give you a list of names, not even one name actually, where I can prove that the person's name on the list is actively like knowing that the earth is flat and lying about it and telling people that it's a globe. I think that most people are just under the impression that it's a globe.
So is
in
there
the
a
same way
reason?
too, appreciate this. In the same way, like talking to a devout glober, you ask them, so who contrived the flat Earth lie? They couldn't possibly tell you. Right? In the same way, why would someone know one particular person's name or the name of a group? Right? That's not how it worked.
Is there a reason that like flat Earth is like not taken seriously in the science community? Like, surely there must be some
Yeah.
sort of reason
Yeah,
for
there's a
that.
reason.
What is it?
Yeah, people believe what they want to believe, and they don't want to acknowledge facts that have entailments that they don't know to be true.
That's not the science community is interested
So
in the pursuit of truth.
your science community.
No.
Which field of science deals with shapes? Just out of curiosity.
Well, to directly answer his question, you have this romantic notion about the so-called scientists that they're just a bunch of benign scholars that just search facts. No, they don't. They have a commitment. I can show you a quote from T.H. Huxley that embodies this, who was Darwin's bulldog. They are not just a
Okay,
bunch of
yeah.
benign researchers that only follow the facts and only think with logical soundness and are just critically considerate of everything. No, they don't. There's a documentary called No Intelligence Allowed. They blacklist and persecute anyone who even tries to suggest that the world was deliberately created. Not specifically the Bible, not specifically God, just if you suggest and try to seriously promulgate the notion in classrooms, in
You
your
go against the
curricula, that the
mainstream.
world was deliberately created, you get blacklisted.
You go against anything mainstream and you'll be headhunted.
They act just
So
like
how
every
does
every other institution.
so like when scientists discover like new medicines and stuff and like new propulsion systems, how does that happen? Like are they not just pursuing truth?
Some of them are, some of them are not. It is not. It is a romantic distortion of
It's
reality to
called
think they're only
engineering.
a bunch of Yeah, it's a romantic distortion of reality to think they're only a bunch of benign, benevolent, good people that just research the facts and are just so smart. No, they're not. There are some, and their history demonstrates there's more of the dogmatists, the dogmatic bigots, who happen to be having doctoral degrees and certificates and licenses and all the rest, and happen to be the heads of various organizations. And even Dr. Kelly Mullis, before he was very, very suspiciously died very soon after the COVID stuff popped off. Dr. Karen Mullis, who made that method to allegedly identify various viruses, like what they used to identify COVID, he died just a couple months after that. And he's the same man who made that method, who also said it's not reliable. And he's also the same man who said there is no group of wise men at the top making sure people down below don't make any mistake. He's on record in a documentary saying that.
All right. Well, I've been convinced.
Of what?
Most people that work in the scientific community, I mean, they just got brought up believing the Earth's a globe as well, and then they went to university, and their professors gave them a bunch of textbooks, and they had to pick a specific field that they wanted to go into, and then it's their job to memorize and regurgitate those textbooks onto their exams. And if they're good parrots that can memorize and regurgitate the information, then they get a good grade, and then they get to go into their specific field of work. Now, if they're designing computers, if they're doing scientific experiments on on biology, all sorts of different fields that you could go into, that doesn't necessarily require the Earth to be a globe. And these people have probably never thought about it. Now, there's also, it's not like all science is just pure science based off the scientific method. There's a lot of branches of so-called science out there that are just purely based in what would be defined as pseudoscience, which is basically science that's claimed to be real science, but it's false, right? It's not gone through the scientific method. So it's actually pseudoscience, right? Like a lot of the space science is by textbook
A lot of these
definition
people just they
pseudoscience.
grew up. Yeah, but when you say a lot of these people just grew up being told that the Earth was a ball and they never really questioned it, and they just kind of recited what's in their books, is that not also kind of exactly what religious people do? Like they grow up thinking that God is real and God created the Earth, and then they just
It's
recite
very
whatever's in
similar.
their book.
It's very similar.
It's
Yeah,
what most humans do. You can
the
just
globe
delete the term
is
religious. It's what most humans do.
yeah, the globe is much like a religion in a sense, right? It requires a bunch of blind faith, right? A lot of things that you can never know for sure, and it gets deeply ingrained into people's brains, into their belief system. They get emotional
The
about it,
globe.
just the same as they get emotional. Gregory,
No, go ahead.
they get
The,
emotional.
yeah.
Yeah, just hold on a second, man. All right, go ahead, Gregory.
I was touch and go. I'm like, okay, pause. Okay. And then you
Yeah,
go
I know. I
again.
don't want to have to just talk constantly, right, in fear of someone else trying to jump in, waiting for my breath to stop for 2
That's why I'm waiting.
seconds. Right. You didn't wait, though. All right, go ahead, dude. I'm going to go on mute. Take over the conversation.
No, don't play it like that. It's just a mishap. We can't see each other's mouths, so we have to guess. You know that's the constant every person has it of just being on a phone call where you can't see the person's face.
Well, I mean, whatever. Just let's go for it. I think he gave you the floor.
Sounds like you were talking.
I don't
and you
want
didn't
to
have
give it to
anything
me out of contempt.
Yeah, it sounds like you were like talking though to hear yourself talk, and then when he gave you the floor, you didn't have anything of value to contribute.
Dude, shut up with that. I was literally finna contribute something substantive to the conversation.
All right, let's hear it.
Yeah. The globe doctrine, the SE doctrine, is one of several doctrines in the entire worldview. So most humans just are passively absorb a worldview, a whole set of doctrines, a whole set of beliefs about the world from the most macroscopic scale to the most microscopic scale. That's what usually happens in this world. So yes, we are examining what is conveniently identified as scientism. That is a term that we will use, that we've been using for a while now, to conveniently identify this entire worldview, which includes the SE doctrine, the spheroidal Earth doctrine. So yes, it is knowledge falsely so called.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that was a very good contribution. But that's just me.
Why not? Since you have something substantive to say, why not?
I mean, one, it seemed like it derailed the conversation they were having.
Okay, so pause there. It wasn't a derail because he just asked, is that not what religious people do when they believe their books about God and yada, yada, yada? So then I said what I just said, which is directly relevant to his question.
Okay.
So I don't think what you added was substantive.
Yeah, well, you guys have convinced me. The Earth is flat. I have no further question.
All right. You know better now. Very good. Yeah, it's a whole worldview with a whole culture, scientism, a set of beliefs about the world, cosmology, how the world began, the basic nature of the world, the basic nature of humans, how we ought to live, how we ought to think, etc., etc. They have their own customs, what they permit, what they obligate, what they prohibit, their own rhetoric, way they use words routinely. You just step back out of that circle and just examine it from the outside. Now you can realize it's another false worldview out of many.
So how do we get this information to Neil deGrasse Tyson? How do we get this information to the astrophysicists? And
That's what I've been wondering.
They have access to the internet just like us. All they have to do is just decide to look at the information.
You think Tyson knows?
I mean,
Tyson
they're featured on the internet all the time routinely. They are right there in their hands.
Do you think you're like better informed on the shape of the Earth than most astrophysicists?
The shape of the Earth? Sure. Or if you mean like the form of the surface, sure.
Neil deGrasse Tyson was offered the opportunity to debate
Yeah, on Joe Rogan.
Eric
Yeah, I'm
Dubay,
aware of that.
and he chickened out, right? And then he went ahead and started making these cheesy flat Earth debunk videos, which have very weak talking points to them. I don't think Eric
Dr.
Dubay
Tyson?
would. Neil deGrasse Tyson wouldn't do very well, right? When astrophysicists, when these people come in and debate, they don't do very well because all they can do is recite the book of bullshit that they've memorized, right? And then when we ask them to substantiate the claims with empirical evidence, they're unable to do that because there isn't any. So they don't do very well.
Yeah, I think there's a
It's a whole
similar
different
thing going
ballgame.
on
Go
though with
ahead.
why with why a lot of people won't debate like a Nazi or a fascist is it's not that they're afraid that the Nazi is correct or has like the better worldview. It's that it's lending credence to an idea that otherwise deserves no credibility.
Really, you don't
that's
think
really
that?
going on.
You don't think that? Okay, so you compare flat Earth to Nazis, or what?
No, I'm comparing
No. That's not his point.
No, what I'm doing is I'm saying that the reason that a lot of like political commentators and political debaters will not debate these Nazis is because they don't want to lend credibility to an ideology that otherwise deserves none. They don't want to make it seem like this is something that is worth debating. Does that make any sense?
Okay. So how come
I
they
get what
go
he means.
on YouTube and make videos about flat Earth trying to debunk it if they're not trying to give it any attention, right? They're not willing to have a technical debate with the flat earther, but they're willing to go on when the flat earther isn't there and strawman every argument and just make a bunch of propaganda videos that they're trying to get out to the masses.
Well, similar into the way that you can still find some people debating these neo-Nazis, you can also still find some people debating flat earthers.
I get his point. There is the pattern of thinking in their head in many of them. They don't even want to give, as it were, this group or that group or whatever given group the time of day. They don't want to help
Yeah, that's a
promulgate their
great
ideas
cop
at
out.
all.
That's just a great cop out. Oh, I don't want to give them any attention. Not gonna give
Yeah.
them any attention, but I'm gonna make videos about flat Earth anyway and just straw man
Yeah.
and lie about all of their positions. But I won't debate them because they're just idiots. It's not worth my time. I don't want to give them any attention. Yeah, sure.
While at the
Yeah.
same time
Bring it
scamming the
on.
world out of a bunch of resources, contracts that take a lot of money and time from the masses, at the same time laughing their way to the bank with a huge scam.
So in a twist of irony, though they say in one breath they don't want to give flat earthers the time of day, they don't want to give them any, they don't want to make them seem credible at all to any degree. They don't want their ideas to spread to any degree. At the same time, in the next breath, they'll do what DJ just described. And the fact is, throughout the history of this movement for several years, is the anti-flat earthers have been more prolific, have been more productive in producing, as it were, apostates from their worldview, who then turned and acknowledged flat Earth and all the rest. They've made, as it were, the Globers made more flat earthers in this throughout these years since 2016 than flat earthers because of their reprehensible and detestable antics.
Who's like the best representation of flat Earth? Who's out there like fighting the good fight and representing flat Earth in a positive way?
Us, of course. No, I don't know.
There are a lot of people, and different people have different strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
There's not like some leader or something like that, right? You say the same thing about the Globe, right? Who's the Globe boss? Who's the Globe hero?
Sorry to interrupt.
Trump, as they say, no?
As a semi-new flat Earth thinking guy, I really like Mark Sargent. I would definitely recommend that guy.
Mark Sargent he's a nice guy, right? His technical knowledge on the flat Earth arguments are not very high, and he comes across as kind of goofy as well, and he carries around a little snow globe. Look, I like the guy. I think the guy he's pretty good, but like Mark Sargent says, he's not a very knowledgeable guy when it comes to the technical stuff. This is what he says himself. He's more like a guy to give people a basic introduction to the topic. But he carries a little snow globe around in his pocket, and says that this is the flat Earth. And I don't think that that's a very good idea.
I think for flat Earth, you really need someone who comes across as genuine very strongly. That's just my opinion. It worked for me, so.
I mean,
I like Mark Sargent. A lot of people shit on him. I don't mind the guy.
Who's one that has more technical knowledge?
I have a quick question. I'm sorry to disrupt. So I know there's flat earthers in here. As y'all know, Artemis straight launched a couple months ago. Do you guys think that was real or fake?
Did they send machines into the sky? Sure. Did they do what they alleged to do, which is fly around in the black void? No.
Yeah, they launched a rocket off until you can't see it anymore. That's something we can confirm that they did do. And then they produced some extremely unimpressive footage the rest of the so-called trip, to the point where people were very pissed, basically, just in the general Globe Earth community, people that had been looking forward to this for years, and they were expecting in 2026 with an unlimited budget, essentially, that they would be getting freaking amazing footage. Right, like with a $500 camera, we can zoom into the moon and we can pan up to the top of the moon and see craters upright. We can pan down, we can see upside down craters. But all NASA gives us is just some shit, really, right? Just some shit that could easily be faked.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I will admit, like the footage of them, like mostly showing how they eat, like out of a bag or whatever. That was kind of ass, I will say. But I think like they brought the crew, the 4 astronauts. They were actually able to bring their iPhones on board, so they did post on their social medias. They did actually post some footage of the moon and from Earth from the spacecraft. I was just wondering if you guys thought it was real. That was it. I personally think
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
It was
Easy
just a
to
lot.
fake. Easy to fake, right? Two of them were just blatant actors, right? One of them was out of Mad Max. One of them's out of some other series, right? A lot of the news reporters were saying, look, these people are straight out of Central Casting. And there's just so many issues with the Artemis mission. But I mean, just as an example, if they wanted to trick you, they could easily trick you with the level of crappy footage they gave. They could easily just trick everyone. Now, even if you have a look at the picture that I put in the side chat there with all of the Earths, right? Can you see that?
Let me go check. Yeah, I see.
You're right. Like, so, okay, one of these is from NASA, from the Artemis mission, and all the rest are made in ChatGPT. Can you tell which one's from NASA? You
Holy
don't have
shit!
to.
Holy
Yeah,
shit!
you can't really tell, right? Like, you would just be guessing pretty much,
Holy
unless you
shit!
think that you can tell which one it is. The point is that they could just easily trick you with this kind of thing. I mean, you can make imagery like they're showing you from Artemis with free software, with zero budget. Look, here's another example. Which one of these is from NASA?
Okay, holy shit!
Are are you also going to mention how like it's like the only one physical picture we have that's like confirmed is like from what is it 1972?
In the narrative, yeah. In their worldview, that's the only one actual photo.
That's by their own words.
Yeah, in
Well, they
their
have another
narrative.
one from Artemis as
Well,
well.
what they mean by actual photo is it was taken with a physical camera and with film.
Yes, it was taken with a physical camera, but how do you know it wasn't just a great big model sitting in the back of someone's shed that was a photograph taken with a physical camera?
So like grasp this,
Eh.
right? In their view, right, in the
Can
scientism
you prove
worldview,
that?
there's only stop.
If that's
In
your
the
assertion.
stop. In the scientism worldview, there's only a handful of several hundred that have ever gone high enough, right, out of the atmosphere to see the Earth be a ball. There's only like what I'll just say 400, right? I think it's about like 300 something by now, but I'll give them 400. 400 out of only God knows how many billions upon billions upon billions since the 1960s or 1950s even. I'll give them that, right? So it's really not that difficult. And the handful of hundred that have allegedly went that high, they're in a very tight society. Like they're all familiar with each other. It's a familiar circle, right? They're not just picked from willy nilly here, there, and everywhere. It's from a
Sadoku
consistent
actually
circle
tried to do that
of
once.
a consistent social circle. Okay, so
Sadoku
there's like a
actually
loose
tried it once, but
there is a loose agreement between them, right? So you have a controlled social circle of these persons who have allegedly went up that high out of the atmosphere to see the Earth be a ball, let alone take a picture and come back and show and tell the world, in their view, right? That's an internal observation of their view. So even in their view, it's very easy to control this. So no one, virtually no one, vast majority of humans, a sweeping vast majority of humans, have never seen the Earth itself be this ball we're inundated to believe, to then compare what we've actually seen ourselves with whatever alleged photo. Like you can compare many things, like the picture of your car, right? You can compare it with the car itself, and you compare the picture with your car. We can't do that with the so-called globe Earth. There's only the
Yeah.
idea and the alleged images, the alleged photos and the images. There is no actual direct experience of the Earth being a ball. Like we've never seen the Earth be a ball, and then we can look at the photo and be like, okay, look at that image or alleged photo. That actually looks like what I've seen the Earth be. No, we can't do that. No one has done that. And in their view, it's only a handful of hundred. I'll give them 400 that could possibly do that in their view. In fact, let me fact check myself right now. How many have went up to space to see the Earth be a ball?
Well, it's 28. You know, the other ones have only gone up to low Earth orbit, where many of them have been on record saying that, you know, it looks extremely flat from that height,
I
according to
gave them
them.
several. You said 28, so I just looked up on Google Go. I typed in how many humans have been in space to see the Earth be a ball. The machine told me only 24 people in history have traveled far enough into space to see the Earth as a complete glowing sphere. With these 24 explorers, were all NASA astronauts who journeyed to the moon during the Apollo program between 1968 and 72. Right, and then low Earth orbit. So a full
Right,
sphere,
and then
only
we
24,
can,
and then low Earth orbit
well,
about
and then
650.
24 more just recently.
Yeah. So
The Artemis
to actually
astronauts.
see the Earth be a ball, like I said, I gave them way more than I should have, but it just made my point all the more. So 24 who's actually seen the Earth be a ball, and then what? We'll just say 650, 680. Right, we'll round up 680, almost 700. Saw the alleged curvature of the Earth, but not the entire Earth be a ball. In their view, in their view, and this is one that all these people are pulled from a specific, particular social circle, right? They're not just taking any old body up into these machines.
Yeah. Look, Brandon asked a good question before. How, you know, he's claiming that there's photographs, right? Some photographs taken from space. And then we said that could easily be faked. And then he's like, oh, well, can you prove that it's fake? No, you need to prove your claim, right? You claimed it's a real photograph. And you need to admit that you can't actually validate that. You just have a belief, you have trust and faith that they're not lying to you. Now, we can prove that it's possible to do that because artists are able to make paintings that are photorealistic, where you can't even tell that it's a painting or not. In
Like
fact, my
manually with their
wife,
hand.
manually with their hand, my wife's actually a specialist at that. She's got a master's degree in art. And when I showed her the 1972 blue marble and asked her, would it be possible to just paint this just as it looks here? She said, "Oh yeah, that's easy. Like that's nothing compared to what artists can do.
Not
Absolutely
even
nothing.
yes, it's
Piece of
difficult.
cake.
Yes, it's easy.
It's just easy. Like she could probably make that in a week. Like if she had a big bowl to paint it on, she could paint that in a week. You know, and they have unlimited budget to set it up in a dark studio, right? And take a photo of it, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Just like you can't tell the difference between photorealism, art, and the real thing.
So in their view, no one else besides, let's say, the 700 persons have ever actually seen the Earth be a ball or even have the alleged convexity that it's supposed to have. Besides them, no one else has seen that directly with their eyes. Everyone else is either looking at images that they produced and the alleged photos, or just not seeing any of that at all.
Well, in the near future, you can add Brandon. He's gonna be the 701, and he's gonna see the whole sphere, right, Brandon?
Yeah, you're not in here.
Oh, he left. All right, never mind.
So that's in their view. So anyone else, anyone who's not any one of these 700 people talking about they've seen the Earth be a ball, is not even being consistent with the clerics teach about this worldview. No, you haven't. You're not one of the special elect to go up into our expensive, wondrous machines crafted by our wisdom. No, you're not. Might as well call it the sin of presumption.
You're just a
view.
fanboy.
You've only seen the icons they produced. And yes, I'm using this rhetoric deliberately to emphasize just how much of a flimsy worldview this is. The alleged one photo and all these other images that they produce, these are their icons. These are the scientism icons, in contrast to the Christian or Muslim icon. Well, let me not say that, even though there are Muslim icons. In contrast to the Christian icons or Indian icons, Hindu icons. These are the scientism icons. Iconography, scientism iconography. That's what that is. That's what I'm gonna say from now on. All the CGI, either CGI motion pictures or stationary pictures, that is scientism iconography. I should have been said that. Scientism, the worldview, with its clerics, with its laity, with its doctrines, with its dogmas, which is with its culture, its prohibitions, its permissions, its obligations, its iconography, its bigotry, its persecution of apostates, etc., etc. In case anyone isn't tracking what apostate means, right? You no longer believe it. You forsook the doctrine. You forsook the worldview.
Is DJ still in here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
on the
fired
topic
him.
on the topic of earlier, I got this video. I'm a like big cruise ship fan. I got one on my profile picture. I have a video. I just sent it to you in your private DMs because I can't send it in the chat of a cruise ship like sailing off into the distance, and it looks like it's sinking. And it like the video says it kind of proves the Earth's curvature. I just want to get like your thoughts on it if you can.
Oh yeah, excellent. I mean, I've already got screenshots from this video because it's one of, this is something that happens regularly. Right, so
Yeah.
there's actually a mirage taking place, and I'll just show you what's going on with the image. So I've already got the screenshot saved from someone else that brought this up the other day. So just a second, I'll just bring up the file. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, you're good.
In the
All right,
meantime,
just bringing them up.
Oh, there it is. Never mind. It's back.
Just a second. Okay. All right. So as the boat's going out, there's actually a mirror, a layer of mirroring right where the horizon meets with the sky. Right. This is a typical miraging effect. It's kind of hard to see, but if you look closely at what's going on with the ship, I'll show you some evidence of what's happening. Right. So here's a picture of the back of the ship. We've got these little thin windows at the back of the ship at the bottom.
Yeah.
Now, as the ship starts to sail out, you'll see all sorts of crazy stuff start to go on with these back windows, right? From completely just disappearing, right, to stretching, to warping. Like all of a sudden they disappear, and then a moment later they reappear again. And there's another one. Now all of a sudden it looks like there's more windows down lower, right? That's actually a mirror. That's a mirrored image of the the windows above. And as it keeps sailing out, if you look closely at it, there's clearly a mirage there, right? Now all of a sudden there's another weird artifact on the back of the boat. Now as it keeps sailing out, it starts to get dark, and we can start to see this actual inverted image, the mirroring effect, start to be even more and more noticeable. It's warping around, right? So this is the same ship, but you can see that the bottom half of the ship is just a mirror image of the top half of the ship. So this is called an inferior mirage. And when you have an inferior mirage, it actually makes things look like they're lower. It can make things look like they're hidden behind a horizon partially, even though they're not. And it's just due to the way that the light's behaving with the atmosphere on that particular day.
Wow.
Yeah, it's called an inferior mirage. You can look it up. It's actually super common. So here's a bunch of images, and you'll see it like shifting and warping and bending and stretching.
And it's crazy because
So
I just saw that same exact ship in April. It's called the MSC Seascape. That's crazy.
yeah, and look, even this happens. Like, so just within a few seconds, you can see, it looks like you can see this bottom part of the ship, and then within literally a few seconds, you just watch it just completely disappear. as the mirage takes more of an effect.
Oh yeah, I can.
And then it turns into like a mirrored image, and then the mirror image keeps like stretching and squishing. So yeah, this is just a miraging effect. It's constantly like changing as the ship keeps going further. But it's kind of hard to spot unless you zoom right in on it and understand how the mirage works and that kind of thing, right? But it's like a form of sinking refraction. Inferior mirage and sinking refraction are the same kind of thing, but when you have the inferior mirage, you get this mirroring effect as well, which makes it very obvious. So if I go to Google right now and I type in what is sinking refraction, right? I'm literally just typing this in. Okay, and I'll just read out what it says. Sinking refraction is often just called sinking. It's an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects that are normally visible appear lowered, compressed, or completely hidden below the horizon. So it's just an effect that's well known. Some globe earthers like to see that. They've never heard of it, and they see a ship and you can't see the bottom properly, and they think, oh, it must be because of the Earth curvature. But actually, there's a lot more to take into consideration than just what you're seeing.
Yeah, you really proved a major point there. Thank you for that. It's 4:45 a.m. where I'm at. I'm probably gonna head off for tonight. So you guys have a good one.
You too, bro. Catch you next time.
All right, see ya.
Damn, he hit him with some serious knowledge right before he was like 2 minutes away from crashing.
He ain't going to sleep. We know that.
Oh yeah, I have a
That's
meme for
really not
that.
gonna sink in.
I have a funny meme for that.
This is fun.
It is a fun topic, man. Oh yeah, here's the meme.
The
The perfect meme.
implications. Yeah, and man, I'm like more so there, even though I don't tell anybody. But like I could do my due
Everyone
diligence.
knows now. We're not good at keeping secrets.
I've watched countless videos, and I have talked to a couple of my friends, but I've never said that. Like, I just kind of poked around and asked, and even the most outlandish friends I have, not a single person was like willing to entertain it. And I was just like, just watch some videos for fun, and they're like, nah. It kind of pisses me off. What pissed me off the most was just like, and I put it in chat, but like going on YouTube after I learned all this new knowledge of of all the most common tropes that supposedly debunk flat earthers, and I'm like, that's not what flat earthers believe. Like where stupid shit where they're saying like the water runs off the edge, and then I like watched a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson and his Funny Boy, and like I mean I couldn't debunk all 10 of their points. They made like 10 points, but I was like 7 out of 10 were just stupid easy to debunk. And it pissed me off because I was like, there's no way these supposedly college educated astrophysicists, yada yada guys are like not doing their due diligence and understanding each point intimately. They're like 7 out of 10 of those points are just flat out lying. And
Yep.
it's like, okay, so either that means they think it's round and it's not worth like, and they think like there is a phenomenon where like what they say kind of just goes and people don't go more than one layer into it, and then the people that do go in, you just call them crazy, and it works so well. So I hate
Yeah,
lying.
actually, yeah, we'll probably sometime this year start going over these videos and debunking them, right? Like making a response video to a lot of these and just going over every point, explaining the fallacies, explaining the point that they're making, and debunking the so-called debunkers, essentially.
So I think I thought I typed the a question in here, but maybe I didn't, or maybe it got censored because I said Hitler. My question
Might have
was,
got censored.
yeah, must have. That's interesting. Because like the Nazis, well, not necessarily. Well, whatever. World War II Germany.
How about we
Basically,
save you the effort? We don't talk about shit like that in here. No medical stuff. Nothing to do with anything Holocaust related. It'll save you a lot of heartache in the future, bro.
well, no, that's not what I was going to ask.
The reason for it, I know you're keen as mustard. It's a TOS thing. If you jump across the line, they'll just, if you're lucky, they'll mute you. Most of the time, it's an insta ban. So you've been warned. Pretty solid. Your choice.
It's
I'm still
because
just
there's people that are looking for us to say a word that could potentially be against TOS, and then they'll get a bunch of their asshole friends together and they'll mass report the channel and try to get it shut down because they're so butthurt at Flat Earth, right?
I
They're
see.
they're like these like villain type characters. So that's why when it comes to medical stuff and talking about like GEWs, all sorts of things like that,
No, I wasn't.
we
No, I
just
wasn't
we
gonna.
just
I would
don't go
never. I
into
wasn't
it.
gonna say that. I wasn't
No,
gonna say that.
you're good. It's all
I
good. Just so you know, that's all.
I just gonna say two sentences. I know Mustache Man was into the esoteric, and I just wonder if he did Antarctica stuff. So I'll look this up on my own. I just wonder if he suspected this. So, anyways,
All good.
yeah, I'm not looking to get anybody banned or whatever.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Hey guys, I've got a question if you don't mind me asking.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just talking about the ether down in the chat just a bit ago. Is there like actual scientific experimentation that kind of would help with proving the ether theory that
What's
exists
ether?
currently? Or, so we're talking about like Witsit and I think what's his name?
I'm like Tesla.
No, not Tesla. I'll just say the guy that I was talking to in the chat. How Witsit was talking about the ether theory.
That's what I was just wondering. What's ether?
I mean, I'm not exactly sure myself. I'm just
Excellent.
trying to find it out.
Maybe that answers your question about the whole ether thing. If you don't know what it is.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, look, basically
easy,
there's been
wasn't
a lot of discussion about it in the past, a lot of tests, a lot of discussions and feuds between scientists and that kind of thing. And it's one of those things that if you wanted to claim it, you should be able to back it up with scientific experimentation, and that's not able to be done. So it falls into the speculation basket. And generally in 24/7 Flat Earth, we try to avoid the speculation basket until speculation Sundays, where we kind of can delve into those topics a bit more. And we try to keep it based on empiricism here and things that we can actually back up with empirical evidence rather than the ether theory or, like the what's beyond, the South. All these kind of things. Like we don't know these things for sure, right? Like what's the sun? These things we don't know these things, and they're all fall into the speculation category. Same with ether. So there's a lot of unknowns about it. There could be something to it, and it's good that there are people doing research on all of these speculative topics. But it's just at this point, it's just pure speculation, I think.
So does
Oh
that
yeah.
include like electromagnetism and stuff like that as well, in regards to the ether?
Well, I mean, electromagnetism's real. ether isn't something, you know, people can prove electromagnetism's real, but can people prove ether is real?
What they
No.
claim about the
Yeah, that's
ether is more like a background thing, like where everything is happening in. It's like they basically claim, you know, there is the Globers claim there is this 15 per degree detection of some rotation, and they say that's the Earth. So the flip side of that the ether claimers say is that this background thing that is being detected is part of the medium, or what they call the ether, which is the background medium that light is traveling through and everything is happening in. It's kind of like an effect that is being detected behind like all the doors that we can see with our eyes, that like electromagnetism, light, and all the things that we see. Behind all of those doors, there is a door behind that we cannot see, and it's sort of like the ether. And
So
it's like when we observe the luminaries and the luminaries are moving, what is the cause of that effect of the movement of the luminaries, right? The movement of the stars, the movement of the sun, the moon. There's a lot of theories or ideas of what is the cause of all of that, and then
yeah.
the cause of that effect, it might be in the lanes of the ether, which is the background thing that is moving in the background of the backgrounds. Which a lot of people argue that that's like God's realm. I mean, a lot of people know. I've heard people saying that's God's realm, from the cause without causes. You know, God, the creator, and people kind of like, this is why it's speculation, because you cannot grab it and paint it purple and say here it is, right? Put it in a cup or experiment with it in a sense. And they claim it's detected by certain equipments. There is some type of detection of something, some background something, but what it is exactly, that's what people talk about. What is it exactly?
So the claim is that it's some type of like God's realm or something like that for the Aether. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that's a claim, but there's a lot of claims that people are gonna say this is ether. This is, that's why the other guy
Oh,
Matrix
okay,
was
I
asking
get
what
you.
is ether, and you don't have an answer. You have an idea, maybe. I have an idea.
Well,
He's
yeah,
gonna
I'm
ask
trying to
me.
understand
He's
it
gonna ask
myself.
me
Yeah.
what is ether. I'm gonna tell him my idea about it. The next guy is gonna say his idea. The next guy another idea. That's
Yeah,
why
yeah, I
he's
get
asking
you now.
what is
Yeah.
ether.
Yeah. So there's different ideas on what ether actually is, but it's a theory. It's not like
Not necessarily a theory, because within science, a scientific theory will be something that is demonstrated after experimentation. Then you make the scientific theory. This is more like sorts of idea replacement of the
So what
cause of the phenomena.
experimentation was done for gravity? Isn't a theory just an agreed upon idea? There's some
No,
other caveats
within
to
the
it also.
science. Yeah, well, when we're talking about science, the scientific theory will be after the experimentation, after repeated experimentation.
So what experimentation was done to confirm gravity then?
Yeah, that's why gravity is not a scientific theory. That's the point. It's not a scientific theory because it hasn't been done.
I
That's why
reckon
it's
you might
not.
want to look up the definitions of theory under
Yeah, check
scientific
scientific
principles.
theory. Yeah, check scientific theory. You're gonna see what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is after the fact, after the scientific method. First, you have the observation, the hypothesis, the manipulation of the variables, so the experiment, and after you repeat that enough times, then comes the scientific theory that you can write it in paper, like a description of how everything is happening, and you put it in words on paper. This is what it is. This is a scientific theory of the cause of the observed phenomena.
I know what the trick is. Don't put the word scientific in front of it. I have a
yeah,
theory
that's what I
of.
was about to say. Yeah.
Yeah, what you've done, Gemsy, is you've demonstrated that they're not using it for science. So this is all just semantics. We can remove the word scientific off the front of it and have a theory of gravity, a theory of ether, and no one gives a shit. You can't dispute it because a theory of, an idea of, you can have an idea of whatever you like. As long as you don't put the word scientific in front of it, you don't have to validate it scientifically via
Yeah, but that's what.
experimentation.
Yeah, correct. You are correct. But this is why they mix mash the whole thing, because they say science says gravity causes this and that, right, or whatever science, but it hasn't been through the scientific tool on the scientific method, so it's doesn't qualify as a scientific theory. They just hijack the term, like you're saying. Mike.
Yeah, Mud Grub, with that people on YouTube not saying that they support FE, if you come out tomorrow and say you support FE, you can just, however many viewers you've got or subscribers you've got, you can basically just get 1/3 of them and scratch them clean off your list tomorrow, just by you mentioning it.
Yeah. Yeah, I realize that for sure. And then also, like, and it sucks too because there's another good argument, which is probably false, but a lot of people say, well, anyways, they'll say that FE is the one conspiracy theory to, like, discredit conspiracy theorists, I guess, even though that's kind of a stupid word. That's their
The reason
thought
for it
process.
is it's a lot of people do see it as the cornerstone. I came up from the other end. I was already a full blown conspiratard. So when I look into this, it was just like, you know what, it fits pretty well. I didn't really have to go too hard. Like, mind you, I did 3 weeks of laps in my lounge room. Not gonna pretend I didn't. But
Yeah.
the thinking behind it, if I've been lied to about one thing, what else have they lied to me about? And when it's something as significant as the shape of the ground, your whole life you've been told you live on this thing flying through space like it's some kind of fucking spaceship getting you to another destination, and you find out there's horse shit, and it's like, hang on a minute, if I've been lied to about something as piss weak as that, what else are you hiding, you bastards? The education
Yeah.
system? Is that true? Science? Is that true? Literature? How much of that's actually true? You know, there's all these questions now where people should honestly take a step back and go, well, how much of this is true or false?
History. How much of it is true or missing?
That's right. History's to the victor.
And it's such a bummer because then when you get into those rabbit holes and then you see, I'm not going to touch on, but like you go back far enough and it's like old world events and like the fairs and
Yep.
then the great fires and
Yeah, there's some
the
cool shit out there. When you start digging through it, there is some way cool stuff.
Yeah, and the lying about when the buildings were built and
Yep.
like, and then the best explanation
That's a huge one. That's all across the world. It's almost like they hijacked the institutions all across the most of the nations. They purged with war and took over and just changed the history basically, or just erased. Because within the history, everybody knows that a lot of their history was deleted. Like archives were burned. Like a lot of stuff was just destroyed and burnt.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The thing that is, and then in that same vein, because like this was within a couple months of when I was unemployed, but also the whole like learning about Tesla, what happened to his research, and then there's all the theories around how it's like the world could have been completely different if he, it's like bottom line is like somebody stands to gain from stuff like this, and then but it's like such a huge level of evil to hide anything. Like for instance, like I think not believing in the moon landings in the 60s is like a prerequisite for flat earth in my opinion. And to think about just how freaking evil it is that we faked those. I googled this the other day. I guess and this was on Grok, I think. I guess 57% of Russians don't believe that we landed on the moon in the 60s. So that's pretty fucking high.
Yet you have Globers that come in here and say, but everybody's lying because everybody has to believe. Everybody believes the moon landing is except for you guys. The Russian will be telling the truth or whatever. But yeah, you're right. A lot of the Russians don't believe in that crap either. Because not everybody. You cannot feel everyone all the time. That doesn't work.
I always use the example of the Manhattan Project because I'm like, how many people really knew they were working on a freaking nuclear like like bomb, or if that's what it's called, but it's like 99% of people that are working on those huge things, they're just crunching numbers and doing day-to-day work. And yeah, it's anyways.
Yeah, that's a great point. We bring that up quite often. How could all of these people, they would all have to be in on it? Well, no, and the Manhattan Project's a great example of that. There's also a lot of military operations as well, where there were tens of thousands of troops that were completely ignorant to what was going on as the real goal of the mission that they were on. And it was only a very, very small amount of people that actually knew what was going on. So,
And you
yeah,
have
it's
the
very
other side of that, DJ. You have people that know the truth, and let's say some people know the truth and might be hiding it or whatever, right? And there is people like in here. There's examples of people that know that the thing is a farce, right? A lot of that stuff is a farce. They don't even talk about it. They're not going to their neighbors saying, "Hey, the Earth is this," or you know, don't talk different topics. They just keep it for themselves. So the people, a lot of people do know the truth, and I will argue there is a lot of there is more than what people think that know a lot of the truth, but they don't even talk about it.
So, and I was going to bring this up too. I don't know, this is boring, but from what I was looking at, the two main strategies or reasons I saw that they would hide flat Earth. The first one is obviously it's like global cabal enslave humanity, and um, it helps to make people believe that they're insignificant and evolution, or I don't know, just whatever. Just like there's billions of planets, you could be one of any trillions of alien species, yada yada. And also cognitive disbelief or whatever you call it. But the other thing would also be, I heard a funny, it's kind of made me laugh, was like ancient cultures thought the earth was flat, and then I forgot what it was, but I don't know if it was in the frickin' 1800s. I have no idea. I guess like quote unquote modern science researchers like latched onto some amount of evidence to say that the earth is round. And this might have been hundreds of years ago. And then like they just once we got cameras and we could just stick them up hundreds of thousands of feet in the sky, they were just like,
Well,
"Oh, well, we're not."
the hijacked of the institutions, including the banking institutions, the educational institutions, the universities, the resources, the farming, hijacking all that with the wars that were fought, the hundreds of millions of people were massacred with war, and all of these
And can I ask you a
disasters that were
specific?
created by men. So a lot of the facts that you're talking about from the past was changed into what we have today. It was amalgamated into this uh, man-made controlled system.
by your
That
own,
is, there's a lot of scams involved into operating in this monetary system or banking,
so
war, a scarcity system instead of having an
yeah,
abundant system that we actually is actually in place. There's abundance about all of these resources, but they tell you, no, we're running out of fuel, we're running out of water, we're running out of energy. It's a huge scam out of many of the things that we should have in abundance because it's pretty obvious.
I mean, hell, they grow diamonds in a lab now, and they're still like stupid expensive. So, but
We're
I was
running
gonna
out of
ask
energy.
you.
Yeah, go ahead, ask your question.
So, like, do you, by your own opinion, whether it's factual or not, when do you think was the last time? Like, when do you think this like switched and they started pushing it, or was it like 200 years ago, or?
Well, when you look at all the wars that have been happening, they've been at this for a long time, and wars taking over, regions of the world, massacring hundreds of millions of people in many regions. I mean, just do the numbers, bro.
Yeah,
All the wars, the Russians, Europe, South America, the Americas, there's North America, the Caribbean, the
yeah,
Arabs, Africa. Just do the numbers. The Asians, the Chinese, they've
yeah.
been
It's
at
never
this
the
for a long time.
it's never the people. It's always the government.
Yeah, and now at this point, they have the central banks in most of the nations. Right now, they're doing it to Iran, even though I'm pretty sure Iran has been controlled for a decent amount of time. But they have this regional control establishment, central banking system that decides who eats and who doesn't eat. Where does the resources go to, which nation, and which nation doesn't get the resources, right? So it's on
Yeah, I mean,
the world is on the world is grabbed by the balls right now.
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and the motivations there, I was kind of wondering with the origin a little bit. I watched a video. It was like a woman who was a centurion, and I'm pretty sure she was around in like the 1910s, and she was like a really little girl. This must have been decades ago, but she said that in the textbooks they had, they used to teach the Earth was flat. So I mean, and it's hard to know what to trust today, but to think that just like within the last century we were teaching the earth was flat, and I don't know if that I mean, it could have been like a rural place in Arkansas, who knows, but
It was probably
I'm just
one of
kind
the
of,
foundational teachings from those times, but women and men learn way more things than just that. Like the people used to know how many different things were passed by generations of knowledge of so many different topics, either construction, carpentry, farming, like you can talk about anything. And girls at a 6 years old used to be able to sew a whole dress in the past, right?
yeah.
Just imagine the knowledge that's gone now, since it cannot be passed from mother to daughter, from father to son. A lot of that stuff
and
has
then
been kind of done away with.
and then after all this happens, and then it gets covered up, and then they're forced to cover it up with more lies. Like, dude, it is just layers of evil. I mean, yeah. Anyways, so I'm like pretty much sold, but I was gonna say one more thing. I gotta go to bed. When I did like do all the flat earth stuff, one thing I thought was so freaking cool was just like, it makes perfect sense that it's a psyop to put the sun super far away and the earth close, because once you, like, if you accept the flat earth model, they're both just like intimate, and they're right there, and they're just hovering above, you
What
know.
model's that?
What?
If you accept the flat Earth model, what model?
Oh, well, I don't know if I was saying this correctly. What I was comparing is how originally, the sun's super far away and the Earth is close, and yet they both look like they're close. They look like they're the same size, And then so when I went into the flat Earth for the first time, it feels right to be able to look up at the sun or the moon and to not feel like it's millions of light years away. And they're similar sizes. Like I'm trying to say, there's a yin and a yang. There's like a simpatico, and it's a lot more. I don't know how to put it. It's like romantic in a sense. I'm gonna actually use that word. So
The reason I asked about the model thing is we get truckloads of Globers coming in here. Show us your model. We need a model. If you haven't got a model, it's not real. It is endless. Get used to it. You'll learn to love it. Anyways, we get lots and lots of Globers asking about models and shit all the time.
yeah.
Have you heard anyone in here in the last, hour and a bit you've been in here, present a model?
Not really.
There's a reason for that. So, yeah, once you understand and you see what happens in here, you'll know why no one puts themselves behind a model. They will make very specific claims. The ground is measured as flat. Water at rest is horizontal, flat, level.
Yeah.
They will make claims as such, but no one's going to go out there and say, oh, this is the Earth. It is X miles across, so many miles high. Yeah, the reason for it is all of the things that the Globers normally want, we can't verify anyways. So why would I put my name to something that I can't verify? Hey, look, here's a blank check. Go play.
Right.
Like,
Well,
no.
and to your point, it would be a fallacy to say if you don't know all the answers, then you must be wrong. Like that's stupid.
Well, they don't normally put that forward. Normally, it's we get these just clowns, and it's if you don't have a model, it can't be real. It's like, why am I comparing a model? Why wouldn't I just go out and measure reality directly? Why do I need a
First
model
time,
to check the real shit that's outside my door?
The issue about the models is that people want a whole construct of the Earth, so the Terra that we standing on, and this place that we live on. We're designed to be in here and thrive in this place. And then they want also an addition to that of the mechanisms of the heavens above that no man knows about, that I know of. So they want you to that model of the Earth that we can, demonstrate a lot of things, maybe give you a good idea about how the Earth works and measures and all that. But what do you know about the heavens above? What do you know about those mechanisms? So how are you gonna make a model of that and add it to the Earth? You can't, unless you have God's revelation or God's I don't know, how do you say the plans? You have the plans of the machine. How do you say the schematics? You have the schematics of the heavens above. Do you know the cause of the effects? So you can make a model how that works. The answer is no. So if you make a model of the ground that we stand on, and then you add a model of the luminaries, but you don't know how that works, your model is broken from the get-go. You're gonna get crucified. That's why the Globers ask you, but how does the sun work? So you don't have an explanation how the sun works? Oh, that means you don't know anything about the Earth, because you don't know how the sun works. See the issue or no?
are you? Oh shit! Are you talking to me?
No, no. I'm just talking. But if you didn't hear what I said, never mind.
Yeah, my bad.
You said something about your mother.
Oh,
That's a lie.
I know. It's a joke. It's a joke.
My mother is a wonderful lady.
That's nice.
About the model that you were asking or you mentioned is that you were mentioning the sun and the moon, right? And we don't have the mechanisms or the schematics of the heavens above, the luminaries. So to make a model of the Earth with a model of the heavens above is gonna be a broken model from the get-go. So if you're gonna present a broken model, what is gonna happen? You're gonna get crucified. Your model is gonna get crucified.
Yeah.
From the beginning.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got a
Wait.
model of the heavens above and the earth, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, the problem for flat Earth though is two things. Number one, you guys don't have a model, so you really have nothing.
See,
Second of
Mudgrab,
all,
exactly what we were talking about. Dumbassery at its finest. How's it
second
going,
of all,
McCandles?
hey, please don't overtalk me. Second of all,
Sook.
please
It's
don't
over.
overtalk me.
Sook.
Second of all, we have the science, you guys don't. That's the problem with flat Earth.
Okay, so McCandles, which field of science deals with shapes, if you've got the science?
We've already went over this. I just wanted to make that very clear. Thank you.
No. Which field of science deals with shapes, if you've got the science? Tell us about which field of science is checking out shapes.
Almost every, because in like almost every like science in
Yeah,
UK.
we're talking about right. We're talking about Earth science.
Okay, so
here.
we got dumb and dumber. So which field of science deals with shapes? If you've assessed that the Earth is a sphere, that is a shape. Which field of science did this?
It's a much larger, vast. It's not just dealing with shapes.
Why is it they can't answer the question, Mudgrub? See what we deal with on a daily basis here?
No, because
Just
you're
weasels,
simplifying
slimes, the usual shit.
You're simplifying. It's not just about shapes. We're talking about Earth
It
science.
is about a shape. You're claiming it's a sphere. That's a shape. You've just got to measure it. That's all. And confirm that it is the shape that it is.
Oh, we already know it's a sphere.
No, you don't. You've got nothing to back that up.
Except the whole body of science.
So which field of science deals with shapes? And around in the circle we go.
You have shapes
And
in
crickets.
mathematics. You have shapes in the physics. You have like shapes in every fucking like science.
So which field of science deals with shapes? Since you want to talk, the other one won't.
I don't want to talk.
You don't want to? Because you don't have an answer? Or you've realised it's not a scientific endeavour. It's a question of geometry. So you lot having number one, clown down the bottom, having the science on his side, that means nothing, and you not wanting to answer just shows you don't have an answer.
Do you have answer?
Yeah.
Can you present the answer?
It's a category error. That's the correct answer. This is a question of geometry, not a question of science. So you guys preaching about science means sweet diddly.
It's a semantic error.
About nothing, bro.
It's a semantic error, right? When we're talking about the
Yeah,
shape
category
of the
error.
Earth,
That's what I said. We're talking about a shape. I'm glad you just established that. This is not a scientific question. It's a question of geometry. Shapes.
Of course it is. Any scientist will tell you when you're dealing with Earth.
This is not
Earth
a
science,
scientific question. Stop harping on with the science shit. This is not science.
when you're
Try
dealing
it
with the
again,
size,
and I'm going to ask you a rude
okay,
question.
all right, you
Okay,
keep
that's
yelling.
it. Fuck it. No, you can. That one can go quiet because you can. Hold on, Candles. You're up. I want you using the scientific method prove a rectangle.
Yeah, I'll just tell you this, okay?
No, don't sidestep. You're going to use science and prove a rectangle for us. So you've made a natural observation. Let's go from there. What did you see?
When we're saying that we're doing science about the Earth, we're talking
No,
about
don't sidestep. You wanted to play with the big dog. Stop pissing like a pup. Get on with it.
You're not allowing me to finish the sentence, so the conversation.
You're
is over.
talking about non-related things. You're following the scientific method. Your natural observation is of what? In regards to a rectangle. So you're just making excuses now, not to talk. Oh, yeah, my feelings. Nasty Matrix. He's got a loud voice. See, Mudgrub?
Four
Got
sides.
nothing.
Two long sides,
So
two short sides.
using the scientific method. Watch what happens. If you want to do it for yourself, you can go for it. But these other clowns come in here all the time. Oh, it's all about science. It's all about science. No, it's not.
The scientific method is a tool that you use for its intended purpose. You don't use the scientific method to cook or to sew a dress or to devise a plumbing system for your structure or building the structure in the first place.
The scientific
So
method would be
there's
used to
different books,
adjudicate
different methods.
cause and effect relationships. So, anyways, Mudgrub.
Well, I just want to
This is what
say,
happens
like,
to.
did he? Oh, he's still okay. Yeah, I just want to say, like, I just think it's equally like if you're going to come at it from a scientific point of view, it's like it's equally dumb for like you got to bring up. I mean, and I'm not saying like both sides just got to bring up the proof instead of saying, "Oh, our science." Like just because most people believe something, that's a fallacy. That's a fallacy ad populum. So
Yeah,
not good.
I mean that's what you'll get to notice with the globe earthers over time. It's mostly just feelings and fallacies.
Yeah, well, and honestly, being a guy 1 year ago, I totally get it. Like, it is like I say, I think it's the conspiracy theories to end all conspiracy theories. Like, it's like the final boss, in my opinion.
Yeah, look, we got a ton of empirical evidence. We just asked the globe earthers for that. I mean, we could sit here and present. I could sit here and present empirical evidence for the next 12 hours straight that just ruins the globe. But when I ask the globe earthers to present their empirical evidence, they'll just start with the feelings and the fallacies and
If you
not
already
actually
have
present any evidence.
if you already have all the empirical data and the evidence that the Earth is flat,
Mhm.
why are you even here then? Why would you
I'm
tell like?
Yeah, I'm
I don't
sharing it
understand.
with other people. Yeah, I'm sharing it with other people.
You're just sharing it with
This-
random strangers online.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Raising
why
awareness.
not?
But
That's
yeah,
awesome.
Mudgrub. I'd like to respond to something you said, Mudgrub. You're basically framing it as like that these theories are equal, right? That each one needs to just provide the evidence. It's like globe versus flat. But scientifically, there's something called the null hypothesis. Like it's basically what do we agree on? We agreed that we observably like that the Earth is observably
Oh, no,
flat
I
and
know.
motionless.
I'm on
That
your
we
side.
observe it to be that. So that would be the default, and the alternate hypothesis would be that it's actually a globe. So the burden of proof is on them. It's not on us to prove that it's what we observe because we already agreed that's how we observe it. So it's not like 50%, 50% is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't know. I don't know if I could explain it any more articulately, even. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, and
Any globe
ultimately,
earther would agree that we don't feel like that the Earth feels stationary, and that at the beach it looks flat.
oh yeah, the gas theory, like how what does gas do next to a vacuum? Also the water seeks level and yet it's curving around the Earth, and yeah, there's so many.
No, that's something else. That's like the arguments for it to be flat. The more kind of like cognitive kind of arguments, reasonable arguments that someone might make. But in terms of what we actually observe, like what DJ said, what's empirical, is that we observe it to be stationary and that and that's flat. Now it could be that it's actually moving and that it's curving and stuff like that, but they'd have to provide evidence for that. That's a positive claim that warrants a burden of proof, which they don't have. But we agreed that it's observably flat and stationary. Observably.
Yeah. Another thing that's nuts when you think about it too is like the first time I thought about it critically, I was like, okay, we're not spinning at a perfect. I forget what they call it. It's like a tilted axis or something, quote unquote. And then like, yeah, and then like we're going around the sun, moon's going around us, like there's all this shit, and then you realize like, yet you can go back thousands of years, like the Mayans, their calendar was so correct that we thought an apocalypse was going to happen within like the last era. And it's like, why is it correct? Well, because they based it off of celestial bodies, like, and like science even tells us, at least I heard this once, was like because that we're tilting on our axis slightly, that like the stars actually move a tiny imperceptible amount over the course of
Bro,
like hundreds of years.
science doesn't have vocal cords to tell you
It's
anything.
not
What you saying
science.
that science tells you anything, bro? Science doesn't tell you anything.
There's just
You
another
missed the point.
pseudo-scientific claim that like
That's a
the North Star
pseudoscientific claim, bro.
You guys missed my
was
point.
Thuban or whatever they lie about. It's just like evolution. They say that like over
I
millions of
agree with you.
years, this imperceivable change would be more
I
apparent, and there's no proof
dude,
whatsoever.
I agree with you. You missed my point.
No,
What's
but
your point?
you keep missing the point. You keep saying science do this, science do that. You're missing the point still.
To be
So
fair, you were
if you
interrupted.
want us to get to your point, just stop missing the point.
You didn't get to your point because you were interrupted for using science in a poor manner. But yeah, continue.
Right, I was using it derogatorily. I was saying like quote unquote like modern mainstream science would have you believe. That's what I meant.
Gotcha.
You mean pseudoscience, pseudoscientists. That's what you
Yeah,
mean.
that's what he meant. But he meant like quote science quote because that's how people understand science. They
I'll
understand pseudoscience to
rephrase
be
it.
science. Gemsy.
They would have you believe that we're tilted on an axis and we're spinning, and due to that, they would have you believe that over the course of time, the position of the stars relative to us in the sky minusculely change over the course of hundreds of years. And yet, that's not the case because we can go back thousands of years and see that the Mayans were correct with the stars that are currently still in the sky in the same position. So that was my
but they
point.
claim Mudgrub. They also claim that the Mayans had. I don't know if they say specifically the Mayans, but they said there was a different North Star completely. They say that instead of Polaris, it was Thuban. You know, so they say a lot of crap.
Yeah, so that's like, and I'm not trying to be an authority on this. That was one thing that made me really think critically. Is I was just like, what the fuck? Like all of a sudden, I realized all these old societies, they basically treated the world as though it was flat, and then they used the stars and they used the North Star, and it's like they were able to accomplish all the same shit that we can accomplish today, and we use the same math. So it's like the sky is the same.
Yeah.
So
Which is
that's so
insane when you
funny, dude.
think about how they say that they're all balls of gas going about their own trajectories within space. You know, each one within its own galaxy or whatever they like lie about. You know, that they're all their own suns, it's different solar systems. Every one of these going in their it's different motion, and yet they all are exactly where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, it sucks too, man. After you get older, like you end up with like 1,000 facts about the universe in your mind, and that's just a whole nother reason why flat Earth is like so insanely difficult to to entertain and then accept. Good convo, everybody. Talk to you guys later.
Peace out.
Later, alligator.
One heck of a psyop. Like mind games times 1,000. Like the whole point is to take you away from God. You know, it's demonic when you think about it. The fact that they've reinforced the model and they patch it up constantly, like whether it's done with intention or not, or whether just like they're co-opted into it, it's absolutely satanic. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's a test from God to show the truly, you know, the faithful. Because, like, for instance, the 24-hour sun in the south, you know, this is God's creation, and you had people with that like they doubted flat Earth. They left it completely because they didn't imagine that it could have worked, you know, on a flat Earth. They doubted God's magnificence, His majesty in that regard, and so they were swayed to, you know, to the globe. Maybe God's testing, you know, the righteous. Allahu Alam. Maybe the way the pious wrap their heads around it is with wraparound.
We'll have any quiet down? Who's in here? Oh, guys, you keep it in quiet, huh?
You guys should have a flat Friday thing. It would be hype as heck. Flip out Friday. Nice.
the latest, guys. Imagine being a flat earther, bro. That's very retarded.